Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Triggered a Quirk Shock? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1. Not so, ordinary day. Watanabe Rokuro considered himself an average man of average means. He worked full-time in the advertising department at the Marmart Food Company, which specialized in producing cheap bento meals and other convenience store foods. It was decent, steady work, and while he didn't see himself becoming a manager, after several years he'd slowly worked his way to a rather comfortable position. It gave him a steady income to rent a reasonably nice apartment in central Narahata while he saved for an even nicer place. He also had a fairly average social life, though he'd recently broken up with his girlfriend of 6 months. That had been a bummer, but thankfully his friends hadn't let him mope too long. Last night they'd taken him out to several bars to celebrate his 31st birthday, the celebrations going late into the night since none of them had work the next day. Most of the night was a blur. He had vague flashes of cheering, a drunken fist fight, and a group of girls with blue skin and orange hair cackling as they ran away carrying one of his friends. That last one should probably be concerning since he didn't remember seeing Takashi after that, but once he woke up he had more pressing issues. Specifically, hangovers SCKD when you had hexavision. The moment he opened his eyes he regretted it instantly, all 6 eyes squeezing tightly shut with a hiss of pain as the light violently assaulted him through the gaps in the blinds. A tired, pained groan slipped out as he shoved a pillow over his head. Hexavision, in his humble opinion, was a very average quirk that didn't stand out much beyond the 4 extra eyes. It didn't give him any hidden powers, it just gave him an increased field of vision, increased perception to detail, and the ability to see more colors than the average person. Which is why hangovers SCKD when you had hexavision. After several minutes he forced himself to get up, reluctantly tearing the pillow away from his eyes. He grabbed a bandana from his bedside table and tied it over the top half of his head to cover up the top 4 eyes, leaving only the bottom 2 exposed to minimize the light sensitivity. Still, the light burned when he opened them. He'd glare at the blinds if it didn't hurt so bad. He got up and shuffled to the kitchen to make himself a late breakfast, maybe? A glance at the clock on the microwave said it was 1. Okay, lunch it is then. He grabbed some leftover curry rice from the fridge and tossed it in the microwave, checking the email on his phone while he waited. Most of it was the usual spam mail, text from his friend, someone asking if he'd heard anything from Takashi. Rokuro paused when he saw one saying a package had been delivered. Come to think of it, he did order a custom coffee thermos online a few days ago as an early birthday gift to himself. His stomach promptly sank when he saw the email had arrived 2 hours ago though. A surge of panic shot through him and he all but flew to the door, fumbling with the locks desperately before throwing it open. Almost immediately he regretted the impulse when he was fully assaulted by the bright afternoon sun. He ducked his head and shaded his eyes with a pained hiss, the light burning through even his makeshift able to harm the 4 it shielded. However, when he forced himself to squint he could make out a cardboard box at his feet. Relief washed over him and with a victorious sound he bent down and scooped up the package, holding it close to his chest. As he straightened up and started to turn he froze though, suddenly noting a black blob not too far away. It was his next-door neighbor, something or other. Aichi? Egoa maybe? He didn't know. They never really spoke. The scruffy man stood at the end of the hall not far from the stairs, holding a plastic bag from the nearby corner store. Evidently he'd been returning from a rare daylight excursion to restock on supplies. For a moment they just looked at each other in silence. Ijima? Grumpy looking with heavy bags under his eyes as always and Rokuro with one arm still shielding the upper half of his head and only 2 eyes peeking out. After a beat Rokuro just gave a simple nod and retreated inside, closing the door and locking it before slumping against it with a tired groan. He had no idea what Imoto, no that wasn't it either, did for a living, but the man honestly looked like a vagrant. They'd only talked once, shortly after Rokuro moved in, when the man visited to ask him to keep it down during the day since he worked at night. That was the only reason Rokuro didn't freak out at the loud thumps next door at the ungodly hours of 4 in the morning when the man would return. Whatever that job was, Rokuro didn't want to know. He didn't want to know anything about the man. He swore he once saw the man with a stab wound, staggering into his apartment just as Rokuro had been leaving for his own job. Another time, AI.kawa? Closer, but still wrong. Had left the door open long enough for Rokuro to see inside, and the room had been bare. No furniture, just a suitcase and a sleeping bag. Yeah, Rokuro didn't know a thing about Ehara, and he absolutely had no interest in ever learning about him. All that mattered was that the guy hadn't stolen his package, whether that was due to him being absent or simply not caring. Overall unimportant. Dropping off the box on the kitchen counter, he retrieved the now-finished curry rice from the microwave and sat at the table to eat. As he did, he pulled out his phone to search for apartment listings. He'd only bothered staying here as long as he did because it had an easy commute to his workplace, up until the office moved to a new building last year. After that, he only put off searching because Chie no Tamisen, he mentally corrected himself with a scowl, they had broken up, lived nearby. Now that they broke up though, he had no reason to stay. He wouldn't be doing much else today anyway with this stupid hangover, so might as well browse some apartments closer to the new office. He paused only long enough to finish eating and carry his dirty dish to the sink, before returning to the seat to resume his browsing with his full attention. Maybe this time he could splurge on one with a balcony. He had a good amount saved up. As he scrolled through the listings, he suddenly felt a sharp stab of pain in his forehead, making him flinch and hiss in pain as he dropped the phone. The hell? He growled to himself, reaching to rub his head. Friggin' hang.ov.airs. His voice trailed off as his fingers brushed over the bandana only to feel something hard and bumpy beneath the fabric. Sitting in shock for a second, he frantically tore off the bandana and opened the camera on his phone. It was still set to use the front camera after a deluge of drunken selfies last night, letting him immediately see himself. He clutched the phone tightly as he brought it closer to his face, eyes wide. What the F dash, he whispered, staring at the screen. Black, shiny material glistened on top of his forehead over his eyebrows, forming a bumpy-looking ridge. With his free hand he reached up to touch it, the material smooth and slightly warm to the touch beneath his fingertips. What the actual .gk? He cut himself off as his left shoulder suddenly twinged with heavy pain, even sharper than the pain in his head. The phone dropped from his hand as he quickly grabbed at his arm, only to feel the skin bulging. His head snapped to the side and he didn't know which was worse, seeing the skin shaking and vibrating as if something was about to burst out. Or the black crystal that began to break through the skin around his knuckles. Tears filled his eyes as his breathing began to pick up pace, his whole body shaking. What the heck, what the heck, what the heck? The last thing he saw was the skin on his arm exploding, another arm bursting forth. Then, Watanabe Rokuro knew nothing. Meanwhile in Mizudafu, Midoriya Izuku stood in her kitchen washing the dishes after lunch. Izuku had already bounced off to the computer room, something about a hero tuber he liked doing a big charity livestream today. Honestly, Izuku would prefer her son go outside and play rather than coop himself up indoors. It was such a lovely spring day outside after all, and the weather had been so dreadful this past week. Alas, she knew today was not the day for Izuku to go anywhere though. Her baby boy had come home yesterday with fresh bruises and a splint on his wrist after an accident at school. A genuine accident, not some flimsy attempt to cover up bullying. A classmate had accidentally made some light bulbs explode, and a girl who'd been walking past Izuku's desk had been startled enough to trip and crash into his desk. She ended up breaking her arm from how it had hit his desk. Izuku had gotten away relatively scot-free compared to that poor girl, but the doctors said he still needed to take it easy. In addition to his wrist, his ankle had gotten caught on the leg of either his desk or chair when he'd been knocked over, and it had some minor swelling. Nothing serious, but still enough to advise against any strenuous activity. What a shame, she thought with a wistful sigh as she glanced out the kitchen window. They were still in the part of March where the seasons seemed to be in a constant state of flux between winter and spring. The weather had been so dreadful this week, fluctuating between rain that left everything soggy and windy days that made it too much of a hassle to go outside. Today was the first truly beautiful day of spring, and he couldn't even enjoy it properly. Maybe she would make something extra special tonight for dinner. Last night she'd made katsudon, his favorite, to make up for his bad day at school, but she could get something special. Something to celebrate the start of spring, something with bamboo shoots, maybe? She did recently get a tempura recipe using some from Mr. Tachibana. Mind settled, she left the dishes in the sink to soak and checked the clock. It was only a bit after 1:30, she could run to the store and pick up the ingredients and be back by 3 at the latest. She went to grab her coat and wallet, and quickly peeked into the computer room to let him know she was leaving. Inko stopped herself short though when she saw her son eagerly watching the stream, bouncing in his chair. She was too far away to see the monitor clearly, but she recognized the voice as a hero tuber who liked to talk about heroes' histories rather than their fights. Things like the evolution of their public image and personas, events that inspired and shaped their careers. Sometimes he even got to interview pro-heroes. Fondness swelled in her as she picked up Izuku's excited mumbling. He'd mentioned that a few pros would be appearing throughout the event, and based on his bouncing she suspected at least one was on screen right now. Seeing him so happy and excited, she couldn't bring herself to interrupt him even just to say she was leaving. With that in mind, Inko turned and quietly crept away before he could notice. The trip would be quick and he said the stream would last for most of the day, so he probably wouldn't notice. Just in case he decided to look for her, she wrote a note and left it on the kitchen table before pulling on her coat and heading for the door. As she did, she failed to notice the cap of a pen had fallen to the floor not far from the front door. She did notice when she stepped on it. The cap rolled under her foot and made her lose her balance, not enough to make her fall but still making her stumble a few steps to the side. She swayed towards the wall, her shoulder colliding with it. In the computer room, Midoriya Izuku couldn't stop bouncing and shaking in his chair as the livestream continued. Mach 7, one of his favorite hero tubers, had been talking about this charity livestream for the past month, and so far it was living up to the hype. It had started with Rocklock next to him. They were in a park outside the hospital they wanted to raise money for with a bunch of kids and parents from it, so Rocklock had shown off one of his tricks and thrown a tile which he locked in place midair, and then jumped on it. Then, they went around borrowing some stuff from the kids, and he basically made a whole staircase out of all sorts of things. He even used a water bottle, which he then dunked into a trash can. It was so cool. After that, another hero named Manuel showed up, which had Izuku even more excited because he worked in Hosu, not Esaha City where the show was. Manuel had once appeared as a guest on Mach 7's videos, and it was so amazing, and he'd explained back then that his classmate had been a patient at this hospital in elementary school. Izuku knew that this hospital had a special place in Manuel's heart, but he still didn't expect him to come out all this way. Izuku felt like he was hyperventilating as he watched Manuel use his quirk on the fountain to make water animals the kids called out. Usually Manuel didn't do stuff that fancy since his quirk required a lot of concentration, and even now the animals weren't that detailed. But still, Manuel was clearly trying so hard to make those kids happy and putting his all into the animal shapes. He was just so amazed and touched by it. When Manuel managed to shape a giant bird silhouette rising from the water, he seemed to reach his limit and the water all fell down with a magnificent splash. Some of the closer kids and parents shrieked with surprise and delight as they got drenches. Everyone began clapping and Izuku joined in too, even if they couldn't hear. Wow, that was really impressive. Mach 7 cheered. I think we're gonna need some towels for that though. Yeah, sorry about that folks. Manuel laughed, looking a bit sheepish. Luckily I had a feeling this might happen, so I came prepared. A sidekick from his agency and a few nurses appeared on camera carrying towels with Manuel's colors, handing them out to the people who'd gotten splashed. He jogged over to talk to them while the camera focused back on Mach 7 and Rocklock. Man, not even an hour in and we're already off to a great start. Mach 7 declared cheerfully. The crowd's having a blast. Yutaro, what's the current donation count? 20 million yen. The cameraman declared cheerfully, and a small chorus of cheers rose up. That's a strong start, and I hope you keep up the momentum, Rocklock said with a nod. The Minakata Hospital has a lot of patients with serious illnesses, so it always needs to replace equipment. Some people's quirks become a lot more destructive when they get sick. That's right, Mach 7 agreed with a nod. I've told all you viewers before how when my sister had a brain tumor, it messed with her quirk and she started secreting a corrosive mist at random. We didn't even know that was possible. Her quirk is more of the harmless colored mist variety. Luckily it never spread far from her body and the effect was pretty slow and weak, but she melted a total of 4 beds while getting treated. Hospital beds are not cheap, folks. Even if you've already donated, we definitely wouldn't mind you giving another one. Izuku just bobbed his head grimly, feeling a bit somber at the reminder. However, the mood didn't last long before Mach 7 cracked a smile. But enough of that. We've still got another 5 hours to go before we end, so let's raise as much money as possible and more importantly, put some smiles on these faces. The crowd around him cheered enthusiastically, Izuku joining in. That's right. Rock Lock agreed with a nod and smirk. I've got to head out for my patrol unfortunately, but you'll be having more guests after this, right? Oh, we've got a lot of people scheduled to show up. Mach 7 confirmed with a giant grin. Most are going to be a surprise, but if you want a hint, Yutaro's already freaked out. He's right, I spent 5 minutes straight screaming, the cameraman laughed, and Izuku's jaw dropped as he nearly fell out of his chair. A clock is coming? He all but screamed, his voice so high it came out more like a wheeze. As a longtime fan of Mach 7, he knew Yutaro loved a clock. Yutaro said that a clock had saved him years ago before they started the series, and ever since then he'd been wanting to meet the hero again. This was amazing. This was more than just another awesome hero, this was a reunion Izuku and so many others had been waiting for since the videos first started uploading. Of course, even without the emotional connection to a clock, Izuku would still be super excited to see him. His quirk was just so cool. It wasn't super flashy like a lot of heroes, way more suited for close combat, but a loud crash from elsewhere startled him out of his line of thought, making him jolt and nearly fall out of the chair. His head whipped around to stare at the door wide-eyed, the stream forgotten for the moment. What was that? That definitely didn't sound like something getting knocked over or even his mom simply falling. This was much louder. Mom? He called after a second. What was that noise? He waited but got no response, and with each second his apprehension only grew. His heart began to hammer anxiously as he got off the chair, turning to face the door fully. Heroes don't hesitate, he reminded himself, and balled his hands into fists as he limped towards the door. He only made it 2 steps when he heard confused shouts from the computer, making him freeze and spin around. The crowd had started to shift and move, Mach 7 looking at something off camera as Rock Lock stood tall and attentive next to him. What the? Was something happening? Izuku stared at the screen for a moment, curiosity pulling at him, but then he forced himself to turn away and ran towards the door. The live stream could wait, he needed to check on his mom. Mom? He called more forcefully. Mom, are you okay? What was that? The question died on his lips as the living room came into sight, Izuku freezing in place and staring. His mom was near the entrance staring at Mr. Tachibana from next door, which made no sense because Mr. Tachibana wasn't in their apartment, he was in his. There was a big hole in the wall separating their apartments, Mr. Tachibana fussing over his mom whose shoulder was covered in bits of plaster and dust. Izuku cried more sharply, racing over. What happened? Why is there a hole in the wall? Are you okay? I'm fine, sweetheart, his mom replied faintly, still staring at the hole. I tripped and fell against the wall. Midoriya-san, that's not enough to explain how you made this giant hole. Mr. Tachibana replied sharply. These walls are sturdy. Trust me, I've fallen against them plenty of times, but the most I've ever seen is a dent. I've never seen someone hit it hard enough to demolish a whole chunk of it. I don't know what to say, Mom said, shaking her head. I just tripped and hit it with my shoulder. I don't know how it did. This. The last remark had Izuku's gaze zeroing in on her arm, and he gasped as he noticed something beneath all the dust and plaster. Mom, your sleeve's all torn up, he cried, racing over as quickly as his ankle would let him. His mom twisted her head to look at it and her eyes widened at the torn fabric of her coat sleeve. Almost immediately she began ripping the coat off, making Mr. Tachibana jolt and shout in alarm. "Wait, don't move your arm too much." He stopped short once the coat was gone though, and all of them froze, just staring at his mom's perfectly undamaged arm. For a moment none of them spoke and Izuku's gaze flickered to his mom's coat which had fallen to the floor. In her rush to remove it she turned the sleeve inside out, and the rips in the fabric were much more clear without the dust getting in the way. The sleeve had been shredded, the rips far too big to fix up. Yet when he turned back to her arm, it didn't have so much as a scratch, even on places where the dust had gotten past the sleeve. Izuku was a smart child. He knew enough to recognize that his mom's arm shouldn't be fine. Even beyond the lack of scratches or cuts, if she hit the wall as hard as Mr. Tachibana said she did hard enough to make that hole, it should have hurt her shoulder. Dislocated the bone or something, like Goro-kun did in gym class that one time when he fell and hit the ground really hard. Despite that her arm looked perfectly fine though. Even now she slowly lifted it and tested it by turning and bending it in every direction she could, a look of wide-eyed wonder on her face. "I don't feel any pain at all," she said softly. It should hurt, but I don't feel anything. It feels perfectly fine." "It might be shock," Mr. Tachibana said, but he sounded doubtful. They stood for a moment longer, and Mom took a deep breath before turning to Izuku. "Izuku, sweetie, why don't you go back to that live stream?" she suggested, and he frowned. He knew she was just saying that so she could talk to Mr. Tachibana alone, and it bothered him they wanted to leave him out of this. Still, he didn't want to cause any trouble, so in the end he just nodded. "But you'll come talk to me when you're done, right?" "Of course," she promised with a smile. "We just need to figure some things out. Just go enjoy your show for a little bit, okay, sweetie?" "Okay, Mom," Izuku agreed, and with great reluctance he turned and retreated to the computer room. Leaving his mom alone after that left a bad taste in his mouth, but she seemed fine somehow. Besides, the live stream was still going strong, and he was still curious about what all that shouting had been about right before he left. By the time he reached the room there was even more shouting. Izuku didn't even manage to reach the computer before freezing at what he saw on the monitor. For several seconds he stood staring in shock, and then he spun and raced out. Mom and Mr. Tachibana had gone back to talking through the hole in the wall, but they turned to face him as he entered. "Izuku, sweetie, I thought Mom, there's a monster attacking the live stream," he interrupted breathlessly, and his mom froze. Eyes widening, she turned and followed him back to the computer. Just as he'd said, there was some sort of monster battling the pro heroes. He couldn't think of another word to describe their opponent. It had long, gnarled arms with raw-looking reddish skin that swung around like taffy. Its face didn't look remotely human either, with bulging eyes and a fleshy, hanging protrusion from its mouth with that same mottled red skin as its limbs. The head was crested by white and red protrusions that formed a crown of sorts, and he could see more similar protrusions growing along its arms as it swung at Rocklock, who barely dodged. The Lock hero dodged the blow but didn't try to attack it, shouting instead at Manuel. As he did, the fleshy protrusion framing its jaw abruptly rose and began waving as glowing golden needles shot out. Manuel wasted no time, using the fountain to create a wall of water to block the needles. The wall collapsed as the needles exploded on impact, making Izuku gasp. "Oh my gosh," his mom whispered, hands rising to cover her mouth as the hero duo shouted something more. Izuku watched them surge into motion with a frown, noticing how they gave the monster a wide berth even as it tried to swing its overly long arms again. "Why aren't they fighting back?" he asked aloud. "There's a lot of people in that crowd, shouldn't they be fight?" He trailed off as he finally noticed one other detail about the monster, a detail that had him suddenly feeling numb. It was wearing the hospital nurse scrubs. Neither mother or son spoke as they watched the heroes continue to avoid the monster for another 30 seconds before the camera abruptly swiveled to the side. His breath hitched as it revealed several people had taken shelter behind an earthen barrier of some kind, likely acted by one of the crowd members at the hero's request. Among the people in view though was Yutaro, the cameraman curled up clutching his leg. Yutaro rarely showed himself on camera. He had a minor cosmetic mutation that gave him large, curling ram-like horns and fluffy white fleece in place of body hair. Now his bottom legs sported what looked like leaves and twigs. Izuku had no idea what was going on, but he and the rest of the world would soon find out. Chapter 2. Damage Control. Yamada Hisashi did not often visit Narahata on weekends. The ward was a bit distant from the part of Tokyo where he lived and worked. Besides, on Saturdays he usually liked to just relax at home since he often stayed up until nearly 5 in the morning on Friday nights. Hosting a late-night radio show was hard work. Just because the on-air sign went off at 2 didn't mean he could always go straight home. Despite all that, when he got woken up at noon by a call from a Narahata-based used electronics store about someone selling them a bunch of rare CDs, Hisashi hopped out of bed and was out his door by 12:30. The store had become a favorite of his, having first stumbled upon it while trying to visit Shoyuta, emphasis on try, since the a-hole hadn't given anyone his address. The store turned out to be a hidden gem with an amazing music selection, and since then he'd returned a few times and gotten to know the owners quite well. If they called him about some new stock, he knew it would be worth the trip. And indeed it was. Hisashi beamed as he sat in the back combing through the box, marveling over the selection. Whoever had sold this box either had no common sense or was absolutely desperate for cash. The box included stuff dating back to the early Quirk era, the sort of things that would make collectors salivate. Hisashi would know. He had to wipe away the trail of drool from his chin at least once so far. While he sorted through, Koroboshi-san, one of the owners, sat at the table next to him inspecting his recently updated directional speaker. "Have to say, the padding looks much better," the grizzled old man remarked lightly as he inspected the interior of the neck and lightly tapped the casing. "Material's sturdier too. I'm still not crazy about having something so bulky around your throat, but I doubt it'll break anytime soon." That said, he set down the speaker with a huff, the device making a notable thump. "It's heavy as hell." "Yeah, I noticed," Hisashi replied with a snort and eye roll. "My shoulders are killing me lately." He'd only been using the new updated version for a month, but it had been a very long month. His manager had taken pity on him and let him assign all his paperwork to an intern at the radio station, mainly because his arms were usually too sore and stiff to lift during downtime. Koroboshi grunted, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed. "Gimme a few days to reach out to some contacts. I've got to know someone who can figure out a better material for this that won't murder your shoulders." And that was the other reason Hisashi loved coming here. Part of the reason Hisashi vibed so well with this place was because Koroboshi had formerly worked in the support industry before retiring. The man always loved getting a look at new gear, and never shied from pointing out how something could be improved. The latest improvements had been partially based on some of his previous suggestions, so Hisashi had been more than happy to oblige his request to bring it along. "Koroboshi, if you can do that, I will be a loyal customer for life," he declared, and Koroboshi snorted. "You mean I didn't already have your loyalty?" he quipped dryly, and Hisashi shot him a beaming grin. "Nope, you definitely already did. But I could." He was cut off by a loud alarm on his phone, his smile instantly fading as he snatched it from the table. That siren-like alarm was the one used for all emergency notices sent to pro heroes within range of an incident, and was only sent in particularly extreme situations. When he unlocked the phone, he found a notice with a location pinned on the map. "Villain attacking all pedestrians at Akakusa Apartments. Villain has some sort of crystal coating their skin that can be reshaped into spear-like protrusions, as well as large number of left arms. Villain has already demolished part of apartment complex. Apprehend immediately." His breath caught even before he finished reading it, not needing to check the map to know where to go. The Akakusa Apartments were where Shoyuta lived. "Koroboshi, I'm going to need to take this," he said thickly, exiting out the app and turning around. The man had already opened the clasp on the back of the directional speaker, and Hisashi gratefully pulled it into place. Minutes later he was running down the street, wearing only his t-shirt and jeans, directional speaker and some knee and elbow pads Koroboshi had lying around. As he ran he pulled out his phone and opened Shuta's contact and hit call. Most people might be up and about at 2 in the afternoon, but Shoyuta would most likely be sleeping at this hour. He worried his lip anxiously as it rang out, and he didn't bother trying to call a second time. At least it didn't go straight to voicemail, so the phone was likely intact and powered on. That meant Shoyuta was most likely fighting. He ended up hearing the fight well before he reached the apartment complex. Screams and crashes echoed clearly even from a few blocks away, and if that wasn't a clear enough sign, he also passed some people fleeing desperately. After seeing people usually run towards villain attacks hoping to see pro-heroes in action, that wasn't a good sign. It made Hisashi run a little harder, gritting his teeth in anticipation. Then, when the battle finally came into sight, he skidded to a halt because what the actual F was that? The villain stood out right away. The black crystal coating its body glittered almost painfully in the sunlight as it swung a freaking mutated-looking blob of a dozen different arms right at a cement fence. If the blow wasn't strong enough to crumble it, the shiny black spikes piercing through it to the other side definitely weakened its integrity enough to finish the job. The cement collapsed into a pile of rubble soon after the villain yanked back its multitude of arms, releasing an unearthly shriek as it charged at a nearby pro-hero he only vaguely recognized as a junior from UA. Hisashi's jaw dropped as he watched because seriously, what the actual hell? Over the years, he'd met enough people with extreme-looking mutations that most of the time they hardly fazed him, but something about this just felt wrong. There was just something about the way the villain moved, how its blob of arms flopped around, and that sound it made. All of it just sent an instinctive shiver of foreboding and caution down his spine, much stronger than the usual villain. He couldn't dwell on it for long though, and he swallowed as he forced himself to focus on the situation. He quickly assessed the scene, one hostile with two pro-heroes engaging it. At least 24 civilians gawking or trying to retreat, possibly more inside, and it looked like one in turn had taken it upon herself to direct the evacuation. His gaze flitted to the apartment building to get an idea of the damage already done there. Most of it stood intact, much to his relief, but that relief quickly faded when he realized the damage seemed to be centered near the end where Shuta's apartment was. His stomach clenched with horror as his eyes snapped back to the battle, analyzing the scene desperately as he realized one key fact. Shoyuta wasn't there. He wasn't fighting it. Panic seized him for a brief moment before it vanished, replaced by stone-cold determination. "Yo, guys, clear the way," he called in warning to the two pros. They both turned to look at him and he could see their suspicious gazes, no doubt assessing if he was a threat. One of them startled though, and Hisashi abruptly recognized him as being in the year below his at UA. He clearly recognized Hisashi too and shouted something to the other, and they both jumped out of the way. With no one in the immediate path between him and the villain or beyond, Hisashi took a deep breath and screamed. It was far from the loudest scream he could do, but it was more than enough. The villain froze just as it had been about to swing at a parked car, its whole body suddenly shaking? No, not its body, Hisashi realized even while he screamed. The crystal. As it turned out, his voice was a perfect pitch for this particular type of crystal. He felt almost stupefied as the crystal coating shattered, the villain releasing a howl of pain that had him wincing in sympathy. With the shell gone, his stomach only sank further though, the villain's disfiguration now on further open display for all to see. Hisashi had no idea what he was looking at, but this wasn't like any mutation or quirk backlash he'd ever seen. 6 eyes bulged and rolled lazily in their sockets with glazed looks, the man's tongue lolling from his jaw which hung just slightly loose. Blood streamed down heavily from his forehead, not that he seemed to care. Worse though, his arms. The man's right arm looked normal, but the left one was just a giant mess of limbs coated in blood where crystal had broken through skin. Hisashi's initial estimate had been generous, because there were far more arms than he realized. And to his horror the number only grew, the man's gait tilting towards the side as more and more arms sprouted and started dragging on the ground. He charged at Hisashi with a mindless look, somehow managing to lift the grotesque limb and reel it back over its shoulder. Several of the palms flopped listlessly with the motion and smacked the nearby fence in the process, confirming in the process that the hands were still powerful on their own without the crystal spikes when the fence collapsed from the light blows. Shouting with his quirk wouldn't help this time. Hisashi yelped as he jumped back just before the villain swung the abominable arm forward and slammed it into the ground. He nearly lost his footing when the blow fractured the pavement and created a crater with a web of cracks around it, but fortunately for him, the villain's imbalanced weight meant he lost his footing too. He was knocked off his feet with a shout by the force of his own blow, and the other two pros quickly descended upon him. Knowing they had it handled and he wasn't properly equipped for this fight, Hisashi tore away and charged for the apartment building. His heart pounded as he raced to the far set of stairs. The usual one he used had been a victim to the damage and all but flew up the steps to the second floor. Entering from this staircase felt disorienting, and as he raced to the far edge he silently prayed that Shura's apartment would still be there. His tension didn't fade when he realized Shura's apartment had indeed been spared. The one immediately next door hadn't been. The floor crumbled away a few feet from Shura's door, and he slid to a halt before he could reach the edge and pounded on the door. Shura, if you're in there, open up. No response, and he gnawed on his lip as he pulled out his phone. Please just be at the corner store or something, he silently pleaded as he hit dial. Before he could raise it to his ear he froze though, picking up faint traces of a familiar ringtone beyond the door. That meant Shura was probably inside, so why wasn't he responding? If Shura was alive, Hisashi was forcing the BSRD to give him a key. Actually, he was going to just drag Shura to his place after this. He couldn't stay here anyway. Since he didn't have a key, Hisashi backed up and took a running start, delivering a very precisely placed kick at the door near the handle. It hurt to do it with his sneakers instead of his heavy-duty boots, but he ignored the pain, and it only took a few more kicks before it gave in. A quick shoulder check had him stumbling into the apartment, staring wild-eyed at the largely empty room. His first thought, holy shit, where's all the furniture? While Shura had finally given him the address in case of emergencies, Hisashi had never actually visited until now. He couldn't believe his friend would actually live here. His second thought, there is a giant hole in the wall. Apparently the apartment hadn't been as spared from the damage as Hisashi had thought, as the wall shared with the one next door didn't really exist anymore. Some of it remained around the edges of the hole, but for the most part it had crumbled away. He didn't stare at it long, his focus quickly redirecting to a familiar yellow blob in the far corner. His heart skipped a beat as he raced over, unlatching the speaker so it wouldn't impede his neck and tossing it to the floor uncaring of any damage. It clattered loudly as he dove to his knees, grabbing the blob and rolling it over to reveal Shura. Hisashi felt his breath catch at the sight of his friend's face in the opening of the sleeping bag, eyes closed as if perfectly asleep. No, he whispered, tears starting to form as he stared down. No. Shura, no, not you too. Shura couldn't be asleep, not with all that noise from the fighting outside from the wall caving in. He grabbed the man's shoulders through the sleeping bag and began shaking, his voice rising in pitch as he pleaded desperately. Shura, please, no, wake up man. Come on, wake up Shura. Wake up. His voice rose with his quirk at the last syllable as he threw his head back with a wail, the tears flowing freely. He shouted, letting out all his despair and horror and anguish as he continued to shake his friend. And then suddenly his voice stopped. He startled at the abrupt disappearance, and his head snapped down to find a pair of very irritated red eyes glaring at him. Hisashi, get the hell off me, Shura growled, bangs floating upwards around the opening of the sleeping bag. The only reason Hisashi's shriek of delight and relief didn't bring down the rest of the building was because Shura still had erasure activated and muted his voice. He wheezed as he grabbed Shura's shoulders and pulled his torso upright into a tight embrace, the black-haired man grunting at the sudden impact. With the new position he couldn't use erasure anymore, allowing the blonde to babble freely. You're alive. Holy shit, you're alive. Thank F-. I was so scared when I got that villain alert and you didn't answer my call, and then I actually got here, and your eyes were closed, and... As he babbled, Shura began squirming to get free, but the sleeping bag effectively trapped him in place. Hisashi, he growled in irritation. What the actual is that a hole in my wall? The man's angry threat fell flat with disbelief, and Hisashi loosened the embrace enough to let the other man sit back. Shuta's gaze never moved from the hole in his apartment wall, eyes wide. Why is there a hole in my wall? I told you, there was a villain attack. Hisashi replied. Holy shit, that guy barely even seemed human, Shoyuta. He was cut off by two shrill shrieks from their phones, startling both of them. Immediately Hisashi pulled out his phone while Shoyuta unzipped his sleeping bag to retrieve his own, and Hisashi felt his blood chill when he saw the notice. Emergency. Multiple reports of people transforming into hostile entities all across Greater Tokyo area. Current cause is unknown. At least one child included among reported victims. All heroes, subdue with as minimal harm as possible. What the hell? He whispered, looking up. Shoyuta, are you seeing this too? I think so. Shoyuta stared at his phone with a bewildered look. Outside they could hear the distant whine of sirens, and Hisashi had a feeling that sound would be the background track of the rest of the day. Reports of the sightings continue all across Japan. Even now, pro-heroes are still engaged in battle in various cities. Inko felt numb as she stared at the TV screen, the reporter's voice sounding very far away as she struggled to process what she saw. The collapsed wall to the Tachibana apartment was the least of her worries now. For the past 2 hours, every news station had been reporting near total chaos on the streets as villains and what felt like monsters rampaged. A state of national emergency had been declared, everyone told to stay indoors. Beside her Izuku sat with his legs pulled to his chest, watching the screen with furrowed eyebrows. Maybe she shouldn't let him watch this, he was only 9 after all, but he had already seen the one villain on the livestream. Knowing him, he'd likely try to look it up anyway if she sent him to the computer room and, well, she didn't want him out of her line of sight right now. Mom, those people don't look okay, he said quietly. I know, sweetie, she said just as softly, biting her lip as another battle was shown. All of these villains looked horrific and twisted in some way, though thankfully none quite as grotesque as the one they'd seen on the livestream. Even now Inko shuddered, unable to forget the way the skin stretched as it swung its arms. However, she didn't know if that was really a good thing because these looked like people. People with glazed-looking eyes, skin discolored and bodies that contorted in odd ways that looked so painful. One clip showed a man in a convenience store uniform with feathers all over his body and limbs that seemed to inflate as he literally bounced out of the path of every blow aimed his way. Another showed a woman dressed in an apron with drill-like growths protruding from her arms, and whose jaw unhinged to a painful-looking extent to release an eerie red mist. Villain didn't seem to fit these people at all. Monster seemed closer, like when Izuku had first called her to the computer room, but even that still felt wrong. Both words implied some sort of malicious intent, but these people's movements seemed more instinctual, more like mindless animals. Even as they fought the pro-heroes, something just seemed so off. Inko didn't know what to call them, just knew she couldn't look away. The screen changed again, this time abruptly cutting back to the studio in the middle of an on-scene report. One of the anchors had run off, the remaining one standing up and facing off-screen with wide eyes. Her head turned back to the camera, her mouth pressing into a thin line. Everyone, we just got word that pro-hero Iwabami has been confirmed among those who transformed, she declared tightly, and Izuku's small gasp of horror echoed Inko's own. There is no video footage of the transformation itself, but reports say the snakes on her head have become vicious and grown larger, lashing out at anyone nearby. Some witnesses also report one of the snakes spewed some sort of mist from its mouth, and that she can now jump as high as 2 stories. At the moment she is being pursued across Tokyo by multiple pro-heroes, mostly from roof to roof. Her voice faded to the back of Inko's mind as she covered her mouth, just thinking. Inko knew Iwabami more for her modeling career than her heroics, but even so she was a major household name. However, Izuku would know her much better than she did. When she looked over at her son his face was pale, eyes wide with disbelief. That makes no sense, he whispered. Iwabami, her quirk is serpentress. Her snakes just have heightened senses she uses to help detect and find people in disasters. It doesn't make sense, they can't create mist. And she can't jump that high. It doesn't. He trailed off, his lips wobbling. It's like she has two quirks, but that doesn't make sense. It doesn't, Inko agreed softly, but even as she spoke her head turned slightly to the giant hole in the wall connecting to the Tachibana's apartment. They had taped a bedsheet over the hole as a temporary measure and cleaned up most of the debris, but she could still see some dust on the floor below it. Her mouth thinned, eyes flitting back to her arm which looked just as pristine as the last 10 times she looked. It didn't hurt. It should be cut up or bruised or something. She saw the state of her coat's sleeve, the large rips in it. There had been nothing to protect her arm after those rips were made. She should have been hurt. If not her arm, then somewhere else. Her whole body had sagged against the wall after crashing into it. Yet the skin remained perfectly untouched, not even the faintest bruise remaining. If she hadn't felt herself crash through the wall, felt it break and the plaster jab into her arm and side, she would have almost thought she hadn't actually touched the wall at all. But she had felt that so clearly. And then there was what Tachibana said, about how the walls shouldn't break that easily from someone bumping into it accidentally. Her mind flitted back to the end of the live stream before it cut out, the man with the ram mutation who suddenly had leaves and twigs sprouting from his legs. What if? Maybe, just maybe, somehow? Far across Tokyo, several pro-heroes pursued the heroine known as Iwabumi as she fled across the rooftops. The muscles in her legs visibly scrunched up and coiled like springs to propel her with each jump, the enlarged snakes on her head lashing out at one pro who got a little too close. One unhinged its jaw and spewed ominous-looking red mist at him, and the man recoiled back and screamed in pain as it grazed his arm. Todoroki Enji, better known as Endeavor, followed the chase from neighboring rooftops with one of his sidekicks, Kido, watching from a distance for the moment. They had only joined the chase. In the last few minutes, having been busy enough handling another one of these people, whose quirks had made them a much more volatile threat than usual. Iwabumi still resembled herself for the most part, but even from a distance he could see the discoloration to her skin, and how her legs seemed to bulge with each jump. The mist made him wary of approaching her directly. From the few reports he'd heard, it seemed to have some corrosive or melting effect. Nothing overly powerful, but the people who'd gotten caught in it had the fabric of their clothes stuck to their skin. That alone wouldn't usually deter him too much, but he was more concerned whether the mist might be flammable. The last thing he wanted to do was accidentally cause an explosion. Today was chaotic enough. As he debated whether he should redirect his attention to other targets, one of the pro-heroes pursuing the heroine flung a mace attached to a chain at her. It made contact with her side and sent her flying sideways with a furious shout, and as she was flung away the snake that created that mist suddenly spit at the chain. Enji was too far away to see what happened exactly. All he knew was that suddenly the chain had broken, and suddenly the mace was flying right towards Kido. "Watch out," he barked to his sidekick, hand shooting out towards the bulky projectile as he spoke. And at that moment, he felt something in his mind shift and air visibly swirled around his palm, and suddenly the mace was flying towards him. Enji stared in wide-eyed alarm at the swirling air and suddenly changed trajectory of the mace head. Kido had already reacted at his warning, the bandages covering his body shooting out to ensnare the mace and stopping its flight. It didn't fall though, and Kido grunted in surprise, the bandages wrapping tighter around the mace that was still tugging towards Enji's hand. "Endeavor, I don't know what's going on, but it feels like it's being pulled towards you even with my quirk," he called, and Enji stared. Kido's quirk, Traject, allowed him to alter the trajectory of any object that passed through his bandages. So for the mace to be resisting his quirk meant something must be actively pulling it. He lowered his hand and all at once the mace arced downwards, the sudden drop making Kido shout in surprise as it pulled his bandages with it. As he struggled not to be pulled with it, Enji turned his hand to stare at his palm, eyes narrowing. "What the hell?" he muttered. What was that feeling he'd had earlier, in the back of his mind when reaching towards the weapon? It almost reminded him of the subtle little shift in his mind when using Hellflame, like a switch being flipped, but then that feeling suddenly surfaced again and the air began swirling above his palm, and this time the flames around his face began stretching towards it. Enji jerked back as he promptly released Hellflame so the flames would extinguish. The mysterious feeling faded at the same moment, and the air stilled around his palm. His lips curled downwards as he focused on the feeling one last time, and then the air began visibly swirling again. Though he no longer had his flames active, Enji could feel a sort of suction on his face, feel his hair and stubble ripple towards it. As he watched the small spiral, his mind raced, thoughts straying to those people he'd seen today. The man he'd fought just before this, who attracted wood like a magnet attracted metal while spewing acid that ate through metal. The other one with the clear insect mutation, including wings and expanding muscles. And now Uwabami, whose limbs seemed to bulge and uncoil with each jump while her snakes grew larger and spewed harmful mist. In the background he noted Kido untangle his bandages from the mace, gaze focused on him the whole time. "Sir?" his sidekick asked worriedly. "Sir, what's going on?" His jaw clenched as he stared at his palm, air still swirling and trying to lightly pull in his hair. "This is going to sound crazy," he said slowly, "but I think I somehow developed a second quirk." Chapter 3. March 19th. Yagi Toshinori woke up in a bed feeling dazed and confused. The steady beep of a heart monitor was the first thing he registered, telling him even before he opened his eyes he must be in a hospital. And that was part of what made him feel confused. Not the fact that he was in a hospital, no, the fact he was lucid enough to recognize that right after waking up. Logically, he should have been on painkillers. He should have been so doped up that everything else was left in a muddied haze. He could count the number of times he'd woken up in a hospital on one hand, and every single one of those times had been due to severe injuries that needed urgent treatment. Injuries that called for a lot of painkillers. Yet other than the usual grogginess from waking up from a deep sleep, he was able to think perfectly clearly. Clearly enough to remember why he would be in the hospital, at which point his eyes snapped open and he jolted with a gasp. His eyes darted around the room as his heart raced, quickly settling on a familiar face seated not far away. Sasaki Mirai, more commonly known as Sir Night Eye, had a haunted look on his face as he sat in the chair next to him. His hair, usually combed neat and tidy, looked unbrushed with the golden strand lingering out of place next to his face. His suit looked neater, but still a bit more rumpled than usual. One hand covered his mouth, eyes trained on his phone with an almost wild sort of wideness to them. "Mirai," Toshinori gasped, and his sidekick startled. Mirai gasped and nearly dropped his phone, wide orange eyes snapping his way as the man stared in obvious shock. His expression soon smoothed out though, relief coursing through him as he jumped to his feet. "Toshinori," he managed, and then stopped short, eyes flicking over Toshinori's form. Toshinori let his own eyes wander down to the blankets covering him for the first time, taking in the fact that it really was just blankets. Not a giant mess of wires and tubes like he'd expected. He looked back to Mirai when he heard the younger man SEK in a sharp breath before speaking again. "You're awake. I just might have to become religious now, because that's a miracle if I've ever seen one." That was one of the weaker attempts at a joke he'd ever heard from the man, the DLVI falling flat. "Mirai," Toshinori cut himself off with a cough. His mouth was dry, so dry. Mirai was at his side almost instantly, pressing a juice box to his lips. Toshinori didn't question it, just letting the straw slide in and coat his mouth with refreshing, relieving moisture. "Apple juice," he noted distantly. "Not bad." "How do you feel?" the other asked while Toshinori drank, and he had to pause to think it over. "I feel fine." And he did. The grogginess had already vanished, and other than his mouth he didn't feel any pain. Which didn't make any sense. After all, he just heaved in a breath and pushed the memory away to focus on the present. Right now, he felt no pain even without painkillers. That meant a good amount of time must have passed, allowing the wound to heal to some degree. Taking a breath, he braced himself as he asked, "How long? How long was I out?" At that, Mirai faltered. 26 hours, he replied after a moment, and Toshinori once again froze because, what, 26 hours? But how? He was beaten so badly. He remembered getting impaled, getting. He shifted a bit, pressing a hand to his side beneath the covers. Even through the thin hospital scrubs, he could tell he didn't have any bandages. The spot didn't feel tender or sore. Nothing felt tender or sore. Even with healing quirks, that shouldn't be possible. Not in just a single day. Mirai, he said slowly. What happened? At that Mirai cracked a small smile and chuckled, but it wasn't a cheery one. No, the look in his eyes was more manic, his quiet laughter closer to hysterics than anything truly happy or amused. So much, Tashinori, he whispered, and his laughter grew a little louder, a little more crazed as he shook his head. So effing much, you have no idea. Authorities are still struggling to understand just what happened yesterday. Most of the victims have been subdued and taken into custody for examination. Meanwhile, over 100 other people have admitted themselves to hospitals for urgent examination across the country, though it's suspected many more are waiting for various reasons. Todoroki Fuyumi listened to the news almost gravely as she sat on the couch of their living room, knees hugged to her chest. Natsuo was in the kitchen looking for snacks right now along with Shudo, and father was away. Their housekeeper, Minami-san, had headed to her room to take a nap at Fuyumi's insistence. Later Fuyumi would handle making dinner, but for now, the house felt quiet. So very quiet. Yesterday had been loud and chaotic. Sirens had sounded late into the night, the sounds of battle occasionally drifting close to their house. She and her brothers had holed up in the living room watching the news coverage with wide eyes until Minami-san came to call them for dinner. After that, the woman had kept them away from the news, occupying them all with a few movies until they fell asleep on the couch. When morning arrived, Fuyumi had been only mildly surprised to wake up still huddled in the living room with her brothers cuddled against her. The fact that she'd woken up naturally meant that father must have not come home last night, otherwise he would have woken them when he came home. All things considered, his absence didn't surprise her. The news coverage yesterday had made things seem incredibly hectic. But then Minami had told them he'd called to say he wouldn't be home at all, and he didn't know when he'd be back. It worried Fuyumi, because he hadn't even called her, and he usually always did that since she was the oldest. Minami had no explanations, just shrugged and said he claimed something urgent came up. Fuyumi bit her lip as the television switched to show a photo of Iwabami. At present, Snake Hero Iwabami is the only pro hero to have been reportedly affected by yesterday's event, the news anchor said. After being subdued yesterday, she has been admitted to a hospital for urgent examination. No word has been given on her status at this time. More victims' identities have been verified since then, though authorities have refused to release their identities. It has been confirmed, however, that the youngest is a second-year middle school student. That made her SCK in a soft breath of horror. Fuyumi herself was only nearing the end of her first year of high school, and Natsuo was only a year younger than that victim. No one understood just what had happened yesterday, but it seemed to be completely random with the victims. More than that though. The quirks. Rumors had quickly spread online about several people claiming to have somehow developed a second quirk, either shared secondhand or claimed directly. The news avoided mentioning it entirely, but pretty much everyone knew about it. Fuyumi had only seen a trickle of it on her phone, mainly from her friends texting her links to clips and posts on social media. Most of the video clips had a slew of comments calling them out as fake. She remembered one showing a girl demonstrating her obvious chameleon quirk before lifting books using telekinesis, which led to accusations someone else off-screen was doing it. Another, with a teenage boy who spit out blobs of some kind of colorful ink that splattered in explosions of color on the walls, had multiple users mocking him as quirkless. Fuyumi had to exit that one because the comments were just so cruel. Normally, Fuyumi would just dismiss all the claims. People just couldn't have two quirks, it just didn't work that way. Even Shudo's quirk was a singular quirk, the two facets playing off each other directly. Her mom had tried to explain it once when she was little, something to do with chimerism, or hybridization, or something like that, but ultimately it boiled down to a single, very powerful quirk. People having multiple quirks just didn't happen. That had been before yesterday though. No matter how she looked at it, those people who'd transformed, every single one of them seemed to have at least two quirks. Maybe if it was just the physical aspect she'd be able to write it off as someone else's quirk being used on them, but no two transformations looked remotely the same. Many of them obviously had at least two completely different, unrelated abilities which couldn't be explained by physical mutation alone. Her mind flicked back to Iwabumi, in part because the news still showed that photo of her. The media hadn't released anything, but one of her friends had texted her a link to a shaky cell phone video someone took of the chase. The quality was low, but even then Fuyumi could tell something was going on with her legs whenever she'd jump. And then her snakes had spit. Something she didn't know what, but it left a hole in a nearby wall. Fuyumi had no idea what was going on. Nothing made sense. A crash from the kitchen had her startling and leaping to her feet with wide eyes. That crash was loud, too loud to just be something getting knocked over. Natsuo? Shudo? She took off running as she called to her brothers, pounding towards the kitchen at record speeds. Are you okay? What was that? She trailed off as she burst into the kitchen to find the table and chair completely knocked over, along with the door to the fridge, which now rested against the wall. Natsuo stood with his jaw hanging open, Shudo just staring blankly at the damage. For a moment none of them spoke. Then the fridge door toppled over with an even mightier crash, making them all wince, but it knocked them out of their stupor. What happened? Fuyumi demanded. I don't know. Natsuo whined. 1 second Shudo was trying to reach up, and then the next his hand went whoosh and suddenly there was a blast of wind that just knocked everything over. I didn't mean to? Shudo said faintly beside him. He still stared at the fallen furniture, eyes wide with disbelief. I can't do that though. How did I do that? I don't know, but Dad is going to flip, Natsuo replied solemnly, and that had them all wincing. Fuyumi bit her lip, looking at the damage. Yeah, they weren't going to be able to clean this up. They could pick up the table and chairs, but the fridge was missing the door, and on that note, the wall had a noticeable dent in it. None of them knew anything about fixing. As they stared at it, she heard footsteps pound behind her, and Minami slid into the room. What was that? Oh my gosh. The woman faltered at the damage, eyes wide. Oh my gosh. What did you do? It was an accident. Natsuo cried. How do you rip off the fridge door on accident? Minami asked incredulously, and Natsuo winced. Before he could answer, there was a sudden burst of wind and another crash. They all whirled to see Shudo standing with palms stretched towards the counter with air just exploding from it, with enough force it actually looked visible. Everything on the counter either blew to the floor or smashed into the wall, leaving small dents and cracks. As soon as it started, it stopped, the wind dying in an instant, and dead silence followed for a moment before Shudo looked at his hand. That I think I figured out how it works? He asked uncertainly, biting his lip as he looked at them. Fuyumi just stared at the fruit bowl now embedded in the wall. Shudo, she heard herself ask. Why did you do that? That I don't know. I wanted to see if I could do it again. And you did it in the kitchen. Why? Shudo had no answer for that. After several long seconds passed, Natsuo clapped his hands. Okay, so we're running away now. We're what? Fuyumi whirled to face her brother in shock, and he shrugged. Fuyumi, Shudo just blew up half the kitchen. Dad's going to kill us, and then try to figure out how to force him into more training. So, we're running away. Minami-san, would you be willing to drive us or hide us out at your place for a couple days? Their housekeeper palmed her forehead. Kid, I like you guys, but I need this job, and I am not going to be murdered by your father for basically kidnapping you. Well, I guess we're on our own then. Natsuo declared and turned to Shudo. Okay Shudo, go pack your bags. Are we really leaving? Shudo asked wide-eyed. No time like the present, let's move. But I still don't know how I did that. Shudo frowned at his palm. Wouldn't it be dangerous if we left now? What if it happens again? Shudo, you did it the second time on purpose, right? Natsuo asked, and Shudo nodded. That's good enough for me. Let's go. Minami's palm loudly met her forehead again, while Fuyumi just stared. She would love to write this off as her little brother joking, but she knew him well enough to know he might be serious. She looked to Minami for support, but the housekeeper was shaking her head. Screw it, I'm going back to my room, she muttered, already turning to shuffle off. If you guys actually run away, I won't say anything, but I'm not having a role in this. So much for being a responsible adult. Fuyumi turned back to her brothers, her mouth pressing into a thin line. Natsuo had moved to kneel next to Shuto, speaking in reassuring tones. Come on Shuto, life on the road won't be that hard. We can go hang out at my friend's house for a couple days, and then we can go buy an apartment on the other side of Japan. Doesn't that cost a lot of money though? Shuto asked doubtfully. Do you have enough? Shuto, what do you know about finances? Natsuo asked dismissively. I heard Dad talking to one of his sidekicks about looking for a new apartment in Tokyo. I don't know how much your allowance is, but I don't think you can afford 100,000 yen every month. The number had Natsuo wincing and Fuyumi skiing in a breath. Apartments tended to be very pricey in Tokyo compared to other areas, but it occurred to her Natsuo probably didn't realize how much apartments usually cost. He's right, she said, jumping on the opening. Natsuo, you can't afford to rent an apartment. And besides, they won't let you rent one. You're only in middle school. Natsuo frowned at that, seeming to think. What about Dad's credit card? He asked thoughtfully, and Fuyumi wanted to scream. He's got that emergency credit card stashed away in the kitchen drawer, right? We can use that to buy a bunch of stuff, return it for cash, and then just rent hotel rooms or something. That was even stupider than the first idea. However, Shuto's sweet, innocent, naive 9-year-old Shuto didn't know how utterly ridiculous this all was, and seemed to be considering it. Why can't we just use the credit card to rent the rooms? Because Dad would be able to track when the credit card's used, Natsuo explained patiently, while Fuyumi felt the beginnings of a headache. If we return stuff and get cash, he can't track cash though. Okay. That seemed to placate their youngest brother who nodded slowly, apparently accepting the logic. Okay. Great. Natsuo stood up and clapped. Okay. Shuto, go to your rooms and pack your stuff. Clothes and any toys you want. Fuyumi, can you help me find the credit card? Dad told you the PIN code for it, right? The question directed at her had Fuyumi snapping out of her stunned stupor, blinking and shaking her head rapidly. That was it, this had gone on long. Enough. Natsuo, she snapped, you are not running away. At the last word her voice suddenly rose in volume and took on an odd, echoing quality, bouncing off the walls. Natsuo and Shuto abruptly froze and stood straight to attention, staring at her wide-eyed and alert. Fuyumi slapped a hand over her mouth, her own eyes going wide with disbelief. Fuyumi, Natsuo said slowly. What was that? Fuyumi hesitated to answer, suddenly not trusting her voice. She swallowed and forced herself to speak, keeping it to a whisper. I don't know? The words were slightly muffled by her hands, but she didn't dare to remove them. Your hair rose, Shuto said, staring at her. And your eyes looked really weird. That had her startling, gaze snapping towards him in shock. My eyes looked weird? She repeated before she could think, and winced briefly before relaxing as she realized her voice hadn't done the thing it just did. Her hands fell away from her mouth with a sigh, her lips curling downwards. What the heck was that? Do you want to maybe, try again? Natsuo suggested timidly after a few seconds, and Fuyumi hesitated. Did she want to try that again? How did she try it again though? How did she do it at all? Maybe it's like my quirk, and in that wind thingy I just did? Shuto suggested, trying to be helpful. The wind thingy felt kinda like when I use my quirk, but different. His eyebrows furrowed, obviously trying to think of a better way to explain it, but Fuyumi already felt a chill as something clicked. A second quirk, she whispered to herself, and her brothers perked up. What? Natsuo asked, and Fuyumi glanced up at him. A second quirk, she repeated more loudly. People online, a bunch of people say they have a second quirk. Or just a quirk, if they were too quirkless. Her voice wavered on the last word as she realized just what she was saying. The second quirk? That was preposterous. People didn't magically spawn another quirk. People also didn't transform into monsters though. Fuyumi, Natsuo said, voice oddly somber and serious. Yell at us again. What? She startled and gawked at him, but he met her gaze resolutely. Yell at us like you're mad, he told her. See if you can do it again. Shudo's right, your hair and eyes were acting weird when your voice did that thing, but I didn't get a good look so I don't really know what it did. You were kinda mad when you yelled and you never get mad, and your voice hasn't done the thing again, so maybe you just gotta yell like you're mad. Fuyumi just stared at him, and when she looked to Shudo he had that same earnest expression Natsuo sported, silently daring her to do that. For a second she just stared because, really? Really? They wanted her to yell at them, just to see if she could do it again? Then again, Shudo did just test if he could do the air blast a second time in the middle of their kitchen. And Natsuo had just been talking about how to run away. The fact they wanted her to test it wasn't surprising at all. Her brothers clearly lacked some basic common sense. And know what? Screw it. Fuyumi was always the responsible one, but right now something weird was going on, and her brothers had already been reckless enough. One more reckless Todoroki wouldn't change a thing. She turned and stalked out of the room, throwing out a loud, "Come on," over her shoulder. Her brothers scrambled to follow, no doubt confused, but she didn't care to explain. She marched straight to the bathroom and slammed her hands on the counter, glaring at her reflection in the mirror intently. If her hair and eyes did something weird, she wanted to see it for herself. She took a deep breath and shouted, "What is going on with me?" Her voice shifted mid-syllable, pitch deeper and volume higher as the echoing effect sounded again. In her reflection the whites of her eyes bled black, strands of hair rising from either side of her face and floating up like horns. As soon as she registered what happened she jerked back with a gasp and her eyes returned to normal, her hair falling limply as she slapped her hands over her mouth. From the corner of her eye she could see her brothers staring, but they didn't say anything, and neither did Fuyumi. Fuyumi's quirk was thermal expulsion. She could produce and radiate thermal energy, heat and cold, but she couldn't create fire or ice like Shudo. Basically, she could just make her body and immediate vicinity warmer or colder. A weak and passive quirk, well, by their family's standards, and one that had absolutely nothing to do with her voice or making her hair float like devil's horns. As she slowly processed this, Natsuo spoke up. "Well, it's official. You guys both got a second quirk. Man, I'm so jealous," he added, folding his arms behind his head. "I'm still just stuck with freezing things over. It feels so lame." "Do you know you don't have a second quirk?" Shudo asked, and Natsuo paused. "That is actually a good point," he admitted and nodded. "All right, I'm gonna go to the dojo to experiment. Come on Shudo, let's go." He turned and stalked off, Shudo trailing behind, and it took Fuyumi a few seconds to register what he just said. Once it did, she jolted and spun around, racing after them. "Natsuo, you are not training without supervision." Her voice changed again, second quirk no doubt activating again, but she didn't care. Her brothers were idiots, and she had to make sure they didn't get themselves killed. At the moment, this phenomenon seems to have exclusively affected Japan. Other countries have not reported anything like this, leading many to suspect this is the work of a villain or a network of villains based out of Japan. Shoyuta barely paid any attention to the radio, wishing desperately he could sleep as his head slumped against the car window. Last night had been the single most chaotic night of his entire career, and today was no different. It had been hectic enough he hadn't even been able to sleep for a minute. The only rest he got was when he'd bundle up in Hizashi's car to be driven off to the next location. The public hadn't been given any official confirmation or notice yet, but Shoyuta had. Whatever happened yesterday, somehow it involved hundreds of people getting new quirks. It seemed to be most common among children, people with simple quirks, or people who had always been quirkless. The transformations were already theorized to be the result of people receiving multiple extra quirks instead of just one. Shoyuta only knew this because as the erasure hero, he was in high demand. Suddenly he was getting messages pinging him to every hospital in Tokyo and the nearest prefectures to use erasure on panicked patients who couldn't control their newfound powers. His dry eye was reaching new levels of irritating. He'd used up an entire bottle of drops over the past 24 hours and was well on his way to finishing a second. At least he wasn't alone in his misery. Hizashi had volunteered to chauffeur him everywhere, more because he was probably freaked out by finding Shoyuta apparently comatose in his half-destroyed apartment. Normally he'd find the blonde's clinginess irritating, but this time Shoyuta honestly didn't blame him. He still had no idea how the hell he'd managed to sleep through his neighbor transforming and breaking a hole in their shared wall. He'd have only been asleep for less than half an hour by that point. He should have been nowhere near deep sleep. And even then, he was far from a heavy sleeper. In a way, it was good he was getting called to so many hospitals because he was able to get a checkup during a rare lull, but the doctors gave him a clean bill of health. Shoyuta was naturally unsettled by it, but he could only dwell on it during the car rides when he wasn't being forced to use erasure on crying and panicking people. Honestly, he'd used erasure more in the past day than he usually did in probably an entire month. It had never occurred to him that he might have a limit of how much he could use it each day before side effects set in, but he thought he'd find out soon if he had to keep it up. Thank goodness they were done for now. The Hero Public Safety Commission had actually bent the rules and pulled a few civilians with similar erasure quirks to help out with the situation. The ability to nullify quirks was rare and could be dangerous in the wrong hands, so the commission kept a close watch on people registered with such powers. He'd been relieved at the last hospital by a woman who could cancel quirks through physical contact. Limited her from people who could make themselves non-physical, but he wasn't going to point that out. She'd be more useful than him if someone with an invisibility quirk had been affected anyway. Now they just had one last stop, and then they'd go to Hisashi's apartment. Shoyuta had already resigned himself to the blonde forcing him to move in. He knew Hisashi would probably insist once he saw Shuta's apartment, but the giant hole in the wall gave Shoyuta even less ground to argue right now. He'd already silently decided he would claim the bed and force Hisashi to use the couch. Hisashi owed him that much, considering this last stop was a personal one. "We're here," Hisashi declared, the car turning off, and Shoyuta peeled his head away from the window to look up. They were in front of a small ranch house, nothing too fancy or shabby. Totally average looking and unremarkable. He waited for Hisashi to exit before following suit, trudging after the blonde to the front door. Hisashi barely finished knocking before it opened, revealing a woman with silver hair tied in a bun and fuzzy deer ears that flicked slightly. "Yamada-san, thank you for coming," she said pleasantly, and her eyes focused on Shoyuta. "And you as well, Eraserhead-san. Please come in." She ushered the duo inside, leading them down the hall. Hisashi made polite small talk. Shoyuta kept his hands in his pockets and just zoned out their voices. Demon, he felt tired. After this he'd have to sleep for 24 hours to make up for this. He only tuned back into the conversation when the woman stopped outside a door and knocked on it. "Goro," Yamada came with Eraserhead. "Great, send them in," a man called, and she slid the door aside for them to enter. A grizzled-looking man stood in the center of the room, grinning at them widely. "Hey Yamada, I hear you had a busy night last night." "You did too, Koroboshi," Hisashi replied faintly, staring at the books, pillows and tools floating around the room. Shoyuta eyed the objects silently, mentally huffing to himself. "I'm guessing telekinesis is new," he drawled, while thinking to himself, "Another one?" This marked the third quirk he'd seen which could be classified as some form of telekinesis. The man Koroboshi laughed heartily. "Yep. It suddenly triggered a bit after Yamada left yesterday. If you'd stuck around a few minutes longer, you would have been in for one heck of a show," he added to Hisashi with a grin. "Anyways, I thought I got it under control and headed home. But after taking a nap today it activated again and, well, I don't exactly know how to turn it off, you know." Shoyuta just grunted while Hisashi laughed and made more small talk. He didn't care to listen to it. Couldn't even if he wanted to. It was hard to focus with such little sleep. "I'm just going to erase it now," he declared bluntly. "Make sure you're clear of anything." Koroboshi nodded and Shoyuta activated erasure, hair rising around his head like a halo. All at once everything in the room dropped with a series of crashes, and even before they hit the ground Shoyuta had already blinked and went to pull out the bottle of eye drops. Yep, he'd need to get a refill soon. "You sure you don't want to go to a hospital or something?" Hisashi asked while he applied them. "You should probably get this checked out." "I should, but I'm not going until folks have a better handle on this," Koroboshi replied, crossing his arms with a huff. "You know, I worked in the support industry. I know a bit more about how this stuff works than the average person. It could be weeks before they make any headway, and once you check into the hospital, no way you're getting out until they have some sort of idea what the hell's going on. I have a life I'd rather not put on pause, thank you very much. Shoyuta should probably try to argue that, but he didn't feel like it. He could respect this man's desire to avoid a lengthy hospital stay. Shoyuta would absolutely do the same thing. For the record, I'm not coming back to erase it if you have problems again, he said flatly, and the man flashed him a grin. Figured not. Now go back home or whatever and get some rest. You look like you haven't slept in a month. An exaggeration, but Shoyuta had been up for over 24 hours, and before that he'd been awake for 36 aside from a short 2-hour nap. He definitely needed sleep. He was impressed he'd managed to remain so functional. Especially after using erasure so much in such a short time. Guess I don't have a limit. Outside the cooldown. I'm beat too, so no complaints here. Hizashi proclaimed next to him with a loud yawn. Shoyuta glared at him, because unlike him Hizashi had gotten to sleep here and there while they were at the hospitals. Come on Eraser, let's head out. Shoyuta grunted and followed after him, not bothering to say goodbye to Koroboshi. He barely even nodded at the woman who'd let them in, ignoring Hizashi's chatter and heading straight to the car. Thankfully he hadn't locked it, so Shoyuta was able to just climb inside and close the door, slumping against the window and closing his eyes. Right now, it was so tempting to just fall asleep. And he almost did before he heard the other door open, followed by Hizashi climbing inside. Okay, let's go home, he declared. I'd offer to stop by your place to pick up your stuff, but it's pretty much a crime scene and last I heard the floor in your apartment actually collapsed, so that's not an option. Good thing you don't actually have anything, right? He laughed but the sound was pointed, a certain scolding edge to it. I had a suitcase, Shoyuta felt the need to point out. And my sleeping bag and a laptop for work. That counts as having something. That I am telling Kiyama-senpai tomorrow, Hizashi declared flatly, and Shoyuta groaned miserably. Great. Now he'd have her on his case too. Goodbye peaceful, quiet life. Maybe they'd let him move out on his own again after a few months. He could try to just run away, but they'd chase him down unless he left Tokyo entirely, and he'd rather not move and learn a whole new area. Just drive already, he grumbled, and Hizashi obliged silently. The radio came back to life, this time a talk show with the hosts discussing the reports online of people with 2 quirks. The hosts were debating whether it was actually true, one arguing against it, but Shoyuta already knew it was. It would only be a matter of time before the authorities had to issue official confirmation, if only to encourage people to admit themselves to the hospitals for immediate examination. Shoyuta had no idea what the hell was going on with the world and how all these people had suddenly spawned extra quirks, but he didn't care right now. He just wanted to go to Hizashi's house and go to sleep for the next year. Sadly, the year wasn't an option, so he'd have to settle for, until the commission called him back to work, instead. Hopefully they'd at least wait until tomorrow. Still, he'd be lying if he claimed he wasn't curious about what caused this whole mess. Toshinori felt numb. He didn't know how else to feel as he stared at the tablet Mirai provided him, slowly scrolling through article after article. His heart pounded faster and faster as he saw videos and photos of people with monstrous deformities, showing signs of more and more familiar quirks. The mist Uwabami's snakes spewed, the drill-like growths on that one woman didn't, that one nurse whose arms had stretched and pulled at the skin in such a horrific way. The media hasn't been given confirmation yet, but many people have also developed a second quirk, Mirai told him, drawing his attention. His voice was quiet and subdued, more tired than Toshinori had ever heard him. I only know because some of them have been admitted here. There was a woman who could teleport in a range of 2 meters at a time who almost accidentally came in here. I saw a young boy with a clear limb mutation who can change the color and texture of his skin while I was in the hall as well. Toshinori's jaw clenched as he grit his teeth, his mood grim. And you said, he said slowly, this started yesterday? After I? He trailed off, but Mirai nodded. Yes. Right after you defeated All for One. All for One. Yesterday, after so many years, Toshinori had finally managed to defeat the foe who had plagued him and his predecessors had finally managed to avenge Nana's memory, and end this cycle after 200 years of conflict. The battle had been savage and long, and by the end, Toshinori didn't really expect to come out in one piece. He couldn't even celebrate though, not now. Defeating All for One had somehow done this. It had scattered every single one of his stolen quirks all around Japan. Toshinori is in a breath at the thought, hands shaking around the edge of the tablet. Before passing out, he remembered seeing a dark cloud with red lightning sparking through it, letting him know something would happen, but he hadn't expected. What could you even call this? The emergence of quirks was the only thing in history that came close. The second, sudden quirk boom, impacting people at random. Not even he had been spared. The sole reason he was in such good condition now, the sole reason he was even awake, let alone alive, was because he had gotten some sort of healing quirk. Mirai said they'd found him in some sort of state of regeneration, though it hadn't really helped with the worst of his injuries. When he had tearfully used his foresight on Toshinori, he saw Recovery Girl kissing him and the healing accelerating, which prompted them to call her. Of all the quirks to receive from his foe's demise, the fact he got a healing quirk that left him in perfect shape left him wanting to laugh. It was almost like some last slight against his fallen nemesis, that All for One's own power had ultimately been what saved Toshinori's life. He couldn't enjoy the irony of it though, not when that same event warped so many innocent people into mindless monsters. He knew enough from Nana and Gran Torino to understand that those people were beyond saving. All for One rarely gifted people multiple quirks, as it tended to overload their brains and leave them mindless. Over the years he had occasionally given relatively useless quirks to particularly pesky foes, to leave a message that could be at times heavier than if he had simply killed them. According to Nana, he had done it to a friend of her mentors, and had later taken back all 3 quirks just to show it couldn't be reversed. Toshinori just felt grateful that some people hadn't been adversely impacted by this. That they didn't get corrupted by the extra quirk, that their bodies seemed to accept the second quirk. That didn't mark the end of the battle though. Based on the data Mirai had received and pulled up in one of the tabs, the distribution of quirks seemed to be mostly random. There would be a high learning curve for some of these quirks, and others might not mesh well with the owner's original one. He sighed tiredly as he held out the tablet to Mirai to take. "Ibek, when do you think I'll be cleared to leave?" he asked. He'd already been missing from the public eye for over 24 hours, missing the worst of the disaster. Mirai had worked with the PR department at his agency to issue a statement that he'd had a sudden case of appendicitis to explain his absence, which explained the mountain of presents already gathered in one corner of the room. It was one of the most ridiculous excuses he'd ever heard, but then he couldn't really come out and say he'd been injured in a battle with a villain and needed to recuperate. People would want to know who that villain was, and that would lead to public unrest and questions he'd rather not answer. Still, the public needed All Might now more than ever. He could surely at least make some sort of showing, even if he was supposedly recuperating from the non-existent operation. Mirai frowned as he took the tablet from him. "I don't know," he admitted slowly. "The doctors and Recovery Girl want to keep you here for observation. We don't know how that healing quirk works." He trailed off as he looked at the tablet, blinking slowly as he turned it over in his hands. "Toshinori." There are glowing handprints on the edges of the screen. Toshinori startled. "What?" Mirai lifted the tablet to show him its back, and sure enough, there were glowing palm prints on either edge of the device, lining up perfectly with where he'd gripped it. Toshinori blinked slowly and looked at his hands. Hesitating, he slowly reached for the covers and lifted it, and in the shadows he could see more handprints along the sheets and the side of his shirt. For a moment neither of them spoke. "That you're sure I have a healing quirk now, right?" he asked faintly. Yes, I am." "And you don't think that maybe the glowing handprints are a side effect of that healing?" "I sincerely doubt that." 2 quirks. Toshinori got 2 quirks from his nemesis. He templed his fingers near his forehead, grinding his teeth. "Nana, give me strength." The day of March 19th was supposed to be unremarkable for all of Japan. The downfall of All for One would never be public knowledge, and no one would have any reason to remember that day. Instead, it would now go down in history as the start of the Second Quirk Boom. If the appearance of quirks shook the world, then this was the aftershock. Chapter 4. Colon. 5 years later, colon. Bye mom, I'm off to school. Alright dear, have a good day. Izuku waved to his mother as he headed to the door, buttoning the last button on his Gakurin jacket and tugging his backpack over his shoulder. The second he opened it he froze though, finding himself greeted by a heavy sheet of rain beyond the walkway leading to their apartment. Mom, I think I need an umbrella, he called. Kimi-chan again? His mother called, sounding faintly amused, and he sighed as he nodded. His mother soon appeared holding an umbrella and a clear plastic poncho, helpfully tugging the latter over Izuku, bag and all. Now properly equipped to brave the rain, Izuku ventured outside once more, his mother waving all the while. When he reached the first floor he found a haggard-looking Yumamori-san, one of their neighbors, standing next to a sulking little girl. 7-year-old Kiyomi had a rather adorable quirk called Mermaid that gave her shimmering scales of many colors along her limbs and neck, along with gills to breathe underwater. As of 3 months ago, she had also developed a second quirk, which as far as they could tell created small, centralized rainstorms when she got upset. Rough morning? Izuku asked with a smile, and the girl's mother smiled tiredly. Kiyomi-chan really doesn't want to go to school, she explained with a tight laugh, and Izuku shot her a sympathetic smile. He felt a bit bad for the woman, as Kiyomi's tantrums had caused her to miss more than one day of school since the storms could happen indoors too. He'd seen a lot of furniture come and go since the second quirk manifested, and naturally her school wasn't too keen on her ruining her classrooms. Hang in there, he said, and headed away from the storm with a small sigh. The radius is a bit bigger today, he noted, as the rain covered part of the neighboring building as well. Either Kiyomi's quirk was getting stronger as she matured, making it harder to control. Or she had zero control issues and was doing it on purpose. It could go either way with that girl. At least it got lighter once you moved away from the epicenter. He ditched the poncho a block later and put it in a plastic bag he'd started carrying just for Kiyomi's storms, glad to have shielded his backpack. The year had only just started, but he'd already gotten a major paper assigned that he'd spent hours on last night. He'd rather not have it ruined. He still felt embarrassed remembering having everything ruined the first day. Izuku didn't dwell on it long, as halfway through the walk to school a familiar voice called out. Midoriya-senpai, wait up. He felt himself smile as he turned to see another boy with red hair and a white headband with a honeycomb pattern racing towards him, waving excitedly. Hey, Hachino-skun, he greeted. Rare to see you in the morning. You usually get to school first, don't you? The other boy grinned and folded his arms behind his head, matching Izuku's pace as they continued to Aldra. Yeah, but my mom overslept. Do you have any idea how hard it is to wake her up? Not really? Izuku replied, and the other boy paused. Oh right, you've never met her, he realized aloud. Anyways, she's like impossible to wake up. We used to joke she had a secret second sloth quirk back before, you know. He shrugged vaguely, and Izuku nodded, his smile just a little tighter as he turned forward. Yeah. It had now been 5 years since the Second Quirk Boom. Even now, no one understood just what caused so many people to suddenly spawn a second quirk, and why so many others had turned into monsters that day. The only things people knew for sure was that it only seemed to impact people in Japan that day, and that for the most part, children or people with weaker or more passive quirks were more likely to get one. Overall, not many people got directly impacted by the boom though. It was estimated that all across Japan a little over 2,000 cases existed total, including the people who became monsters and villains who didn't report it. An exact number hadn't been found, in part due to the fact that some people only manifested the second quirk later. Honestly, the original estimate had been closer to half of the current one, but over the past 5 years it seemed that the second quirk was just dormant in some people until some stressful event made it manifest. That was how Izuku got to know Hachinos Rikudo, his underclassman. The boy had been nervous about starting at Aldera, his family having moved to Mizudafu all the way from Hokkaido for his father's work. The stress of starting middle school in a new place surrounded by strangers had caused his second quirk to activate. Carapace, as they came to call it, was a transformation-type quirk that caused his skin to shift into a crab-like shell. Needless to say, it had been a traumatic experience for the younger boy. Izuku happened to be passing by the stairwell where he'd hidden, and had ultimately talked him through his panic attack. Since then they hadn't necessarily become friends, but they occasionally spoke at school and Izuku helped him figure out how to use Carapace as well as Hexagon Shield, his original quirk. Right now, Hachinos was one of only a handful of students at Aldra to spawn a second quirk. There was a girl in his class who could control the length of her hair and now had the added ability to trace bioluminescent patterns in her skin. There was another boy in his year who could see in multiple color ranges, including in infrared, and then got the ability to burp rainbows. Izuku had already filled 3 whole pages debating with himself about whether the two quirks were somehow related. It was weird, but neat. Last year they'd also had a boy who could breathe in any environment, and then got one that let him basically realign and move his bones whenever he wanted. That had been interesting, though most of Izuku's classmates disagreed. Izuku missed him, he always smiled and was friendly to him. Probably because Izuku was one of the only kids who didn't treat him badly. In any event, Hachino stood out at their school as the only kid whose 2 quirks could actually be pretty good for heroics. For that reason, he had become fairly popular so they didn't hang out too much. But Hachinos always went out of his way to smile and say hi, since Izuku had been the first one to help him understand his quirks. Even now, Hachinos excitedly chattered about some of the progress he'd made since the last time they spoke. "Look, I can make them bigger now, see?" he said, rolling up his sleeve to show the hexagon tiles printed on his arm. He grabbed one and peeled it off, the marking filling with a translucent reddish-orange energy, and Izuku perked up as it expanded to roughly the size of his head. "Wow, it really is bigger," he exclaimed excitedly. "Last time it was closer to this size." He made a gesture with his hands to show the original size, slightly smaller than the current tile, and Hachinos grinned. "Yeah, it's awesome. I still have trouble making multiple hexagons though. It feels like if I make them bigger I'm limited in how many I can make." Hachinos' original quirk, Hexagon Shield, allowed him to pull off the hexagon markings and basically use them as shields. The shields could float freely, and he could connect more tiles to make them larger. To that end, Izuku suggested helpfully, "Maybe instead of making them bigger, you should try to remove more at once then? They'll all connect in the end anyway, so you might be able to cover more space." That had Hachinos perking up. "Quantity over quality, huh?" he mused and beamed. "Yeah, I'll try that later. Thanks, Midoriya-senpai." "No problem," Izuku replied, and the two fell into a companionable silence as more students came into sight. Soon enough some of Hachinos' friends appeared to usher him off, leaving Izuku to finish the walk to Aldra alone. His smile faded slightly as he adjusted his grip on his backpack straps, stepping through the gates with a slightly heavy heart. As he got closer to the classroom he could hear more and more whispers, but he did his best to ignore them. The Second Quirk Boom had left an indelible mark on everyone in Japan, whether it impacted them directly or not. In the case of the Midoriya family, it stood out for 2 reasons. First, Inko had developed a second quirk they later dubbed Burst Dash, which allowed her to launch herself forward short distances with a destructive momentum. It also came with added durability, which was good news considering what happened when she first manifested it. Even now, they still called it Crash, sometimes. Second, Izuku had not gotten a quirk. It had been disheartening to realize that even now, while several other quirkless people had reported gaining a quirk that day, he had not. His classmates had been less than pleasant after realizing this, mocking him even further. Izuku tried not to let it dishearten him too much, but for a while he'd been particularly despondent since his dreams of being a pro hero seemed to be even further out of reach. Still, he didn't let himself lose hope. The rise of people discovering their second quirks later gave him silent hope that his might just be another late one. The fact that Hachinos, who was already in middle school, could develop one then seemed to encourage the fact. Even Kiyomi had only manifested hers this year. It wasn't impossible that his might be there right now, waiting for the right moment to make itself known. And if he didn't get one, well, he'd become a pro hero anyway. Izuku had his heart set on that goal for as long as he could remember. He wasn't going to give up just because he might not have a quirk. As he slid into his seat and got out his notebook, he couldn't help the curl of longing in his chest though. With the advent of the Second Quirk Boom, Izuku's fascination with quirks hadn't just grown stronger. It had been allowed to bloom and reach new levels. his hobby reaching near professional levels of expertise by the time he started middle school. There had been a lot of people who suddenly needed quirk counselors, which led to a long wait time. Izuku already had a reputation at school for obsessing over quirks, so it hadn't taken long for some of his classmates to approach him for an opinion for themselves or affected family members while they waited to meet actual professionals. It was a nice reprieve from the constant isolation and bullying, so he'd been more than eager for the opportunities. The collection of notebooks once titled Hero Analysis for the Future had been redubbed simply Quirk Analysis to reflect the new variety of quirks featured inside. After speaking to so many different classmates, neighbors, and other people's quirks, he had already reached volume. Even some of his classmates who didn't get a second quirk had come to him for an analysis of their own quirks. Beyond just being given more opportunities and information to practice with, people actually relying on his skills for once had also gotten him to brush up on a lot of the actual academic and medical research behind quirks, at least what was freely available online and at the library. It didn't change the fact he was alone though. At the end of the day, he was still the weird quirkless kid who mumbled to himself all the time. Some people might be a little nicer now, but they weren't friends. And Kakin made up for any leeway he might have gotten from his other classmates. The blonde stalked into the classroom with a scowl like always, but this time he seemed a bit angrier. Considering he was partially drenched, it wasn't surprising. Izuku winced, realizing he must have crossed paths with Kiyomi and her mother. Usually Yumamori-san took the 7-year-old to a candy shop to try to calm her tantrums, and that shop intersected with Bakugu's route to school. He shrunk back as Kakin stalked to his desk, dropping the backpack on the floor with a wet squelch before plopping into his chair. Thankfully his ire didn't seem to be directed at Izuku this time, more just directed at the world as a whole. That and moving a lot in a wet uniform would be annoying. Still, by the time lunch rolled around he would be dry enough and probably take out some of his frustration on Izuku. The thought made him bite his lip. Once, he and Bakugo Katsuki had been best friends. Even now he still considered the other boy one of his only friends. But after Izuku got diagnosed as quirkless while Kakin manifested the ever-flashy explosion, a rift had grown between them. Bakugo had taken to taunting and bullying him, getting harsher and harsher over the years. Most of the bullying took the form of verbal abuse, with some shoving and fighting here and there. Occasionally he'd make an explosion in front of Izuku to startle him, and sometimes he'd burn some of Izuku's stuff. Fortunately Bakugo never used his quirk directly on Izuku outside of a few instances as children, mainly because he understood how dangerous and volatile that power could be. Kakin might have been an a-hole, but he wasn't a villain. Izuku quietly sighed to himself as the teacher arrived to call the class to order. Today was probably going to be stressful. Izuku was right, today was stressful. Surprisingly Bakugo hadn't bothered him at lunch, but some other kids had instead. The bento his mother had painstakingly made had been spilled on the floor, the contents inedible, and Izuku had to get food from a vending machine instead. At least that paper for literature was safe and dry. Bakugo had actually exploded since his own paper had been ruined by the water. On a brighter note, Bakugo had decided to vent his frustrations on Hachinos instead. Normally, venting out his frustrations would be a bad thing, but in this case it was honestly more amusing than anything. Hachinos' second quirk had made him a bit of a celebrity overnight at Aldera, the combination seeming to guarantee him a one-way ticket to heroics. Previously only Bakugo had been a clear contender, so to have an underclassman steal his thunder had sparked his competitive side. What made it amusing was that Hachinos didn't know who Bakugo was. Izuku had tried to explain it to him multiple times, but it never seemed to click with the younger boy. Hachinos vaguely recognized Kakin as that upperclassman who always challenges me, but never retained why. Izuku honestly couldn't tell if Hachinos was genuinely forgetting or just messing with him. Every time Kakin challenged him to something, it ended with the blonde yelling in frustration regardless of the outcome. Even today, after winning a speed eating contest at lunch, Kakin had been left fuming when Hachinos congratulated Bakuno-senpai on his victory. Izuku thought Hachinos just enjoyed all the free food offered by their classmates. It had been a funny break in an otherwise long and stressful day. Eventually the day came to an end and Izuku headed home alone as always, though before he left he found some tacks in his shoes. It wasn't often people targeted his stuff like that. Kaken actually got said whenever it happened because it was so cowardly, in his view, but Izuku had gotten in the habit of checking just to be safe. After pouring the tacks onto the floor and getting some startled and concerned looks from the other kids around him, Izuku had decided he'd earned a treat. One text to Mom to let her know he'd be late, and half an hour later, Izuku sat at a small bakery eating a slice of chocolate cake. On days like this he felt it important to treat himself so his mood wouldn't get too low. He browsed hero forums on his phone idly as he ate, snorting at all the memes and clicking every discussion or analysis that seemed interesting. While scrolling down the page, one title caught his eye and Izuku nearly choked on his cake when he read it. All Might in Mizudafu? He quickly jabbed the link with all the force he could muster, and found a thread discussing rumored sightings of the #1 hero in Mizudafu starting this morning. Izuku nearly squealed with delight as he read each post, a few people chiming in to claim they'd seen him firsthand. Why would All Might be in Mizudafu? The man traveled all over Japan fighting villains, but Mizudafu wasn't a crime hotspot or anything. If anything, the proximity to UA made it one of the most well-patrolled cities in all of Japan, if not the whole world. When you had dozens of pro heroes all taking a day job at one location, they tended to like patrolling nearby to keep the commute short. Maybe if he got lucky, All Might would be here for a few days, and he'd be able to see All Might in person? Actually, what if All Might was patrolling right now? His body began to thrum with excitement at the thought, and he nearly inhaled his cake in a rush to finish and go searching for his idol. In his rush, he ate a little too fast though, and nearly choked on it for different reasons than before. As he choked, a heavy hand patted his back a few times, helping dislodge the sweet from his throat. "Slow down, kid," someone chuckled behind him. "I know the cake's good, but you should savor it, not try to eat it all at once." Izuku took a few breaths to make sure his throat was clear before turning in his seat with a sheepish smile. "Sorry, I guess I got a little excited," he said with a half-hearted laugh. "I just found out some really great news, and I wanted to hurry up and go." The man who'd patted his back merely smiled, seeming more amused than annoyed. He was incredibly tall for someone without a mutation quirk, with shaggy-looking blonde hair and bright blue eyes that contrasted his lightly tanned skin. He had a rather lanky build, not too thin but still less muscular than he'd expect of someone of that height. "That's all right, but don't rush or you'll choke," he warned, and Izuku nodded. "Right, thanks." He turned back to finish his cake at a more sedate pace, after which he dumped his trash and hurried out to go find All Might. Unknown to him, his hopes would be in vain and also had already been half-answered. The man he wanted to see had just left the same restaurant Izuku had, his work already done for the day before Izuku even saw the post. It was an unremarkable encounter, one neither would have reason to remember. However, in a mere 24 hours they would meet again. And when they did, nothing would ever be the same. Chapter 5: A whole new world. The day Izuku's life changed started normally. He woke up to his alarm, the booming sound of "I am here" echoing through his dreams. Like every morning, he reached over to lightly bash All Might's head to turn it off, the brief pinch of the 2 hair spikes digging into his hand waking him up further. Yawning, he sat up and rubbed his eyes, blinking blearily as he willed the last of his sleepiness to leave. And then his fingertips brushed against some kind dip in his palms. The feeling caught his attention, rubbing against it just to be sure. Yep, he could feel some kind of small indentation on both hands. Izuku lowered his hands and peeled open his eyes to look at his now open palms, and sure enough each had one small, circular hole in the very center. For several seconds he just stared at them blankly, mind still caught up in the last dregs of sleep. He blinked slowly, head tilting ever so slightly. Then he abruptly startled and most of his sleep vanished because he had holes in his palms. Yeah, his day was normal for about 30 seconds. Now much more awake and alert, he raised his hands closer to his face to look between each one rapidly. The holes really didn't seem that big, barely the width of the very tip of his pinky. Were they actually there? Was he still half asleep and just dreaming? He blinked and rubbed his eyes again before taking another look. The holes were gone. Once again Izuku just stared at his palms, confusion reaching peak levels as he saw them blank. "What?" he muttered out loud, eyebrows furrowing. The skin was now whole again, as if the holes never existed. And maybe they never did. Maybe it was just a dream, a hyper-realistic dream while on the edge of sleep? But he'd felt them, hadn't he? He'd felt his fingertips brush against it when he closed his hand to rub his eyes. After several seconds he sighed and got up. No point in dwelling on it now. He went about the rest of his morning routine in relative silence, but his mind kept going back to those holes. Despite his initial disbelief, the sudden disappearance still felt disappointing. He hadn't actually expected them to randomly disappear when he rubbed his eyes to check. Those brief few seconds seemed to set the tone for the rest of the day. It must have thrown him off more than he initially realized, because his mom ended up commenting on it during breakfast. "Is something wrong, sweetie?" she asked, sounding vaguely worried as she sat across from him. "You seem quieter than usual." Izuku shrugged as he nibbled on the last of his toast, swallowing before answering. Not exactly. I guess I had a hyper-realistic dream or something right before waking up or something. It's just, when I first woke up I thought I saw holes on my hands, but they're gone now." "Holes?" Inko repeated, glancing back at him with a frown. "Honey, you don't think?" She trailed off, not daring to finish the thought aloud, but he knew what she meant. Could it be a quirk? "I don't know," he replied, and he honestly didn't. The holes hadn't even been there for a full 30 seconds before vanishing, and he had no idea how to make them appear in the first place. "I guess I'll just keep an eye out today and see how it goes. Anyways, I need to get going if I want to get to school on time." "All right," his mother agreed. "Let me just grab your lunch for you." As she spoke, she twisted to face the counter where the bento box sat, and Izuku gave a small jolt as it began floating towards them. She had used her quirk thousands of times, but this time he almost felt a small surge of energy or adrenaline or something watching her use it. Maybe it was because of how the holes were still on his mind. He glanced down at his bare palms with a slight frown. If the holes were a quirk, maybe it was some kind of suction or vacuum quirk. Like he could SCK things towards him, sort of like how his mother could attract small objects towards her. Or maybe it did the opposite, and created gusts of air to push stuff away? The thoughts haunted him even as he pulled on his shoes. His thoughts stalled briefly when he opened the door though. "Hey Mom, can you grab the rain poncho for me?" he called. "Oh sure." His mom appeared a few moments later, holding out the plastic poncho and its accompanying bag. "Kiyomi-chan again?" "Looks like it," he replied absently as he shrugged it on. The rain was more of a light drizzle, not as heavy as yesterday but still unpleasant to walk through without an umbrella. Kiyomi must have only just activated her quirk, and he'd rather not get caught in it once it got heavier. Izuku made sure his backpack was covered before stepping outside. "I'll see you after school, Mom." "Okay, sweetie, have a good day." Inko waved him off before closing the door, Izuku hurrying down the street before the rain could pick up. Izuku found his mind wandering as he walked to school. Today Hachinos didn't show up to join him, leaving him plenty of time to ponder about those holes. He glanced down at his palm and frowned, willing the holes to appear, but of course nothing happened. If they did exist and weren't a figment of his imagination, maybe they only appeared when he actively used them? He paused and took a deep breath, before moving one palm out towards a nearby tree. "Okay, SCK up those leaves," he silently ordered himself, thinking back to his mom's quirk. Nothing happened. "Okay, blow them away," he amended. Nothing happened then either. Old Man Murata shot him an odd look as he passed by on his morning jog though, making Izuku wince and smile sheepishly before continuing on his way. Okay, so obviously that wasn't enough to work. Maybe he was doing it wrong? Maybe it was a pure transformation type thing, with no emitter abilities? If so, maybe he could make more holes appear on other parts of his body? He abruptly stopped as an image of his face with holes in place of freckles flashed through his mind and gave a full-body shudder. "Please no," he whispered to himself as he kept walking, shoulders hunched a little higher. As much as Izuku would love a quirk, that one was a bit too creepy for his liking. It'd probably just freak out everyone around him, and also, imagining holes all over his body felt kind of disturbing. His mind flashed back to that live broadcast several years ago, that nurse whose arms stretched out like taffy with the raw-looking flesh forming the tiniest rips. He promptly locked that thought away, and silently mourned the loss of the 4-month streak of not thinking about that particular transformation. Izuku kept wondering about the holes the whole walk, only stopping when he came across a villain fight. A giant of a man had climbed atop Tetsuin Station, a bullet train station on an overpass that crossed over a street. That was a disaster waiting to happen if Izuku had ever seen one, and the man had already knocked down part of an electrical pole which had been caught by Death Arms. Backdraft and Death Arms had taken up crowd control, the rescue specialist making a water fence to keep people at a safe distance, while Kamui Woods confronted him. Izuku craned his head to watch with unabashed awe as the wooden hero leaped onto the tracks, neatly dodging the villain's attacks. Assault, robbery, and illegal use of powers during rush hour traffic, he intoned as he dodged a giant palm that slammed onto the tracks where he'd been standing. You have violated many laws, and it's time to face justice. He swung out his arm as he spoke, and Izuku let out a delighted gasp as he saw the wood beginning to warp and twist into spiky branches. Here it comes, he called, recognizing the hero's special move. Show us something flashy, Treeman, the man next to him called. Izuku couldn't hear Kamui from this distance, but he could imagine the pro's voice as he mouthed the name of the attack to himself, eyes sparkling with delight and his body thrumming with anticipation. Preemptive binding lacquered prison. The hero's arm shot forward at the last part, branches practically exploding forth and stretching towards the villain. The villain started to dodge to the side even before Kamui moved, one hand reaching for another part of the building. No doubt he planned to grab it and try to topple it. At the same moment, a loud shout rang through the air and Izuku turned his head to see a giant woman flinging through the air towards the villain. Canyon's snipe. Even as he watched, she began rapidly shrinking, closer to the villain's size as she delivered a kick to his arm with both feet. The sudden impact led to a loud crack and sent him almost tumbling over with a pained shout, and the woman continued to shrink to a more normal size. Those few split seconds gave Kamui Woods' attack the time needed to reach him, wrapping around his body like a wooden cocoon. Several people gasped as the now normal-sized woman disappeared into the wooden bindings, the arm she just kicked pulled towards the villain's side as he fell directly onto said side. Is she okay? The man next to Izuku sputtered, but Izuku's mind was already whirling. No, those bindings are too tight for her to be in them, he mumbled to himself. If she was inside, there'd be more space. Kamui Woods wouldn't do it. And her size changed, so maybe. He trailed off as he saw a flash of purple and gold against the wood binding the villain's arm, and a few seconds later the woman seemed to spring into existence, arms flinging upwards with a smile as she turned to face the crowd. A flawless victory, she called, and then yelped when Kamui Woods abruptly whacked her on the head. Miss Measure, you can't just fly in at the last second like that, he scolded. I could have hurt you. Oh, come on, it's not that dangerous. And that guy was totally reaching for that corner of the station to try to knock it down. At that distance his arm wouldn't have reached it in time. As the two bickered loudly, the crowd was somewhat quiet, watching with a faintly mystified air. Miss Measure, someone muttered. That's a new name. Think it's her debut? Someone else asked. The bickering seemed to reach its peak as the heroine stamped her foot before spinning back to the crowd, leaping onto the street below. The crowd grew hushed as she rapidly grew until she towered over even the giant villain, flashing the crowd a smile. Everyone, it is so nice to meet you, she called with a bright smile. I am the multi-size heroine, Miss Measure, and today marks my entry into the hero scene. I look forward to serving all of you. Paparazzi seemed to spawn instantly, cameras flashing as she struck a pose. Izuku could hear the excited chatter grow, watching with wide eyes as she turned to pick up the bound villain and lower him to the street for police. A multi-size heroine? That implied she could grow and shrink. It could be one quirk, but no, it's two, some instinctive voice declared, and something about that felt right. Pro heroes with two quirks were still relatively rare, as only a few established pros had developed a second one during the Second Quirk Boom. Most people to get a second quirk had been young or otherwise had quirks not really suited for heroics, after all. But now that 5 years had passed, there had been enough time for more people affected by it to go to high school and graduate from heroics programs. Come to think of it, there were some articles about hero students getting new quirks after the second boom first happened, and one of them mentioned a female student with a gigantification quirk who got a shrinking one. Miss Measure looks like she might be around that age, so it could have been her. Having 2 quirks will make her really popular by default, but that's also a really dangerous combination and can cause a lot of damage if she's not careful. She must have used the extra few years to focus on her training. Even as he mumbled, Izuku pulled out his notebook, scribbling away his thoughts. It was just so rare to see a pro hero with 2 quirks, and it really got his mind whirling. "Ho! Taking notes, are we?" the man next to him commented, startling him out of his thoughts. When he glanced over, the man was grinning at him good-naturedly. "You're a real fanboy, aren't ya? You want to be a hero too?" "Absolutely," Izuku replied with a bright grin, and the man laughed. "That's great. You sound sharp, so good luck to ya." Izuku smiled and thanked him before returning the notebook to his bag as police began ushering the crowd away. The diversion hadn't taken too long, and he continued the trek to school, feeling grateful he didn't need to take the train given the tracks had been damaged. As he left the scene of the battle behind, he felt his smile fade though, glancing at his palm once more. So, as third-year students, it's time for you to think seriously about what you want to do with your lives. And you know what that means. It's time to fill out handouts for your future plans. Izuku's homeroom teacher lifted a sheaf of papers as he faced the class, a wry grin on his face as he added, "But even if I do, you're all pretty much planning to go into the hero course, right?" Izuku's classmates erupted into cheers at the remark, all of them showing off their quirks. The energy in the room felt more palpable than ever as he twisted in his seat to look around at the displays of power, limbs twisting and stretching in various ways and bodies warping with the effects of their quirks. He paid little attention to the teacher's reminder that they couldn't use their quirks in public, his mind buzzing with anticipation. Everyone's quirks felt so incredible. Most of them were what most people considered weak, but that didn't make them anything short of amazing. He felt a quiet sense of awe at each and every one of them, but none filled him with as much quiet excitement as Kaken's. Sparks flickered around his hands as he scoffed, his taunting remarks lost as Izuku's gaze focused on the blonde's hands. Explosion was such a powerful quirk, and one absolutely fitting of a pro hero. Bakugo would absolutely be one of the best heroes, and Izuku absolutely couldn't wait to see his career unfold. In his awe, it took him a few seconds to notice the room had gone silent, and when he glanced up, everyone was looking at him. He blinked and tilted his head, stammering a confused, "What?" Everyone immediately burst into laughter, and Bakugo sprung from his seat to slam exploding palms on Izuku's desk, the force nearly knocking Izuku's chair over. Whatever he said next was lost on Nim, Izuku just staring at his hands and the wisps of smoke drifting from the wood beneath his palms. He had probably seen Bakugo's quirk in action even more often than his mom's, but today it felt particularly mesmerizing for some reason. What if those holes could produce explosions too? Izuku discarded the thought immediately and hoped that wasn't the case. As much as he loved Bakugo's quirk, having his own version of it would just feel wrong. Also, I'm still not even sure those holes were real. Why am I thinking about it so much? Hold on, did Kaken just say Yua? He finally tuned back into Bakugo's rant, only catching the tail end of it. "The bother, got it?" he snapped, and Izuku stared at him blankly. I'm sorry, I didn't catch any of that," he said meekly after a few seconds. The classroom erupted into even more laughter, their classmates' howls only barely drowning out Kaken's explosions and shriek of rage. The rest of the day passed in a similar manner. Izuku found it harder to focus than ever, taking notes in class on autopilot while his mind kept straying to his classmates. He couldn't stop thinking about their quirks after that morning. There was just such a wide variety. From Hina-san transforming her hand into fire, to Abe-kun who could stretch his neck side to side, to even Oniguro-kun's eyeballs popping out of his head. All of them were so amazing. At lunch he holed himself away in the classroom intending to scribble some more notes and ideas about the holes in his palms, which he still couldn't say for sure existed. He filled out 5 lines on a fresh page before he ultimately got distracted by a flutter of movement from the window. Kazumaki-san was creating spirals of wind around her palms to scatter flower petals made by a girl from another class, Izuku pressing his face to the glass to watch in awe. The scene was just so mesmerizing. He could see the petals peel off the girl's skin like stickers in the light breeze, but it obviously didn't hurt given how she laughed. Another girl from the year below joined in, blowing some bubbles into the mix with the same gesture as blowing a kiss. This was obviously meant to impress Hachinos, who sat not far away watching and cheering. The show only lasted a couple minutes before stopping. Then Izuku got distracted by another pair of students outside as one used a quirk to trace lines in the air that made animated drawings that faded after a few seconds as he told a story. And then another kid nearby shook a rock with glowing hands and cracked it open to reveal a geode. Long story short, Izuku kinda forgot about lunch until the last 5 minutes. Everyone's quirks were just so interesting. He filled out like 3 whole pages with notes and ideas on 11 different people, which made that one page with only 5 measly lines on the wholes feel kind of underwhelming. I still don't even know if that was real or not, he thought as he glanced over it. School had ended and everyone else had begun heading out, Izuku lingering to wait for the initial rush to thin out. He took the opportunity to review his notes and continue to ponder, well, everything. It was rare for him to fill out 3 pages in such a short time, but then again, these weren't exactly his best work. Usually he liked to dedicate multiple pages to each quirk, including basic analysis of abilities, basic observation notes, hypothetical questions, potential applications. All pretty basic stuff. This time his attention just kept flitting about though. Every time someone new used a quirk, he'd lose interest in the last one and start a new section full of rapid-fire bullet points. It made for a chaotic and hectic read. Suddenly the notebook was yanked out of his hands, surprising him, and he snapped his head up to see Bakugo looking over it with a scowl. "What the hell are you up to now, Deku?" he growled as he flipped through it, his 2 friends crowding around with taunting grins. "Yo, Katsuki, what's that?" one of them asked. "A diary or something?" Rather than respond, Bakugo slammed the notebook on Izuku's desk. "Why the hell are you randomly taking notes on everyone?" he demanded, meeting Izuku's gaze with a scowl. "You've been zoning out all day, so I thought you'd be up to something weird, but this is just stupid. Didn't you already write down all that creepy stalker bullshit by now?" "I don't actually know why I did that," Izuku responded slowly. His answer seemed to actually throw Bakugo for a loop, his scowl fading momentarily as the green-haired boy awkwardly shrugged. "I just feel really weird today, I think. And I don't know why I did that, so, Several seconds passed as he trailed off, no one speaking. "Can I have that back?" Given how long he'd known Kaken, he wasn't surprised that he responded by exploding the notebook and throwing it out the window. "Look, Deku," he growled, hands sparking as they rested on his desk. "You've been acting really weird all day, but I don't care about that. Just don't even bother applying to UA, got it? You don't even have a quirk." Suddenly Izuku's mind flashed back to homeroom that morning, and he finally started to realize just what had gotten Bakugo so worked up back then. He had heard something about UA, though he couldn't remember it clearly. Still, the threat made him frown, something defensive curling in his chest. "We don't know that for a fact though," he argued. "A lot of people are getting their new quirks later, like Kiyomi and her storm quirk last year, or Hachinosukun when he first. Don't mention that BS, dude." Bakugo slammed his hands on the table with explosions powerful enough to scorch the wood, leaving Izuku in awe the table hadn't broken under the force. His eyes snapped to Kaken's hands almost instinctively, and he had to consciously tear his gaze away to focus as his childhood friend spoke. "That 2 quirked extras got nothing to do with this. I don't care what quirk you might get even if you do get one. With that BSTRD around, I won't be the only student from this garbage dump to get into UA, but I'll still be the first. So don't even bother applying." He turned and stalked off, his friends throwing some jeering comments as they followed. Izuku paid them no attention though, focused on Tasaki's overly elongated fingers as he waved and Zenshi's sharp teeth. Both such small, minor quirks, but no less fascinating. Wait, Kaken threw his notebook out the window. "Crap, Izuku groaned as he quickly packed the rest of his stuff before going to search for it. To prove that today just couldn't go well, he found it in the fish pond because of course he did. He sighed as he retrieved the soggy notebook, looking at it with a grimace. Good thing he used, mostly, waterproof ink these days after some other accidents. That wouldn't help all the entries written in pencil though. He sighed as he began the trek home, shoulders slumped in disappointment as he held the notebook to his chest with one arm. Today hadn't been too rough, but somehow this felt like an oddly fitting end. Still, what was up with his attention flitting around so much? He'd always been interested in quirks, but they'd never distracted him to the extent they did today. The thought made him frown, deciding to try to avoid crowds and just get home. Maybe then I can actually focus on that thing with the holes. Izuku stopped walking at the end of an underpass, stretching his free hand out from the shade so the sunlight illuminated his palm clearly. Still no sign of the holes he'd seen and felt that morning, just clean, unbroken skin. Once again he had to wonder if they actually did exist, given he'd only seen them for a few seconds total. It felt kind of silly to be so hung up on it so much, but he couldn't help it. Part of him had hoped that they were real, because that would mean he now had a quirk. Lost in thought, he almost didn't notice the rumbling noise behind him. He did notice the metallic clang of the sewer lid bouncing and shifting in its opening though, and he turned to see something green and liquid rise out of the small holes carved in it. Eyeballs rolled around the mass before settling on him, and he saw teeth spread in a crooked grin. Izuku's breath caught at the sight. A mutation quirk? Is his body made of sludge? It looks like it. It's too dim to see clearly in the shade, but I think it's slightly translucent. Is the sludge closer to a liquid or a solid? Is the sludge sticky? Can they wear clothes, or would it make fabric too wet? Maybe they have to wear rubber clothes? Do they leave behind a residue whenever they touch stuff? They don't seem to be constrained to a human shape. Can they shapeshift? A medium-sized invisibility cloak. Perfect. It took a few seconds for the words to register, still caught up in his thoughts. Is it just me or are the teeth changing size? Are they the same material as the rest of his body? Can he manipulate the hardness of them? What about ice? Also, come to think about it, if he's translucent, where are his internal organs? Are they made of the same stuff? I can't see them even this close. Wait, why is he suddenly so close? And oh my god, did he just absorb me? And that was how Midoriya Izuku stood and did absolutely nothing as a man made of sludge lunged and wrapped around him like a slimy anaconda. By the time he realized what was happening, his mouth and nose were already covered by green liquid which had a consistency closer to mud than water, but that didn't matter because he couldn't breathe. Izuku had absolutely no oxygen in his lungs, and like any person suffocating, his first instinct was to take a deep breath. That just made more sludge pour into his mouth. Crap. Wow, you're making this really easy for me, kid. The villain's voice sounded right next to his ear as he wrapped around him, leaving Izuku's hands largely free. He began struggling madly, panic taking over as he tried to clamp his mouth shut to no avail. His stupid reflexive inhale had cost him dearly, releasing what little oxygen he'd still had and bringing him that much closer to suffocating. Flailing his limbs did nothing. Prying at the man's arms did nothing, fingers just sinking into the goo-like body. Even at this range he couldn't really see into the man's body, but his eye was close enough that Izuku could see it was more solid-looking than the rest of it. So it was probably made of a different substance. Focus! He screamed at his flighty mind. He was drowning and he still wondered about this guy's quirk. What was wrong with him today? Was it because he woke up with those weird holes? His mind flashed back to his first thought that morning, that they had some sort of suction or vacuum feature. It hadn't worked when he tried to do it during the walk to school, but now. If a quirk was ever going to activate, now's the time. Izuku dug both palms into the sludge around his mouth, squeezing his eyes shut and concentrating and praying. He could feel the sludge all around him, could feel it against his open palms. Come on, holes, open up and see it up. Did he need to use some sort of trigger? Some visual trigger in his mind? Some people with emitter quirks describe stuff like that. He pressed his eyelids tighter as he focused on the feeling of the sludge against his skin, squeezing them so tight that spots soon appeared. Among those spots appeared A light, if you could call it that. It didn't exactly look bright, instead having a sort of murky feel to it that reminded him of the sludge encasing him. Good enough. Izuku imagined himself reaching for it, hoping this would work as a visual anchor or something. His fingers flexed and twitched as he pictured himself grabbing onto it, and he swore he could feel it. It felt not quite solid, but also more substantial than he'd expected, and a bit slippery. The fact he could feel it gave him a spark of hope, that this was how quirks were supposed to work and feel. Izuku offered one last silent prayer to whatever deities might exist that this quirk could isekai up the sludge, and pulled. Toshinori had been pursuing the sludge villain for the better part of an hour. He'd stumbled across the fiend in the midst of robbing a local store, and when he'd promptly inflated into his all-might form, the coward had fled to the sewers. That had been less than enjoyable. Toshinori wouldn't shy away from something like that, but he'd definitely need a shower when this was over. Especially since he had the bright idea to use his glowing handprints to help light the way. He openly grimaced as he raced through the sewers, skimming for any signs of the villain. The sewer water wasn't the same murky green as the villain's body, but it still had a rather disturbing brown tint that easily hid the sludge. He'd caught sight of the villain several times only for him to sink deeper into the depths where Toshinori couldn't see him as well in the darkness. He had to come up for air sometime though. A loud scream rang from above, making him stop. His head snapped back to see a sewer lid, having almost missed it since it apparently wasn't facing the open sky and thus lacked any light. Around the small holes he could see traces of a green residue of some kind, which coupled with the scream was all he needed. He sprung upwards and burst out of the sewer, the lid bouncing against the underside of a bridge with a loud clatter. Normally upon making his grand entrance, Toshinori would spout his famous catchphrase to assure any victims. "Have no fear, for I am here." This time the words never left his mouth though. His eyes skimmed the scene to assess the source of the scream, and he found himself frozen. Sprawled on the ground was a ND man, fortunately lying on his stomach but clearly unconscious. Next to him was what looked to be the sludge villain, except he was much smaller than before and wore a middle school uniform. His mouth tore open with a warped-sounding cry, teeth sliding around as his head snapped towards Toshinori with wide eyes, and even in the shadows of the underpass he could see one more key difference. The villain he'd fought had red irises. This person, however, had green. He stood in stunned silence as he surveyed the scene with widening eyes. This wasn't the villain he'd been chasing. All his years of experience allowed him to quickly discern all of the minute differences between this child and the culprit he'd been pursuing. For some reason he couldn't discern though, Toshinori felt a sudden pang of dread as panicked eyes settled on him, a panicked cry echoing with that same warped quality the villain had. "All might, help," a considerably younger voice cried. Chapter 6. Hole in one. The day Izuku's life changed had started normally actually. No, that was a total lie. Abnormal days don't always start out as abnormal from the very second you open your eyes. Considering it took less than a minute of being awake to notice the holes in his palms, he couldn't say his day started normally at all. He still wouldn't have predicted that it would end with him turning into sludge. Tears threatened to spill as he looked down at his hands, the green sludge constantly morphing and wobbling as they struggled to keep a hand shape. What was even happening anymore? His whole body felt wrong, his uniform rippling and bulging as his new sludge form continually shifted under it. It maintained a generally human shape thankfully, but he couldn't fully control it. Izuku had no idea what was going on. As it stood, he had only one clue. The villain who tried to suffocate him now laid unconscious next to him, looking remarkably plain and not made of sludge. Did I do that? He thought distantly over his panic. It was the only explanation he had. 1 second he was normal and the guy was made of sludge, and now their roles were reversed. The holes. He'd been trying to make them appear again, hoping they'd absorb the sludge or something. And when he thought back, when he tugged on that odd light, he thought he did feel something enter them. But how the heck did that turn him into sludge? A panicked whine slipped out, his voice just slightly warped, and he winced as he felt his teeth slide around with the motion. Wrong, everything felt so wrong. Was he hyperventilating? Could he hyperventilate? Did he even have lungs? No, of course he had lungs or he wouldn't feel like he was suffocating, and he probably had all the other internal organs too. Oh God, what if he could feel them? The metallic clang of the sewer lid crashing into concrete snapped him out of his thoughts, and he turned to see a large figure land next to the opening. If Izuku had proper eyelids, his eyes probably would have widened as the light outlined a familiar silhouette he'd only seen on television in the past. All Might. His heart soared instantly even as that unending dread continued to wash over him. How long had he dreamed of meeting the number one hero? Of course, Izuku had never imagined it would be anything like this, even without the part where he was made of sludge. He took a deep, shuddering breath, absently noting he did have lungs as he turned to face his idol. All Might ich help, he choked out. Everything would be fine now that All Might was here. As if his words were all the man needed, he sprung into action, racing over to Izuku's side. Young man? He asked, hesitating on the last word, and Izuku nodded, then quickly stopped as his entire head threatened to slump over. Can you explain what happened here? I don't know. Izuku cried. 1 second I was walking home, and then this guy made of sludge came out of the sewers, and tried to teat. He couldn't even force out the word, feeling his breathing pick up as he remembered the horrible feeling of suffocating. I couldn't breathe, my mouth and nose were totally covered, then. A high-pitched sob slipped out, his whole body shaking. He almost died. It only hit him now how close he'd come to death. In his initial panic over, well, everything, he hadn't really thought about the fact he'd nearly suffocated. Young man, please calm down. All Might's voice drew him back to reality before his thoughts could spiral too much, and he looked up to see his idol crouched in front of him. Tell me, where did that villain go? Izuku's gaze flitted to the NDE man next to them. He lamely lifted a hand to point at him, grimacing as he saw his slimy fingers sort of sag with the motion. All Might stared at the man in silence for a moment. That I apologize, but believe I might need some more information. That made 2 of them. It's my quirk. Izuku started hesitantly, and after years of wishing he had one, he didn't really feel all that excited about it like he'd expected. Probably because he was in shock over the whole, almost died, and turned into sludge thing. You think? All Might trailed off, and Izuku could almost see the gears turning in his head. Young man, could it be you've just developed a second quirk now? Oh, thank the stars, All Might was so smart and experienced. He picked up on the situation immediately just from Izuku's jumbled stammering, as expected of the number one hero. Why, he confirmed with a shaky nod, feeling his chin drip with emotion. I woke up this morning with holes, so I tried to make them appear again, hoping they'd do us something, and this happened. He shrugged lamely to gesture at his body. Holes. All Might echoed, and Izuku bobbed his head again. The number one hero hummed and rubbed his chin thoughtfully, visibly considering the situation, much to his relief. Izuku's mind felt too afraid to think clearly right now. I don't see how holes relate, but perhaps if you try using your quirk again, you can undo the effects. Izuku paused and stared dumbly at him. Somehow, that hadn't occurred to him. Right? Yeah, he muttered, nodding more vigorously and ignoring the yo-yo-like sensation on the bottom of his head. Just gotta use it again. Visualize it. Again. Right. He closed his eyes to focus, and then paused again as he realized something. Oh, I do have eyelids. Guess that shouldn't be so surprising actually, since having your eyes open all the time would dry them out. Unless the sludge would lubricate it? But then how would you sleep at night? Wouldn't the light get in the way and distract you? Would you need a sleeping mask? Or could the eyeballs just sink in deep enough that the light wouldn't matter? All Might made a faintly choked sound of surprise at that. Young man? I think you're getting a little distracted. Izuku's eyes opened briefly, and he stared forward into empty space with a deadpan stare. What is wrong with me today? He groaned, and then closed his eyes to try to refocus. Okay, the visual of the light was what worked last time. Probably, anyway. He did transform after grabbing it. It didn't take long to conjure an image of the light, and he reached for it. Except, it didn't feel solid this time, or like it existed. When he imagined himself wrapping his hand around it, He couldn't feel it like he did last time. If he had eyebrows, they'd probably furrow in consternation as he tried to grasp the feeling from before. After a few seconds, he decided it just wasn't working, and opened his eyes to look at his dripping, shapeless hands. Is it because I don't have the holes? He mumbled to himself. Wait, but my hands are made of sludge now. Can I make them appear again? Am I stuck like this if I can't make them? Was it a one-time use thing? Calm down. Once again, All Might's voice cut through his panic before it could fully form, and Izuku snapped his head to look at him. The hero didn't have his trademark smile, but it wasn't a frown either. His expression was more neutral, and still had an air of reassurance. Listen, I know using a new quirk can be confusing. What is your original quirk like? Maybe if you think about that, it can help you figure out how to use it. Izuku stilled at the suggestion. For literally anyone else, that probably would be a good strategy. In fact, it was one he'd recommended to a lot of people. But for himself though, actually, he said slowly, ducking his head shamefully, I was quirkless. If he had a regular face he'd be grimacing, but for now he could just feel the back teeth slide downwards, the sensation almost making him shudder. All Might was silent to his declaration, and Izuku didn't dare look at him to see his reaction. Yes, I suppose that does complicate things, he finally said, and Izuku hung his head with a groan. But fear not. All Might continued, and Izuku found his gaze returning to the hero to find him flashing his giant gleaming grin. It is too soon to fall into despair. Perhaps you need to approach it from a different angle? You mentioned holes, correct? And your body seems to be rather fluid, I suppose, he settled with a slightly awkward half-shrug. So, perhaps you can form the holes on this body? Form the holes? Izuku looked at his hands again, watching the sludge drip and softly wobble. He probably could do that. Maybe. He wasn't sure it would work, but he could at least try. Also, how did you visualize your quirk when you used it? All Might continued, making Izuku glance at him again. Perhaps if you talk it out, it can help you better understand how to do it. Izuku nodded slowly, absorbing the words and letting his mind wander back. I squeezed my eyes really hard until I saw spots, he started slowly. And then I saw this light. He frowned, a hand reaching for what should be his chin as he began mumbling to himself. Well, I call it that, but it also wasn't. It's hard to describe, it kinda had a weird or to it, I guess? But it stood out, so I tried to grab it and I swore I felt it, and then I pulled it. He stood up a little straighter, realization starting to sink in. I thought maybe the holes could SCK up the sludge, so I tried to imagine myself pulling. So maybe the light wasn't just my imagination, but something I actually grabbed and pulled into me? So maybe it's inside. He closed his eyes as he spoke, focusing more on himself. It felt kind of weird at first because he didn't know what he was doing, but then it was like instinct took over. His mind seemed to enter a trance-like state. Within seconds, the same light he'd seen before appeared, and already he could tell it was different from when he'd tried to imagine it. It radiated that odd, murky quality, a feeling of dampness present in the dim glow. Izuku imagined himself reaching for it, and when he pictured his hand touching it, he felt it. He felt it, slick and slimy against his palms. Now that he held it though, he had no idea what to do with it. Touching it didn't do anything. When he opened his eyes, he was still made of sludge, making him frown again. Okay, I think I found it, but it didn't do anything, he muttered. Is it because my hands weren't actually touching something this time? It does seem to be tied to the holes, so. He trailed off, thinking hard. And then, his gaze flitted to the unconscious villain. No matter how Izuku looked at it, that light reminded him of the man before. Whatever his quirk did to him. As Izuku studied him, a thought slowly began to form. I'd been grabbing at the sludge when I used my quirk, and the holes were definitely touching it when I pulled on it. So maybe the light isn't actually my quirk, but instead. As he mumbled, he reached out to press a hand to the man's back, closing his eyes. It took only a few seconds to find the light again and take hold of it. Last time I pulled, so what if I push it? As he imagined himself pushing the light forward, He felt a small surge of something, followed by a sensation of change. The fluid sense of instability vanished, his body feeling more structured and defined. The skin below his palm felt wet and slimy, his hand sinking into it slightly, and he could feel it on the skin of his palm. His eyes snapped open with a gasp, and sure enough, his hand had turned back to normal, confirming his body had reverted with it. So, too, had the sludge villain, his unconscious form beginning to start to seep and expand into a puddle. Izuku's face lit up in a brilliant smile as he pulled his hand back, his eyes sparkling with delight as he turned his palm to see the small hole in it. I did it," he exclaimed. "I used my quirk again." Then he froze as the gravity of his words sank in, and his smile dropped as he jolted upright with a gaping mouth. "I have a quirk." With the danger and panic finally gone, the excitement he'd expected finally crashed over him. At long last, after 14 years of dreaming, 10 years of hoping, 5 years of praying, Izuku had a quirk. He didn't know what the quirk was exactly just yet, he'd only used it 2 times now in the span of 5 minutes. But based on what happened, he felt it was pretty obvious. "I can take quirks," he realized, voice soft with awe as he stared at the holes in his palms. "I think that light was his quirk. That's what I SCKED up. That's amazing." No wonder he'd been so weirdly focused on everyone's quirks today. It must be a secondary function of it. A quirk that could take and transfer quirks would probably have some other minor abilities directly related to quirks. Wow, this quirk really was well suited for him. Izuku already loved analyzing quirks, so it was a perfect match. The thought made him perk up, rapidly looking around the underpass before his eyes settled on his notebook lying several feet away next to his backpack. He darted over to snatch it up, ignoring the burnt and soggy condition as he flipped through the pages. Notes, he needed to start writing notes. There was so much to think about now. Izuku reached a blank page and opened the backpack to grab a pen, turning to write before pausing. Hold on. He had his notebook and All Might was here. All Might was here. How could he forget about that? "Can I have your autograph?" Izuku blurted, spinning to face his hero. His hopeful smile soon vanished though. All Might was staring at him with his jaw hanging open, his eyes blown wide enough he could see the blue in them even in the shadows. Suddenly, Izuku felt very self-conscious, shrinking back under the stare. "All Might, sir?" he stammered nervously. "Did he do something wrong?" "Oh crap, he did. Wait, am I in trouble for using my quirk?" "I'm sorry. I know it's illegal to use it on someone else, but it was a panic reaction and I didn't even know I had a quirk for sure. I promise I won't ever use it again on someone without their permission, and I'll register it right away. I'm not going to jail for it, am I?" His panicked rambling seemed to snap All Might out of his stunned stupor, the man skinging in a sharp breath before flashing his brilliant, gleaming grin. "Of course not, young man," he declared in that booming baritone, and Izuku sagged in relief. "One can hardly fault you for using your quirk for the first time under such circumstances. Most delayed quirk activations are triggered by highly stressful or dangerous situations, and this certainly counts as the latter." "Alright, I guess that's true." Hachinos had activated his quirk from the stress of his first day at school, and from what he heard Kiyomi-chan's rainstorm quirk first triggered when some bullies hit her. They didn't get in trouble back then, and those times didn't involve life-threatening situations where a villain was trying to actively murder them. Using your quirk on another person was still bad, but seriously, the guy was trying to kill him. Izuku could feel the blood drain from his face as he realized once again just how close he got to dying. "I think he wanted to kill me and use my body as a puppet," he said slowly, voice ringing oddly hollow in his own ears. "He was trying to stuff himself into my mouth while suffocating me. Did he plan to enter my body and control it from inside? How would that work? Body's not hollow. Was he going to push out my internal organs?" The last question had him physically blanching, unable to stop the gruesome image of his organs being forced out of whatever openings existed. Perhaps it's better not to think on that too hard," All Might said, once again stopping Izuku's worst thoughts before they could get, well, worse. When he glanced over, he found the hero had retrieved the unconscious villain and somehow scooped him into a large soda bottle while he'd been distracted. How did he do that? Izuku wondered as he watched the man screw the cap on it. It wasn't like he could just pick up sludge, or could he? Actually, on that note, how did the villain's whole body fit in the bottle? Sure, it was one of those big 2-liter bottles, but could you seriously fit an entire grown man's worth of sludge into a single bottle? Actually, know what? He didn't care. Izuku decided he was sick and tired of thinking about the sludge quirk so much, and gladly focused on All Might as he spoke again. Well, this has certainly been an eventful capture, he declared, slipping the bottle into a pocket on his cargo pants. And it's been a very eventful day for you, hasn't it, young man? Yeah, it has. Izuku confirmed, bobbing his head with a small smile as he glanced at his palms again. The holes had vanished once again, but he didn't mind. He knew now they were there, waiting for his quirk to activate, and that was all that mattered. As he stared at them, his vision started to blur, the familiar sensation of tears burning his eyes. I can't believe I finally have a quirk. He sniffled quietly, rubbing his eyes with his sleeve, but his smile never faded. It wobbled as he felt his cheeks grow wet, his chest warm with contentment. His whole life had been leading up to this moment, and he had a quirk. I can finally be a pro hero. All Might coughed, and that was enough to make Izuku jolt and quickly wipe away the tears, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Did he really just cry like that in front of All Might? Of course he did, he was crybaby Deku after all. I understand this is a very exciting development, but procedure must be followed, All Might said. How about I drop off this villain at the police station, and then you can come to my agency to go over your report? Izuku's brain short-circuited briefly at the last part, mind going blank. Wait, you want me to go to your agency? He blurted. Indeed I do. All Might confirmed, and flashed him a blinding grin. It's not every day someone activates their quirk for the first time, and you just went through quite a traumatic experience at that. Submitting a report at the police station might feel a bit, uncomfortable. I believe filling it out at my agency will give you time to process it in a more comfortable setting in your own time. If you wish to, that is, he added. Was this real? Was this really happening? Was All Might seriously inviting him to my tower? Tears started forming in Izuku's eyes for a different reason, and his head bobbed more vigorously than ever before. Why, he choked out. I'd love to go. Thank you so much, sir. If it's not too much trouble, I mean, he added, losing some of his steam and face falling as he frowned anxiously. You must be so busy, you're All Might. Do you really have time to spend with someone like me? My boy, of course I do. All Might assured him with his famous smile, and Izuku felt his own smile return, feeble and wobbly as it was. Your quirk is very unique and has a lot of potential, young man. I know some people who would be very interested in it and might be able to help you better understand how it works before you submit the formal registration. Izuku felt some of the tension seep from his shoulders, his anxiety replaced with awe. Is my quirk really that great? He whispered, but he already knew the answer. The ability to take and transfer other quirks was one of the most potentially powerful quirks he'd ever heard of. How many quirks interacted specifically with other quirks? He'd only had it for, 10 minutes now, and he was only just starting to wrap his mind around how awesome this power truly was. I believe it is, All Might confirmed, and his voice was softer now, more quiet, but it still carried a note of power that made Izuku swallow and nod. Thank you so much, he whispered, willing himself not to cry. Give me a moment to text my associates, and then we'll be off. All Might said, pulling out a cell phone. By the way, what is your name, young man? Izuku snapped straight at that, feet clicking together and arms stiff at his side. I'm Midoriya Izuku, sir. It's an honor to meet you. He dipped into a bow as he spoke, fighting off the rising tears. In response, All Might laughed, the booming sound echoing off the concrete walls of the underpass. Lift your head, young Midoriya. You don't need to bow to me. Izuku raised his head as told, rubbing away the tears while All Might used his phone. After a few seconds, the man made a triumphant hum and slid the device into his pocket. Now, come here so we can go. There. Izuku stared blankly as All Might turned around and bent down, and the imposing pro-hero gave a hearty laugh as he glanced back. You don't think I intend to simply have us walk there, do you? It will be faster for you to hop on my back so I can get us to the police station. Izuku's jaw dropped, only able to stare in shock as All Might turned his head forward once more. Now hop on. We have a lot of work to do tonight, so the sooner we leave the better. This was officially the best day of Izuku's life. Meanwhile in Tokyo, Sasaki Mirai sat at his desk going over paperwork as usual. Even after leaving his partnership with All Might to form his own agency 3 years prior, he hadn't fully stopped assisting with the paperwork for the #1 hero. A receptionist from Might Tower had stopped by to deliver the latest batch of paperwork, a substantial stack that easily doubled the amount his own agency generated in a week. Given this was only half the amount Mirai dealt with on an average day during his time as a sidekick though, he considered it a trivial addition. As he finished the last one in the stack, his cell phone rang on the corner of his desk. A message is here, Toshinori's voice declared, and he perked up at the custom ringtone he'd set for messages from his former partner. He immediately snatched up the device and unlocked it, a chill washing over him as he read it. Mireo Emergency Might Tower now will explain in E0 minuted. The text was riddled with typos, unusual for Toshinori, but that only hammered in the urgency and panic behind it. Mirai quickly deduced he'd meant to type, Mirai Emergency Might Tower now will explain in 30 minutes based on the nearest keys to each mistaken character. Even without details, the urgency in it had him leaping from his desk and heading to the door. Awada, something's come up, I'll return later, he called as he passed his sidekick, the blue girl snapping to attention. If I'm not back, lock up the office. You got it, boss, she replied, mock saluting as he walked away. The paperwork could wait. He could only imagine what could possibly have All Might sending a text like that. Chapter 7. Izuku's best day ever. Toshinori was internally screaming. Only decades of experience keeping his trademark smile even under the grimmest of circumstances kept him from visibly showing his panic as he leapt across the rooftops. He felt far too conscious about the weight against his back and the thin arms wrapped around his neck for support. Even if Midoriya hadn't been actively shouting with each jump, a mixture of delight and adrenaline, he'd have been conscious of it. This was far from the first time he'd carried someone, and it would be far from the last, but never had it filled him with so much anxiety. From the moment the boy had first started rambling about his newfound quirk, Toshinori had been filled with an inexplicable dread. Even as part of him immediately made note of the similarities, he desperately tried to ignore it, to convince himself he was overreacting. Even when the boy mentioned holes, he tried to persuade himself it meant nothing. But when the boy's body transformed and his hands became normal as the villain turned into the sludge form he'd been chasing, Toshinori knew. He couldn't lie to himself anymore. The sight of those holes on his palms vanquished any doubts he might have. This boy, Midoriya Izuku, possessed all for one. Being in such close contact with someone possessing that quirk made every nerve stand on edge. Even if Midoriya wasn't all for one, he couldn't shake the image of his foe with those very hands. He'd never actually seen All for One use his true quirk in person, only those that he'd accumulated with it, but seeing Midoriya return the villain's quirk gave his imagination plenty of fodder to imagine how it might have looked when used by his old foe. Letting Midoriya off his back while he entered the police station to drop off the sludge villain with promises to file a report later had been a relief. The second he had the kid climb onto him again, that anxiety and unease had returned. Even if he knew that All for One couldn't take one for all, he now had 3 other quirks, also ironically from his nemesis. Toshinori suspected the only reason he hadn't broken down was because this wasn't All for One, but a boy. A boy with green hair and eyes and a bright smile, far brighter than anything he'd ever seen on his nemesis. Despite all his instinctive fear, the boy lacked the malice All for One possessed. Maybe. Hopefully. The truth was, Toshinori didn't know what to think. He couldn't think clearly. Every instinct was screaming to get away from this child, to defeat him before he could do any more damage despite not having done anything yet. It was irrational and Toshinori knew it. He couldn't look at this kid and think clearly when he had All for One's quirk. All for One was dead. His quirk was supposed to be gone with him. Yet Midoriya showed up with his quirk now. The quirks weren't just similar, it was the same quirk. And while the fact that his quirk had only awakened now made it clear he'd been one of the many impacted by the Second Quirk Boom, Toshinori had never imagined that that quirk itself would be passed on. Thank goodness they couldn't really talk while he was jumping around like this. If Midoriya were to speak to him, he wasn't sure he could answer. He landed on the roof of his agency with no small amount of relief, letting the boy down a final time. "We are here," he announced grandly, but paused when he saw the boy's wide-eyed look and pale face. His heroic instincts overcame his irrational anxiety and unease, feeling a pinch of concern. Had jumping around like that been too much for the boy? Midoriya, my boy? Is everything okay?" "That I am on top of my tower," Midoriya whispered. "This is amazing." That was not the reaction he expected. The boy's mouth slowly curved into a smile, a high-pitched squeak not unlike a dying animal slipping out as he looked around. "I'm on top of my tower. I never even thought I'd see the lobby in person, let alone stand on the roof." Toshinori couldn't help it. The boy's overwhelming enthusiasm made him smile brightly and give a hearty laugh. He just hoped that it didn't sound as high-strung as it felt. "Well, you're not just going to be on the roof, my boy. We still need to go inside." Wide green eyes snapped to him, the boy's jaw dropping again. The look of sheer awe and amazement made him question how he'd ever felt so nervous around the boy, even if he had all for one. All for one. His smile became just ever so slightly strained. "Come along now," he said, gesturing for Midoriya to follow him to the large glass doors that opened to the floor with his office. None of his staff came up here while he was out, guaranteeing plenty of privacy. "I need to speak to someone real quick, so I'll call my secretary to stay with you." Yoi-san was a very nice woman, and she was also quirkless. That would make it safe enough to leave her with Midoriya, no chances of accidentally stealing her quirk. Or intentionally stealing it, either. Fortunately, Yoi was actually already waiting right inside the door, a faint frown on her face. "All might," she started, and paused when she saw Midoriya trailing behind him with wide, sparkly eyes as he stared around in wonder. She faltered, staring at him blankly before turning to Toshinori. Sir? Did you kidnap a child?" "What?" he yelped, startled by the accusation. "Why would you think that?" Yoi gave a feeble shrug. Luckily Midoriya seemed to have missed the exchange, staring at a poster with a hanging jaw. "This is a framed limited edition poster of your Silver Age team-up with Endeavor," he whispered, voice closer to a wheeze than actually speaking. "I never thought I'd see one in person, most of them were said to be lost in a mysterious fire." Toshinori coughed to hide his laugh. Wise they were. Amusingly enough, that had been only the latest in a long line of mishaps regarding attempts to produce that poster. Only one batch had ever been produced properly. The second attempt had been derailed by broken equipment, a third by corrupt image files leading to a rather abstract-looking product that would haunt his nightmares. In the end, when a villain attacked the factory and burnt it down, everyone agreed the poster had been cursed and just gave up on it. "It's even more amazing than I ever dreamed," Midoriya whispered, and then paused. "Wait, did she say something about kidnapping?" "Not at all." Toshinori laughed. "Midoriya, this is Yoi Kimiko, my secretary. Yoi, this is Midoriya Izuku. I found him being accosted by a villain, and I thought it would be more comfortable to work on his report here than the station." "Oh, I see." She nodded in understanding, though she still looked a bit suspicious. It wasn't every day Toshinori brought in a random stranger after all. "By the way, you have a guest in your office." "Oh, thank goodness, Mirai was here." Toshinori didn't let his relief show. "Thank you. I was hoping he'd be here. Can you please get Midoriya some snacks and refreshments while I speak to him? Perhaps give him a tour." "A tour?" Midoriya squeaked, his eyes bulging so far they looked ready to pop out of his head. The awe and admiration was stronger than anything he'd ever seen from any other fan. "Of course, sir," Yoi agreed with that undertone of, "You owe me an explanation later." She turned to Midoriya with a smile. "Come along, Midoriya-kun. I'm sure you've had a busy day, So let's start in the kitchen and raid All Might's snack stash. All Might's snacks, Midoriya whispered, practically vibrating as he followed her. Toshinori waved them off with a smile as he headed to his office, only letting it fade to a grimace when their voices disappeared. Dear Nana, the boy with All for One's power was going to his kitchen to raid his snacks. This had to be the most surreal day of his life. 27 minutes. 27 minutes since Mirai had gotten that text from Toshinori. 16 since he'd arrived at Might Tower. Mirai paced around the office anxiously, waiting for his former partner to make his grand entrance and explain what in the world was going on. The trip to Might Tower had been incredibly quick, even if he had to run one stoplight on the way, and he hadn't wasted a moment going to Toshinori's office to wait. Yoei, his secretary, had been a bit confused by him showing up out of the blue, but she didn't question it. The sound of the doorknob turning made him stop, spinning to see his old friend slip inside. Immediately Mirai knew something was horribly wrong. Toshinori's face looked grimmer than he'd ever seen, eyes haunted and the corners of his mouth downturned in the faintest grimace. The only good news was that he didn't seem hurt, but he knew that there were many things that could harm the man much more than physical injuries. Toshinori, he greeted sharply. What happened? What's going on? Toshinori didn't reply right away, locking the door and walking to his desk. He swayed ever so slightly as he moved, like a man walking to his death and only making Mirai's stomach sink further. His stomach then outright flipped when he saw Toshinori reach under the desk. Not many people knew, but Toshinori had a secret button built into the desk. One perk of being the #1 hero was access to incredible technology not generally available to the public, including ways to instantly soundproof a room. Though nothing visibly or audibly happened to indicate the change, Mirai knew no one would hear them anymore. This was serious, this was very serious. Toshinori collapsed into the chair, leaning forward with his fingers steepled against his chin. A deep, shuddering breath slipped out, shoulders tense as he closed his eyes. All for One is back. Those words made Mirai's mind go momentarily blank, taking a few seconds to process it. What? He blurted, physically recoiling. All for One was back? But he was dead. They saw his body, they cremated it. A kid this time, Toshinori confirmed gravely, and Mirai felt like he'd been punched. Green hair, freckles. Still in middle school. The child? Mirai whispered. All for One killed a child? His expression schooled itself immediately into something more professional and serious, forcing that instinctive fear down. This was serious, he could panic later. Do you know the child's name? He didn't expect him to, or rather he hoped not, but Midoriya Izuku, Toshinori groaned, and sheet. Mirai hadn't heard that name in any cold cases or on the police bands lately, so the murder must be fresh. Tsukachi would have called Mirai up the second he suspected Toshinori or All for One had any knowledge or involvement with it, so he doubted Toshinori had stumbled across it in police records. With the haunted expression on his face, Mirai suspected he'd either seen the murder firsthand, or found the body with some taunting note listing his name. Do his parents know? He asked, and Toshinori grimaced. No, not yet. It just happened, right before I texted you. This was just confirming all of Mirai's worst fears and making him wince. He really did see it himself then. Did you tell Tsukachi? Or any other police? Not yet, and damn it Toshinori, I wanted to speak to you first. Mirai took a deep breath to compose himself. I understand. Yes, that's rational I suppose, he murmured to himself, and hesitated. Did you see him yourself? Are you absolutely sure it's All for One? Could it be a mistake? Could it be an imposter claiming his name? Please be an imposter. He stole and returned the quirk of a villain I was chasing, Toshinori confirmed miserably, dashing what little hope Mirai had left. He pulled his hands away from his face to stare at his palms, eyes narrowing as he hissed. He had those holes in his palms, Mirai. Those exact same holes. Mirai was silent, pressing his fingers to the bridge of his nose as he silently counted to 10. There was absolutely no denying it. All for One was back. We can't waste a moment, he declared. We should call Gran Torino and Tsukachi immediately to arrange a meeting. Yes, I suppose we should, Toshinori agreed, sounding reluctant. Even now he still had a slight fear of his old mentor, but Mirai couldn't spare any sympathy. He couldn't even offer to call them himself, he had another more important task. Look into contacting Midoriya's family, he murmured, looking at his feet with a tight frown. I'll figure out how to tell them the news with Tsukachi later, so you just focus on gathering the others. He saw Toshinori raise his head at that, looking faintly confused. What? Mirai, hold on, isn't that a bit hasty to decide that right now? Shouldn't we wait until we know more? The genuine confusion in his tone startled Mirai, looking at the blonde incredulously. Wait, he repeated. Toshinori, their child is dead. Don't you think they should know? Toshinori stopped and blinked, staring at him blankly. Mirai, I think there has been a grave miscommunication. Now it was Mirai's turn to be confused. What are you talking about? Didn't you just say all for one is back? Yes, I did, but a phone call is here. They startled as Toshinori's voice suddenly boomed through the room, both instinctively checking their phones. Mirai found his dim, just as Toshinori answered his. Yoe-san. All Might. Yoe's voice came over speaker. I think I might have broken the kid? Toshinori blinked at that while Mirai looked on in confusion. What? I don't know. 1 second we were in the kitchen raiding snacks, then he saw that framed picture you have with Lunch Rush, 13, the Wild Pussycats and all those other rescue heroes from that one earthquake a few years back, and then he just started mumbling. Listen. She went silent, and Mirai realized he could hear a very faint mumbling in the background. After a few seconds she added, also, he's writing in a notebook. I think that's normal for him, Toshinori said sheepishly. Midoriya-kun rambled quite a bit when we first met. Mirai nearly jumped at the name, focusing on Toshinori with renewed laser-pointed sharpness as he continued, I'm guessing he's talking about Quirks? Yes, he is. And from what I've heard him say, I am now terrified of Tiger's quirk. Please make him stop. Toshinori coughed awkwardly. I'm sorry, Yoe, but you'll need to endure this a bit longer. I still need to talk to Mirai. I'm sure you can find something to snap him out of it. Yeah, know what? You're right. There was an eerie calmness to her tone that made them both tense. Mirai had gotten to know Yoe well enough before leaving to start his own agency to recognize the distinct prelude to mischief. Sure enough, hey Midoriya-kun, do you want to see the room with All Might's reject merchandise? All Might's reject merchandise? Came a very high-pitched yelp. You keep some here? Only the stuff that turns out so bad it's good. We've got a whole room we like to call the Hall of Shame. I think you'll get a kick out of it. Toshinori winced, eyes going wide with horror, but before he could say anything and try to stop her, the phone hung up. For a moment they just stood in silence, staring at the phone. Then, Mirai took the opportunity to speak. That by any chance, is the Midoriya? You just mentioned Midoriya Izuku? That he is, Toshinori confirmed after a few moments, and Mirai nodded. So when you said all for one is back, you meant the quirk. Toshinori hunched over the desk, pressing his hands to his head. His quirk is back and manifested in young Midoriya just today. I see. This was marginally better than his initial assumption, but still serious. Perhaps you should start from the beginning. Izuku was having the best day of his entire life. He got a quirk, he met All Might, and he was now walking through Might Tower. He got to see All Might's fridge, and he had a full page in his notebook dedicated to its contents, and see all sorts of photos and pictures from various events he'd never released to the public. Private photos of him helping with relief aid and meeting with other heroes, clearly treasured memories that weren't just for publicity. And now he was seeing a bunch of merchandise no one even knew existed. And this here is a plushie from a proposed line of costume swaps. Yoe declared, lifting up a doll of All Might dressed like Midnight. No, we have no idea who the heck suggested adding Midnight to the mix, but it looks beautiful, don't you think? Izuku could only manage a broken squeak, too excited to form proper words. He'd heard rumors of the costume swap line, and had been so disappointed it hadn't come to fruition. But now he knew it was real. He had the proof in the form of this felt doll with All Might wearing Midnight's Demonrex outfit, complete with a removable red mask and a little whip. He could only imagine how the Midnight one would look like in his costume. Why Midnight? He asked, unable to help himself. Their builds are so different, even in plushie form, it's a really odd choice. I think they chose pairs randomly. I hear there was one of Endeavor dressed as Gang Orca, Yoei added with a smirk and conspiratorial wink. How does that even work? Gang Orca has a mutation quirk. 2 words, Yoei replied solemnly. Orca hat. Izuku burst out laughing at the mental image, unable to help himself. The idea of an Endeavor plushie wearing a hat shaped like Gang Orca's head felt surreal. Almost as surreal as those sticky hand toys based on All Might's head, with his famous spiky bangs being the sticky part. Izuku had seen many unforgettable things today. Really, despite how horrible it had been to almost drown in sludge, this past hour had more than made up for it. First he got to ride on All Might, and now he got to tour his agency? Yoei even let him wear a reject hat that had All Might's famous hair spikes but twice as big and orange, with printed arms flexing on either side above the ears. And a super fluffy scarf that turned out kinda creepy when they tried to pattern it after his sleeves of his Golden Age costume, complete with his fists at each end. Izuku quickly understood why the scarf had been rejected, because when they heard a door open he jumped and those fabric fists bounced up into his face. Yoei? Young Midoriya Oh. Izuku spun to see All Might had entered the room, standing a bit rigid as he stared at him with a rigid smile. Midoriya was just trying out some of your reject merch. Yoei supplied smoothly, patting Izuku's shoulder. Right, Midoriya? He nodded, the scarf's fists bouncing against his chest with the motion. Yeah. I can see why it's all rejected. I mean, the fists have hit me in the face like 3 times so far, and the hair on the hat feels really heavy. I feel like I'm going to tip over half the time. But that makes it bad or anything, he added hastily. It's still your merchandise, so it's really incredible, all of it. Even the body pillow. All Might winced at that, and Izuku heard a muffled snort. Ah, yes, the body pillow where you were printed so wide it wrapped around the entire case, a dry voice remarked, and Izuku snapped even further to attention, jaw-dropping. Wait, Sir Night-Eye? He blurted, eyes bulging as he stepped to the side. Sure enough, he saw All Might's former sidekick standing behind the hero, formerly hidden by his bulky figure. The green-haired man examined the body pillow in question with a critical frown on his face, clearly displeased. I never liked the idea of making body pillows in the first place, he remarked disdainfully. And the quality of this sample is quite shoddy even beyond the print. All Might coughed into his fist. Enough about that. Thank you for showing him around, Yoei. You can get back to work now. My pleasure. Yoei replied sweetly, and turned to Izuku who had already begun unwinding the scarf. And remember, I'm giving you full permission to tell everyone you know about the Hall of Shame. Thank you, Izuku said with a beaming smile, and Yoei smiled before taking the scarf and hat. She gingerly set them on their pedestals with a reverence fitting for any All Might merchandise, and then gave her employer a salute before heading off. Was it Izuku or did All Might's smile look weirdly strained? Anyways, All Might said, snapping his attention back. Midoriya, this is my former sidekick, Sir Night-Eye. As you, already seem to know, he added lamely. Izuku didn't respond, just staring in awe at Night-Eye. Sir Night-Eye looked even more incredible in person. The man had always been one who preferred the background, so not much official merchandise existed of him prior to striking out on his own. However, his business suit looked even more sharp and crisp than Izuku imagined, and the glint in those golden eyes just spoke of endless intelligence. Hello, Midoriya, he greeted with a nod. All Might told me about your situation. You just activated your quirk today. Core, is that a plushie appendix? He faltered mid-sentence, and Izuku blinked before looking down at his hand. Oh, why it is, he said with a sheepish laugh. I forgot I picked it up. The toy appendix had to be the most ridiculous piece of reject merchandise of all. It was colored with All Might's famous red, blue and yellow color scheme, and had his famous trademark bangs. Right, because of the appendicitis, Sir Night Eye murmured after a few seconds. I completely forgot that existed. May I see it for a moment? Sure, it's not mine anyway, so. Izuku held it out obligingly, and the sidekick turned pro took it silently, their hands brushing briefly as he did. As they did, Izuku felt a small tingle run up his spine, surprising him. What was that? The material is incredibly soft, he murmured appraisingly. If not for the design, this could have been good to sell for charity purposes. The color scheme is a bit much, though. He paused then, seeming to think for a moment. Midoriya, does your mother have green hair? Huh. Izuku blinked. Why yeah, but why wait? Is it your foresight? He lit up with a gasp, eyes sparkling. I've heard rumors you can see the future, but no one knows how your quirk works. If you used it just now, then maybe that's the weird tingling I felt when our hands touched? Is it contact-based then? Can it see far in the future? If you saw my mom, then it must be at least a while because we live in Mizudafu. Unless she's going to show up here, but that's unlikely unless you called her. He fell into a trance-like state while mumbling to himself, oblivious to the shocked stares he was getting. Your foresight must be at least somewhat long-range then. Unless it's not actually foresight like the rumors say, but a form of telepathy or psychometry, and you read people's thoughts enough to predict their moves and seem like it's foresight. Either way, it's at least not a physical quirk, which is rare among pro-heroes who had their own agencies, so it must be at least a little strong. Unless it's based purely on your own skills. That is very perceptive. Izuku jolted at Night Eye's voice, abruptly remembering he wasn't alone. His face immediately flared bright red with embarrassment, flinching as he glanced at the former sidekick. I'm so sorry, I guess my mumbling is really creepy, huh? He muttered, shoulders hunching uneasily as he grimaced. Really, I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize at all, Night Eye assured him. That was quite astute of you. However, you said something about tingling. Oh right. When our hands brushed against each other, I felt this weird jolt, I guess? Izuku frowned as he glanced at his hand. I guess that was your quirk, but was I wrong? People don't usually feel it when I use my quirk, Night Eye responded with a frown. I did, however, use it on you briefly to check something. Izuku perked up at that. Wait, you did? What did you see? Did you see my future? How far did you see? Or is it actually telepathy? He stopped when Night Eye held up a hand to signal for silence. It's hard to answer your questions when you don't give me a chance, he commented with a wry half-smile, making Izuku shrink guiltily. Oops. To begin, my quirk is indeed foresight. I'd rather keep all the details and conditions private for now, as it is crucial that no one knows, but you are correct that it involves contact. Which makes the fact you noticed somewhat concerning. I can only assume it's related to your quirk. My quirk. Those words had Izuku standing a bit straighter, his eyes growing wide as he looked down at his palm. That's right, I have a quirk now. In his excitement over coming to Might Tower, he'd almost forgotten. I can't believe I finally have one of my own. It's still so new though. Wait, All Might said he knew someone who might be able to help, he realized abruptly, snapping wide eyes back to the pair. Was he talking about you? Among other people, Night Eye confirmed, and Izuku felt like he'd be perfectly fine if he died right there and then actually no, strike that. If he died now, he wouldn't be able to learn more about his quirk. His life was only just beginning. Young Midoriya, All Might said, and Izuku spun to face him with wide, sparkling eyes, ready to absorb every word his idol had to say. Your quirk is very unique and has a lot of power, as I'm sure you've realized. In fact, a call is here. Izuku jumped as All Might's voice boomed into the silence, startling all three of them. On reflex, all of them reached to their pockets to check their phones, but only Izuku's screen was lit up, and when he saw the name his stomach sank. Oh no. What's wrong? Sir Night Eye asked, and Izuku looked up sheepishly. Kinda forgot to call my mom and tell her I'd be late? There was a brief silence, and then Night Eye just hung his head with a sigh. Midoriya, please answer your phone, he said, turning to leave. Tashinori, please go change out of your costume. I'll go prepare the car. The car? All Might repeated while Izuku slid his finger across, accept, on the screen. Yes. We'll be dining with the Midoriya family tonight. And that was how Midoriya Izuku called her son in a panic only to be greeted by a high-pitched screech. Chapter 8. Dinner at the Midoriya house. I hope the food's okay. I would have tried to make something better, but I didn't have much time to go buy more ingredients on such short notice. Midoriya Izuku looked almost frantic as she sat at the table, picking a piece of pork from her stir-fry with chopsticks. You're not allergic to anything, right? Oh dear, I should have had Izuku ask while we were on the phone. No, we're not allergic to anything, Midoriya-san. Toshinori assured her quickly. And if anything, we should be the ones apologizing. We're the ones who sprung this dinner on you without warning. Yes, the burden is on us, Mirai agreed with a nod, plucking a piece of pork from his own plate. And your cooking is perfectly fine, Midoriya-san. Wonderful even. Yeah, you really outdid yourself with this stir-fry. Midoriya Izuku, not Izuku, declared after swallowing another bite. It tastes so good. Well, if you say so. Their hostess offered a wobbly, nervous smile before she plopped some pork in her mouth, averting her gaze as she chewed. Her nervousness was only rivaled by her son, who looked split between being starstruck and panicked by Toshinori's presence as he focused on his meal. This had to be the most awkward dinner of Toshinori's life. Mirai had effectively invited himself and Toshinori over to young Midoriya's house for dinner, nearly giving the boy and his mother a heart attack. Toshinori himself had to spend 5 minutes talking to the woman on the phone, assuring her that her son was perfectly fine, and apologizing for technically kidnapping him without telling her. Really, he'd rather not be here. The fact he had to come as All Might only added to the strangeness of the situation. They'd had to basically sneak him through the door in a large coat to avoid being seen. It felt so silly when he now had a transformation quirk at his disposal, but as Mirai pointed out, Izuku, who'd insisted on using her given name during the meal to avoid confusion, had spoken to All Might, not Yagi Toshinori. At least the stir-fry was good. For something made on short notice, it tasted fantastic. Toshinori felt like internally crying. When was the last time he'd eaten someone else's homemade cooking? Izuku cleared her throat, breaking into his thoughts. So, you said Izuku has a quirk now? She asked, and the younger Midoriya perked up while Toshinori and Mirai exchanged sly glances. Yeah. It's some kind of transfer quirk, I think. I think I can take quirks from other people, and I think I'm more aware of them too. Or at least, I could barely focus on anything at school today because of it. And apparently I felt Sir Night Eye use his quirk on me, when that's not supposed to happen? Izuku nodded along as he spoke, smiling shakily. And you found it when a villain tried to kill you? She asked, her voice cracking on the last bit. All of them winced at that, Toshinori and young Midoriya grimacing in synchronization. I apologize for letting that villain get so close, Izuku-san, Toshinori said, bowing his head. It is my fault your son got into danger. No, don't apologize, she said, waving her free hand. You can't catch everyone right away, and you captured the villain in the end and now Izuku's fine. Yeah, young Midoriya agreed, bobbing his head vigorously. And I got to go to my tower afterwards, which was so amazing. Honestly, this is probably the best day of my entire life, he added, smiling sheepishly as his eyes lowered to his food. I got a quirk, I got to meet you. I honestly kind of forgot the sludge villain thing happened. Izuku smiled warmly at her son's enthusiasm, some of her tension fading. I still would prefer it never happened at all, but you really did make Izuku's day special, she said as she glanced back at Toshinori. Even if his quirk finally came in, this would have been a lot more traumatic if you hadn't been there. Thank you so much, All Might. He winced at hearing his hero name. If you want, please call me Yagi, he offered with a weak smile. Young Midoriya nearly choked, but thankfully Mirai easily dislodged the food with a deft chop to his back while Toshinori continued, using my hero name in a private setting feels rather, stiff and formal. All right, Al Yagi-san. Izuku nodded, looking a bit flustered as she said his name. Her eyes fell to her plate and for about a full minute after that no one spoke, just eating in silence. This really was the strangest dinner of his life. Eventually Mirai gently cleared his throat, breaking the awkward tension. "Well, in any event, we at least learned your son's quirk," he commented, and Midoriya perked up as he bobbed his head eagerly. "Yeah. I mean, it did technically appear this morning, but I never would have thought it would have anything to do with quirks. Even if I'd made the holes appear again, I'm not sure I would have tried to use it on a person without knowing what it did first. I was honestly just hoping the holes would SCK up the sludge." That made Inko pause, a distant look on her face. "Izuku," she said after a moment. "How big are those holes?" "Oh, Midoriya looked at his empty palm thoughtfully, and from his seat Toshinori could see it lacked any holes at the moment. "They're about the size of my thumbnail, I guess." "I see," Inko said faintly. "And so, if it could SCK up the sludge, what exactly did you expect to happen?" Young Midoriya opened his mouth but stopped short, and even Toshinori found himself contemplating it. The sludge villain had been quite large, and with such tiny holes. "That I am really lucky that's not how it worked," Midoriya whispered, face pale as he stared at his. "Where would it even go?" "Let's not think about that," Toshinori suggested weakly, and they all made soft noises of agreement. "Anyways, what's that toy you brought home?" Inko asked, clearly trying to change the topic, and Toshinori felt a keen desire to crawl away and hide somewhere as her son lit up. "Oh, that's a rejected plushie of All Might's appendix," he answered brightly, and his mother stared at him blankly. "What?" The rest of the meal passed in relative peace after that. Midoriya eagerly regaled them with the events of the day, happily chattering about the Hall of Shame much to Toshinori's masked dismay. Why did he agree to let Mirai build that place for his rejected merchandise? And how did Mirai and Yoei convince him to give Midoriya the rejected appendix plushie? Alas, he would probably never know. Eventually dinner came to an end, the stories with it, and Inko took the empty plates to the kitchen while the rest of the group moved to the living room. "Izuku, can you do me a favor?" she asked as she came back, carrying 3 cups of tea for herself and her guests. "Sure, Mom, what is it?" "Can you please go take a shower? And change out of your clothes?" The boy looked puzzled at the request and glanced at Toshinori and Mirai, clearly confused by being asked to do so while they had company. Sure, I guess, but why?" "Well, you said you turned into sludge, right?" Inko asked with a tight smile. "And before that, that villain was trying to suffocate you with sludge, right?" The boy opened his mouth, paused, and then grimaced as he tugged at his sleeve. "That why yeah, I should probably go wash off," he said feebly. "I mean, I don't feel like there's anything on my uniform, but I could just be. Yeah." He glanced at Toshinori, clearly reluctant to leave, and he offered a reassuring smile. "Go ahead, your mother's right. Honestly, I should have offered you a change of clothes at the agency," he added with a sheepish laugh. "You should really go clean yourself now. We've kept you long enough." "Alright, I guess you have a point. I'll be back in, half an hour, I guess." With a few more reassurances, Midoriya awkwardly headed off to his bedroom to fetch some clothes. Once the bathroom door closed, his mother sighed and settled in an armchair with her cup of tea, and turned to face the pros with a frown. "Yaisen, Sir Knight, I can't take it anymore," she declared, making them both tense. "There's a reason you're here specifically, right? I know my baby's special, but I can't imagine the #1 hero would go out of his way to spend so much time on this unless it was something important." The 2 pro heroes exchanged a brief glance at that. Years of working together made it easy to communicate without actual words, and soon Mirai nodded and turned to face her. "Midoriya-san, I'll be blunt," he started. "Your son's quirk is incredibly dangerous, and it bears a powerful resemblance to that of one of the worst villains in the history of Japan." Inko stiffened at that, her eyes wide as he continued, "This power is one that can cause great temptation to its owner. We have good reason to believe that, if not trained carefully, he could pose a major threat to society." Toshinori winced at the almost brutal nature of the statement as Inko gasped, her hands flying over her mouth. "My baby, a villain?" she whispered, horror and disbelief clear in her voice. "You can't possibly mean. He wouldn't hurt a fly." She shook her head furiously, and Toshinori's heart went out to the woman. He so desperately wanted to believe her, to agree and offer reassurance, but the fact was he didn't know Midoriya Izuku enough to know if she was right. No one was born evil and cruel. If any quirk had the potential to corrupt its owner, it was all for one. Or, Mirai interjected before her panic could spiral further, he could become a powerful hero with proper guidance. That seemed like something he'd be interested in, based on how he was talking earlier. Do you know if it is? That remark seemed to make her regain some semblance of her composure, her mouth pressing into a firm line as she nodded her head. Of course, she said with no hesitation or doubt. Izuku's wanted to be a hero for as long as he's been able to talk. I remember when we went to the quirk specialist and found out he was quirkless. She trailed off, her expression wavering as her head bowed to stare at her tea. He was so sad and heartbroken, she whispered, but he still never stopped dreaming. When the second quirk boom happened, he was so full of hope that he'd get one. She shook her head and released a shuddery breath, looking up with a frown. Is my baby's quirk really that dangerous? Mirai glanced at Toshinori, silently deferring to him on how to proceed. This was, after all, Toshinori's story more than his. The secrets of One for All, and by extension information about All for One, were ultimately his to tell. Mirai had taken the initiative to start the discussion, knowing Toshinori would be lost on how to even begin approaching it, but from here it was all up to him. Toshinori frowned down at his cup of tea, still untouched since she gave it to him. He could see his reflection in the liquid, the strong, sharp angles in his face that persisted even in his muscular form. After a moment of hesitation, he took a breath and raised his head to meet her gaze, steeling his resolve. The villain Sir spoke of is the man who killed my mentor, he started lowly, and could see her freeze at that. I spent the entirety of my career chasing him down, tracking his empire and fighting his minions. I cannot go into detail, for your own safety, but I cannot stress how much damage that man caused before he died. And your son? He scowled as he glanced down, thinking back to that instinctive dread and horror when he first saw the boy's true appearance after returning the villain's quirk. His quirk is too similar. I cannot, in good conscience, allow that sort of power to be left unsupervised. I do not know your son as well as you, but I do know that if any quirk would be able to corrupt its owner without proper guidance, it would be that one. We're also concerned for his safety in general, Mirai added with a frown. If word of a method to transfer quirks were to spread, many quirk traffickers would do anything to get their hands on it. In their eyes, it would be a sort of holy grail. Traffickers? She repeated, her face rapidly paling, and Toshinori grimaced. The man I mentioned is dead, but his followers may still exist, he admitted grimly, before shaking his head and saying, no, they almost certainly do. They would likely try to turn your son into a second coming of him. Try to warp him to share their ideals. It would only be logical, since the boy literally had All for One's quirk. Truthfully, the main reason we decided to come tonight is to explain all this to you as soon as possible, he continued. I am admittedly still in shock at seeing another quirk so similar to that one, so I'm not thinking as clearly as I usually would. I don't think it's fully set in yet, he admitted shamefully. In the meantime though, we wanted to make sure you didn't register young Midoriya's quirk just yet, as we feel that would only endanger him. The fewer people who know, the better. Inko was silent at that, staring at them in mute horror as she absorbed the information. So then, what do you want us to do? Do you want him to just pretend he doesn't have a quirk? To just stay quirkless? Do you really understand what that would mean for him? That had Toshinori flinching and gritting his teeth, because he did. He remembered the stigma of being quirkless when he'd been the boy's age, and he could only imagine it had gotten worse. That's actually one of my concerns, Mirai commented, leaning forward. Tell me, Midoriya-san, has your son been bullied for his status? Suffered any discrimination? Toshinori openly winced at the blunt questioning and shot his former sidekick a disbelieving stare, but then his head snapped back when he heard Inko murmur a faint, yes. The woman looked miserable as she stared at her teacup, just as untouched as theirs. Izuku. His classmates have always been so cruel to him, they made fun of him and avoided him for being quirkless. He'd come home with bruises a lot when he was younger, she added, making Toshinori's eyes widen with horror. So I know there was physical bullying too. Did the school ever do anything about it? Toshinori questioned, unable to help himself. To an extent, yes, but not all of the teachers were that attentive. And as much as I hate to admit it, I can't blame them, she sighed. Supervising 20 children with quirks and making sure they don't hurt themselves would take up so much time and attention. Honestly, with some of the stories Izuku told me, it's a miracle that any teachers have the patience to deal with all those kids. It's gotten a bit better in recent years though. After the Second Quirk Boom, a lot of his schoolmates went to him for advice for themselves or family members, since he likes quirks so much, so it cut down on some of the bullying. So he was already passionate about quirks then, Toshinori murmured, recalling the notebook. Inko smiled faintly as she nodded. He always has been. Last I checked, I think he's filled 17 notebooks on quirks, I think. The number had them both startling as she idly continued. I don't know what number he's on since he buys them himself now, but he's been keeping those notebooks since he was a child. This quirk, I honestly couldn't have picked a more fitting one for him. Her smile became more fragile then, as if it could break at a moment's notice, before she sighed softly. I just wished the Second Quirk Boom could have gotten him some more friends too. If Toshinori's heart hadn't been ready to break before, that last sentence was the final blow needed. I see, Mirai murmured with a frown. I apologize for asking about such a sensitive topic. One of the easiest ways to sway Midoriya would be to prey upon any past trauma or discrimination, though. A history of bullying would be an easy motivation to use to push him towards revenge on society. Inko frowned and shifted in her seat uncomfortably. I'd like to say that would never happen, but honestly, I'm sometimes amazed he doesn't feel more angry. His heart is so big it never ceases to amaze me, but I can't help but worry. Her head ducked at that, guilt and concern palpable in the hunch to her back. He's only a child, and no one is that strong. It feels like I've always been waiting for him to hit his breaking point, and I don't want to see that. No parent would, Toshinori murmured somberly, and set the now cold cup of tea on the end table. Inko-san, you have our word, we'll do everything in our power to make sure that your son has as bright a future as possible. We intend to speak to some associates about this tomorrow, Mirai added. I already have some people in mind who would be able to better help plan how to handle this situation. Until then, we must ask you to avoid registering his quirk. We will, however, figure out a way to ensure he won't be harassed any further for being supposedly quirkless, he promised. Even beyond the concerns I outlined, his happiness and sense of security is a high priority. At the very least, we can probably register him with an analysis quirk or some other invisible quirk, Toshinori suggested with a wry smile. Based on what you've said and the little I've spoken to him about the subject, I think he could pass off his analysis as one. Though, he might need to transfer schools since he's apparently known for it already at his current one. Inko paused then, her head slowly raising with an odd glint in her eyes. Wait, Izuku can take quirks. The remark had the two pros pausing, a sudden tingle of dread filling Toshinori. Yes, he can, Mirai confirmed after a few moments. Midoriya-san, what are you? He stopped himself as they heard the bathroom door open, and all three adults turned to see the younger Midoriya trotting into the hall in a t-shirt saying, pajama shirt, and sweatpants. Izuku, that was fast, Inko observed. Her son had a sheepish look on his face, scratching the back of his neck as he laughed. Yeah, the water suddenly went cold. Again. Again. Toshinori echoed in faint surprise. This apartment building didn't seem that cheap or old like the usual kinds to have water temperature issues like that. Oh dear, Inko sighed. One of the neighbors tends to mess with water temperature. It's something to do with his second quirk, he can't really control it. Where is this neighbor located? Mirai asked curiously, and mother and son exchanged a look. 3 buildings down, Inko answered, and both men stared at her. It apparently affects all buildings within the block. He sent a letter explaining it to all the apartments when he moved in 3 years ago. Sometimes the water will freeze in the pipes, Midoriya added with a weak laugh. It can get warmer too though, so that can be really nice in the winter. But once I heard our next-door neighbor scream because it was too hot. That is scarily impressive, Mirai murmured, while Toshinori silently pondered what in the world All for One would use such a quirk for. Then he imagined a shower that suddenly reached boiling point and had to suppress a wince. He decided not to ask about the specifics of the quirk. Well, anyway, this is perfect timing, Inko said, breaking his line of thought. She turned to face her son, hands primly folded on her lap. Izuku, you know how to take quirks now, right? Her son was surprised at the question and glanced at his palms with a frown. I think so. I've only done it the one time, but I think I get how it works. Then, Izuku, I want you to take Burst Dash. Today had been full of surprises, to the point Izuku thought nothing could surprise him anymore, but he was proven wrong. His mom suddenly offered for him to take Burst Dash, and then surprised him again when she explained why. Sweetie, we don't think it's safe for your quirk to be public, she told him. It's such a wonderful power, but if the wrong people find out about it, they might try to kidnap you or make you use it. But I would never use my quirk for evil. Izuku protested with a wide-eyed frown, aghast at the very notion. I don't care what they might say or do, I would never stoop that low. Even if they threaten me? His mother asked quietly, and that had him freezing in horror, his eyes going wide. She frowned as she met his gaze, clearly unhappy with her words but forcing herself to continue. Izuku, you have such a big heart and I know you'd never turn to evil willingly, but that heart also makes it easy for people to take advantage of you. If they were to use me as a hostage, or some other innocent person, could you honestly say you wouldn't give in? The words hit Izuku like a brick, his stomach sinking. Using hostages to force him to use his quirk? He didn't know which notion made him feel more sick, using his quirk for evil. Or an innocent person getting hurt because of him. I could go get heroes, he tried to argue, but he could see Sir Night-Eye shaking his head. No, you won't always have that luxury. If someone were to, hypothetically, kidnap you and a classmate on your way home from school, and threaten to murder your classmate if you didn't take a quirk from someone, what would you do? Izuku just stared in horror, his chest twisting uncomfortably at the mere hypothetical. Why would they do that though? He whispered. I mean, I'd just be taking my quirk for myself, alright? Sir Night-Eye paused at that, his eyes narrowing. Midoriya, for one who's so analytical of quirks, you seem to have overlooked a very significant possibility, he remarked, confusing Izuku before he continued. If you can take quirks and then return them, then who's to say you can't give those quirks to someone else? The possibility had Izuku freezing, his jaw dropping as the implications slammed into him. Taking and giving quirks to someone else? That absolutely made sense. He'd have to test it to be sure, of course, but there was nothing guaranteeing he could only return a quirk to its original owner. The sludge villain's quirk had been inside him after all, and the villain himself had felt empty. No connection seemed to exist anymore. That's why we can't tell anyone about your quirk, his mom continued firmly. All Might and Sir Night-Eye came here to discuss this with me and warn me about the dangers, and I agree. I don't think it's even safe to register it. She met his gaze as she added, and that's why I think you should take Burst Dash and register that instead. There they were again, those amazing, incredible words that took Izuku's breath away. Mom, really? He asked. But why? I mean, I get why you want me to hide it, but you want me to have Burst Dash. I do, she said with a nod. Izuku, honey, you do have a quirk now, and I can't let you pretend to be quirkless and get bullied for it when I have a perfectly good quirk you could have instead. You'll be able to use it better than I ever would. Izuku felt like crying, feeling himself start to tear up. All the years he'd spent studying and getting lost in awe over Burst Dash came crashing into him. How many hours had they spent experimenting with it to answer every question he had? How many pages had he dedicated to notes on that one quirk? Izuku felt like he knew Burst Dash as intimately as the back of his own hand, and the thought of actually having it for himself filled him with a sudden sense of desire he couldn't ignore. As neat a solution as this appears to be, we can't be hasty about this. Sir Night-Eye cut into the moment, and the mother and son turned to face him in mild surprise. He had a critical glint in his eye as he studied them, speaking smoothly and evenly. Midoriya-san, giving away your quirk isn't a decision to be made lightly. While it would solve some of our immediate problems, it would cause some more as well. That's right, All Might agreed with a nod. I admire your tenacity about helping your son, but this is a heavy decision. Can you really say you won't ever regret giving away your quirk? Under other circumstances, All Might's words would have made Izuku hesitate. As much as he wanted a quirk, he couldn't stand the thought of leaving his mother quirkless for his own personal benefit. However, there was one fact that the two pro-heroes seemed to be missing, and for that reason he wasn't surprised by the resolution and determination on his mother's face when he looked back at her. Burst Dash is my second quirk, she said, and the two pro-heroes clearly hadn't expected that. She waved a hand and All Might startled as his teacup floated off the end table and slowly floated towards her, explaining, my original quirk lets me attract small objects to myself, and I use that a lot more than Burst Dash so I won't miss it. A lot of people don't even know I have Burst Dash, she confessed with a small smile. It's a very physical quirk. On the day of the Second Quirk Boom, Mom actually tripped and made a hole in the wall with it. Izuku couldn't help interjecting, smiling softly at the memory. We still call it crash, sometimes as a joke. I do tend to crash with it a lot, his mom agreed with a quiet chuckle. I barely ever use it because it's so hard to control, so if I lose it, people won't notice. I can count the number of people who've actually seen it on one hand. In that case, that might actually work, Sir Night-Eye murmured, and Izuku perked up hopefully. My other concern was that it would be suspicious for your son to spontaneously develop an identical copy of your quirk while yours seemingly vanished. But with this, we can probably register it under a different name and tweak the description a bit so they're not completely identical. He nodded to himself as he spoke. This would also explain why I saw Midoriya make a hole in the wall in my vision. And everyone else froze at that, Izuku's jaw dropping. He had so many questions about Sir Night-Eye's quirk now, but now was not the time or place. Not when he had a chance to get Burst Dash right in front of him. His attention turned to All Might instead, silently seeking his approval for the plan. The man seemed startled by the sudden attention, and fidgeted before clearing his throat. Yes, I suppose I can't object anymore either, he said, and Izuku's heart soared. This resolves all my concerns as well. So as long as your mother fully consents to it, I cannot see any reason to disagree. And now Izuku turned to his mother, eyes wide with hope, and found a warm smile. Izuku, sweetie, please take it. He fidgeted for a moment, glancing between the three adults, waiting for one of them to change their minds. When none of them did, he nodded. Okay, I'm ready. I think I need to be touching you for it to work, maybe? His mother nodded and held out her hand. He reached out and took it, squeezing his eyes shut and focusing on feeling out Burst Dash. After a few seconds, he saw two. Should he keep calling them lights? There wasn't really any light to them, but that was really the closest thing he could think of to compare them to. In the end, he decided he'd just call them for what they were, quirks. One was thin and floaty, but almost felt like it could support him if he wrapped himself up in it, like a hammock. The other was clear and cool and sharp, like a piece of crystal but less solid, always flowing around and turning in on itself. He paused for a moment, weighing his options. He hadn't really thought about how different quirks might look to his quirk. What should he call his quirk anyway? Even if he didn't register it, it'd still be good to have a name for it. Maybe there was some way to get a sense of what quirks could do by looking at them like this? That would be a really good tool for helping people manifesting new and difficult quirks. He'd have to figure out how to tell them apart at some point, especially for people with multiple quirks. Maybe. Honey, you're rambling again. Izuku almost cringed at that, but stopped when he considered it might break the connection. Just pick one and try taking it. It's okay if you take pull by accident, we can just do it again. Izuku nodded and pulled the sharper quirk toward himself, blinking a few times as he adjusted to the feeling. He glanced down at his hands just in time to see the holes in them close and vanish. I don't feel any different, his mom said, stretching her fingers experimentally. Were you able to take it okay? Oh yeah, Izuku said. When he closed his eyes, he could see the pattern dancing under his skin, and if he tried really hard he was pretty sure he could actually feel the quirk. Can you still use your quirk? Pull, I mean. She reached out and made the familiar flicking motion with her hand, and one of her chopsticks sailed smoothly towards her. Looks like it. So that means. Izuku looked down at his hands again, practically vibrating with excitement. It means I can be a hero, he shouted, bracing his legs to jump for joy. Not in the house. Night Eye and his mom yelled in unison, and he stopped sheepishly. We'll arrange for someone to help you train, both with your mother's quirk and your own. Hopefully sometime in the next few weeks, Night Eye said. Until then just try to be careful with them. Alright, sorry. Izuku nodded, but couldn't wipe off the smile from his face. At long last he had a quirk. He felt like his life was finally beginning for real. Chapter 9. Crash Course, It was a normal day at Aldra. A few minutes remained before class would begin, and most of the students had already arrived. Everyone filtered into the room and hung about like usual, chatting about the latest news or griping about homework. Midoriya Izuku hovered near the open door, helping steady a poster that had gotten loose while another student taped it up. Bakugo Katsuki looked as surly as ever as he trudged into the classroom, which while not abnormal, seemed worse today after getting delayed by a villain attack. It had nearly made him late, so his scowl was a bit more pronounced than usual when he stomped towards his desk. Out of the way, Deku, he grumbled, shoving Izuku with his shoulder as he passed. The shove wasn't that hard, but it still made the green-haired boy lose his balance, stumbling a few steps towards the wall as he tried to regain his footing. He staggered and twisted his torso so his shoulder collided with the wall. And then there was a flash of light and a magnificent crash. The room fell into abrupt silence as everyone turned to stare at the brand new hole in their wall. Izuku sat in the midst of said hole, legs still in the classroom but the rest of his body firmly in the hallway and covered in plaster and dust. Small bluish-green hexagons still flickered in the air around him, already rapidly fading. For a moment, all was silent. And then, everyone exploded, Bakugo much more literally than the rest. Midoriya got a quirk? 2 weeks after getting Burst Dash, everyone at school found out about it. It was probably the busiest day of Izuku's school career. His classmates mobbed him almost instantly, their excited shouts and cries drowning out Kaken's angry yells. The teacher had come running at the sound of the crash, as had several others, but instead of getting mad he'd sent him to the nurse's office to make sure he hadn't been hurt. Then the principal arrived to congratulate him, and called his mom since they hadn't actually notified the school yet. The attention never let up once after that. When he got back to his classroom for second PRD he was mobbed again. Word spread fast, and between classes students from every grade would come by to gawk at the hole he'd left. And at lunch, he found a small crowd waiting at the door to pepper him with questions. At the end of the day more students mobbed him, and he ended up, accidentally, using Burst Dash to flee once he reached the school gates. One useful perk. It gave him a speed boost that made it easy to outrun his peers. By the time he reached the train station and got onto one, he all but collapsed onto an empty seat. Honestly, Izuku didn't know what to make of the attention. He had always been more in the background, so having everyone seeking him out was jarring. It probably wouldn't have been so bad if he'd just told them instead of accidentally showing it off the way he did, but they wanted to finish working out the details of the registration before telling the school. Guess we'll have to finish that today, he thought with a sigh, turning his head to watch Muzutafu zoom by. It only took 15 minutes before his stop arrived, and from there another 10 minutes of walking before a now familiar building came into sight. The Mighty Fitness Gym was a decently sized gym that modeled itself with All Might's branding, partially because All Might actually did own it. Izuku only learned this fact because the man had suggested he go there to train his new quirk. He dropped off his school bag in the locker room like always and changed into his training clothes before heading to a private back room to train. 5 seconds after closing the door, he felt a sudden sense of dread and instinctively leaped to the side. That dread proved well-founded because he only barely managed to avoid a flying kick aimed at his side. "Why do you do that every time?" he cried. "To keep your reflexes sharp," came the gruff response, and Izuku groaned as he turned to face his mentor. Gran Torino was a hero Izuku had never heard of, and whose name he had come to regret knowing. The man had apparently retired for the most part many years ago, but he came out of retirement to teach Izuku at All Might's request. It had only been a little over a week since they started training, and Izuku already felt mildly traumatized by the experience. The small old man huffed as he crossed his arms. Despite being the shorter one, it felt like he was somehow looking down at Izuku. "Your mom told me about the call from your school. So you couldn't even wait until we got all the registration details sorted out, huh?" "It just kinda happened," Izuku said with a grimace. "At least I didn't get in trouble with the school." That had been nice. At least he didn't get lectured or anything. If anything, his teacher had seemed happy for him. "I kinda expected them to be more upset about breaking the wall." "That's because your school is run by brown-nosing idiots who want to profit off your success," Gran Torino replied flatly. "They see you have a quirk with a potential for heroics, and between that and your grades they're banking on you making it into UA so they can boast about a graduate becoming a hero." That had Izuku pausing, and he felt himself deflate a bit. Oh. The school did show some obvious favoritism towards Bakugo and Hachinos, both from the faculty and their classmates. The thought of the latter had him freezing, eyes going wide with horror. "Wait, are my classmates going to be crowding me every day? I barely made it through today. I can't go a whole year dealing with Gak." He yelped as Gran bopped him on the head with his cane. "Boy, it's only been a day," he groused. "You can worry about that later. For now, any ideas on what name you'll give it? Or your other one, for that matter?" Izuku frowned as he rubbed the spot Gran had hit. "I still don't know what to name my actual quirk," he admitted. "I've come up with a lot of names, but none of them feel right. But as for Burst Dash..." He paused, thinking back to how he'd crashed through the wall, and how his mother had done the same thing the first time she'd used it. "I might as well go with Crash. I mean, today was basically a repeat of when my mom first used it, and we already sometimes called it that as a joke anyway, so..." Gran snorted at that. "Took you long enough to decide. And the name's accurate, given how much crashing you do." He nodded at the large, colorful foam blocks set up around the room. They looked similar to the ones used in gymnastics, only these were taller than Izuku and had weighted centers. Izuku had been using them for training on how to crash into stuff, seeing how much force would be needed to knock them over, controlling the force of his dash. That sort of thing. Knocking them over tended to be hit or miss so far with how heavy some of them were. He had basically destroyed the foam padding on one to reveal the hard, dark core, though, which had been kinda painful to hit. Burst Dash or Crash now shielded him from serious injuries while it was active, but slamming into something that hard still left him sore. "So should I keep charging at them like usual?" he asked, and Gran nodded. "That's a start. Yesterday you managed to knock over all the green ones pretty consistently, so see if you can knock over a blue one." The blocks had different weights based on the color, with blue being around the middle range. Izuku sighed as he nodded, turning to face the nearest one. Activating Crash so far felt much simpler than trying to activate his other quirk. It didn't require much concentration, just imagining himself channeling energy into his legs. He could actually feel the power build up in him, and when he took off running he saw a flash of blue and green in the corner of his eyes. He crashed into the block with his full force, successfully toppling it over. He hit it so hard, in fact, that when it rolled over it kinda carried him with the roll, flinging him into the air with a startled shout. Izuku reflexively folded his arms over his face as he went crashing onto the thickly padded mat, the impact knocking all the air out of him with a pained gasp. Nothing broke, but that still really hurt. As he laid groaning in agony, a shadow stretched over him, and he opened his eyes to see Gran looming over him. "Kid, you deactivated your quirk on your descent again," he pointed out gruffly. "You wouldn't be this sore if you used it." Izuku blinked slowly, wondering if he could speak when it felt like his lungs still lacked about half the air they usually held. "See, couldn't," he wheezed, struggling to get the word out. "Quirk, or tough." Crash had a time limit, followed by a short cooldown PRD. It wasn't his fault that it wore off while he was still in the air. Then you need to work on extending the duration. That, or figure out how to use the right amount of force to not send yourself flying when you knock. Something over. Why'd you go full force anyway? He lightly tapped Izuku's side with his cane, not too hard but still reminding Izuku that area was still sore. Now get up and try again, but don't try to charge it like an elephant. Yes, sir. Izuku reluctantly dragged himself to his feet, taking a few seconds to catch his breath as he staggered to face the block. With a deep inhale, he channeled Crash to his legs once more and charged forward. Based on all my research, it seems that Midoriya Izuku does, indeed, possess the quirk All for One itself, and not a copy or relative to it. Nezu's words had Toshinori sagging his seat tiredly, rubbing his forehead. I don't know if that's a relief or makes this worse, he groaned, and Mirai gave a soft hum of reassurance. It's not exactly a surprise, he pointed out. We'd already been operating under the assumption that it's the same quirk. At least we know what we're dealing with. Yes, but I'd still prefer that quirk not exist at all, Toshinori murmured to himself with a grimace, but his words went ignored. It had been 2 weeks now. 2 weeks since he found the boy who received his nemesis's quirk. In that time they'd been busy, contacting the very few people who knew the true story of All for One and the Second Quirk Boom to alert them of that situation. Given everyone's busy schedules, today marked the first time they had all been able to meet in person. Minus Gran Torino, of course, but he was busy training Midoriya, so his absence could hardly be faulted. The meeting had been hosted by Nezu on UA's campus, inviting Toshinori, Mirai, Shizenji Chio, better known as Recovery Girl, and Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. I never would have thought that All for One would be distributed by the Second Quirk Boom too, Naomasa mused quietly. I thought it would have died with him. Well, if it scattered all the other quirks he collected, maybe it shouldn't be so surprising, Mirai sighed. We shouldn't have assumed it died with him. I'm more interested in why it went to Midoriya though. From what I know, the quirks seem to be distributed rather randomly from what I've seen, with a few exceptions where it meshes with the original quirk. But All for One seems to be a decent fit for his personality. I did consider that he may have a genetic predisposition for it, Nezu commented. A quirk like that would be powerful, so I thought it might be biased towards someone with a familial connection. However, his family history is easily verifiable and shows no space for All for One to subtly insert himself. It seems to be largely random chance. Not entirely random, Shizenji murmured, eyes narrow as she leaned back in her chair. Remember, Midoriya Izuku was quirkless prior to the boom. Statistically speaking, the strongest quirks tended to manifest among two demographics, people who had no quirk and young children. He would have been 9 at the time, so he managed to fit both demographics. Still, would that have been enough? Toshinori couldn't help but wonder aloud. I know the quirkless population is small, only 20%, but 20% is the total on a global scale, Shizenji pointed out. That number can be broken down further by nationality and age. In the last Japanese census prior to the second boom, only about 11% of the people registered as quirkless were younger than 18. I imagine by the next one, that number will be even lower, even disregarding the ones who gained a quirk in the boom. The number had Toshinori jolting in his seat, eyes going wide. The battle with All for One happened in the Nagano prefecture, which is close to Mizudafu, Mirai murmured thoughtfully. And we know Midoriya Izuku still lives in the same apartment as he had then. If he was the closest quirkless child, it may have latched onto him as the first viable host. A plausible hypothesis, but unfortunately near impossible to confirm, Nezu remarked. At least, not without breaking several laws to check previous censuses in detail. In any event, the specifics of why Midoriya Izuku got it do not matter, so much as what we do now. Everyone nodded grimly, sitting a bit straighter as they got to the heart of the meeting. Gran Torino has already started training him in using his mother's second quirk, Mirai reported. On that note, he apparently used it today at school, so we'll have to finalize the details for the registration by this weekend. Fortunately, we were already on track to do that though. Speaking of his mother, how much do we tell her? Naomasa asked. I know you gave her a rough outline of the situation without naming All for One directly, but we may need to fully read her in so she can understand the situation. We can cross that bridge when we get to it, Toshinori declared with a grimace. I'd rather not tell her everything, but with the circumstances as they are, I suppose that may not be an option. It's not, Shizenji agreed with a cool nod. She has a right to know, as does the boy's father. He's stationed overseas on a medical expedition right now, isn't he? Yes, and that makes notifying him much trickier, Mirai said with a frown. We've been speaking with Midoriya Izuku about how much to divulge, and so far she's told him about Burst Dash, but not the specifics of his actual quirk. We're not sure how safe it is to divulge any of this over a phone call or video chat, even if we were to use a highly secure, encrypted line, which could draw the wrong kind of attention all on its own. Paranoia is our best ally, Netsu said with a sage nod. This is one secret we absolutely cannot risk exposing to anyone we cannot completely trust, especially so soon. Unfortunately, we may not be able to give Midoriya Hisashi the full details until someone can brief him in person. His background at least checks out, Naomasa commented almost wryly. No criminal records in Japan, US, or anywhere else. Not even a single parking ticket. The only reason he has any records was because of a speeding ticket from a faulty radar in the US. It got dismissed since most cars on the market can't hit 300 miles. The number got some soft snorts from the others, lifting the mood slightly. One thing I don't miss from America were those speed radars, Toshinori chuckled. One officer tried to issue people tickets for running past them with their quirks. Luckily those all got thrown out and he was reprimanded. It was an amusing memory from his time in America. He remembered David's shield had actually fallen to the floor. Laughing when Toshinori showed him the ticket he'd received in the mail after one busy patrol. Still, as amusing as the memory was, the good mood couldn't last forever with the subject at hand. He found himself sobering quickly as he thought of Midoriya Izuku. With Burst Dash, he could probably manage to move fast enough to trigger the radar devices, and that quirk didn't even specifically enhance his speed. With All for One at his fingertips, he could probably get the right combination of quirks to shut down the devices if he ever desired such. They couldn't allow the boy to fall to the temptation that the power of All for One provided. From what he knew, the boy lacked a single malicious bone in his body, but that may not always hold true. Not with a power like that. Right now, the only reason Toshinori wasn't more panicked by his existence was simply the fact that the boy had always idolized heroes and dreamed of being one. Hence why Netsu had called them here specifically. Netsu, you'll make sure he gets into UA, correct? He asked, meeting the mammalian principal's beady eyes. Into the heroics course? Of course, Netsu agreed without missing a beat. With a quirk like that, I can't imagine anywhere better equipped to handle his training than UA, and I am not saying that just because I'm the principal. UA has the facilities, faculty, and funding most suited to handling his needs. I've already begun planning how to best handle his admission. With the next year still so far out, I can't plan everything in advance, but it does give me time to change some policies to better suit the situation. The main challenge will be if he can pass the exam. Wait. You're having him take the normal exam? The decision surprised Toshinori. While Burst Dash, from what he'd seen and heard from Gran, seemed to be a fairly powerful quirk, that didn't necessarily mean he'd pass the entrance exam. Can't you enlist him as a recommendation student instead? There are two issues with that, Netsu answered. First, UA currently has up to 6 slots for recommendation students each year. As such, those students will be subject to heavy scrutiny and attention from the public and the Hero Public Safety Commission. And as I'm sure you're aware, the more attention Midoriya Izuku receives, the more precarious his situation will be. Oh, that's true. They had decided from day one that the commission absolutely could not be allowed to know about All for One. Toshinori had already resolved himself to keep its existence a secret from as many people as possible anyway, but Mirai and Netsu had been particularly vehement about that. After seeing how heavily they lobbied against it, perhaps he should pay closer attention to the commission's handling of private matters. What's the second point? Naomasa asked curiously, and if it were possible, Netsu's smile grew. That one's much simpler. Who would have the clout to recommend Izuku? That point was even more obvious in retrospect. With its limited number of recommendation slots, UA wouldn't accept recommendations from just anyone. Typically, it had to be someone recommended by a faculty member, a hero in the top 100, the commission, or some other politically powerful or influential figure. And as it stood, Midoriya knew no one in the hero industry. Well, almost no one. All eyes turned to Toshinori, who blanched. Recommending him would be very unwise, he murmured, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. He didn't need to be told how disastrous that would be. Getting recommended by the #1 hero would be an instant recipe for paparazzi and endless public scrutiny if it got out. The poor boy wouldn't know the meaning of the word privacy anymore. General exam it was then. Good thing Gran Torino had already agreed to train him. Toshinori offered a silent apology to the boy for having to endure the training. It's for the greater good. Besides, Nedzu chirped. Recommendation students still have to pass another exam, which is more rigorous than the general one. We only directly accept recommendation students under very special circumstances. So in reality, Midoriya would have an even harder time passing since he'd be up against people who'd trained specifically for that exam. I see. Toshinori had a lot of research to do, it seemed. I'm sure he'll do fine, Mirai said. More importantly, I think it would be good to have a teacher who's aware of the situation once he enrolls, just to be safe. That had Toshinori jolting in his seat, spinning to look at his former sidekick in disbelief, but his silent protest went ignored as he continued. All for one is too dangerous to be ignored outright. Even if he focuses on using only his mother's quirk, the temptation to take other people's quirks is too risky for us to ignore. He may very well end up taking one on accident in a high-stakes situation like when it first activated. That had Toshinori reeling, skiing in a breath as he looked away and remembered the sludge villain. Remembering the sheer terror that had filled the boy's eyes once he realized how close to death he'd come, how he could barely even bring himself to recount nearly being suffocated. If the boy hadn't possessed All for One, he could have died, or at the very least been seriously injured before Toshinori found them. Yes, I suppose with internships that is a risk, he murmured reluctantly. Quirks are instinctive in dangerous, life-threatening situations. At the very least, Burst Dash probably wouldn't have helped against the sludge villain as much as All for One would. Toshinori and I are too busy with our work to teach here though, Mirai continued. So we'd likely need to read in someone else. Toshinori flinched. While he knew it was logical, the idea of telling someone still filled him with a certain innate revulsion. Telling them couldn't be restricted to just vague details like with Midoriya Izuku. The teacher would need to know exactly what they were dealing with. Not to worry. Nedzu chirped brightly. I already have a faculty member in mind who would be a tremendous help. And I can assure you, no matter how many of them ultimately find out, I have the utmost faith and trust in all of my faculty to keep this matter discreet. Toshinori still didn't like the idea, but he nodded along anyway. If Nedzu trusted them, that was good enough for him. The mammalian principal wouldn't trust just anyone after all. We'll take your word for it, Mirai said on his behalf. In any case, we can't afford to be careless. I don't need to remind everyone here how dangerous All for One can be if the user goes down the wrong path. As much as I want to have confidence in this young man, we cannot allow another All for One to rise. In the worst-case scenario. He trailed off, expression darkening, and everyone fell silent. No one wanted to risk another All for One rising. Toshinori had barely survived the first one, and that was with the stockpiled power from 7 other predecessors. Given how much time young Midoriya had already devoted to studying quirks before he received this terrible power. For the sake of Japan, no, the world, Toshinori hoped Midoriya Izuku would become a fine hero. Chapter 10. Trick of the Light, Midoriya-senpai, your quirk sounds amazing. Hachinos had sparkling eyes as he looked at Izuku, his awestruck look and smile reminding him of a puppy. This was not an altogether new occurrence with the younger teen. He tended to look like that whenever Izuku gave him advice on his own quirks, but it still left Izuku feeling more than a little flustered. Yeah, it's pretty neat, he agreed, looking down at his bento. Hachinos had basically ambushed him at the start of lunch before he could sneak off to eat in private, as he'd done every day since he accidentally used Crash. The other boy had all but forced Izuku to let him tag along to the rooftop, and had spent the time peppering him with questions about his progress with it. The learning curve has been kinda rough, and I definitely have a lot more bruises now, but the training's really paid off. As he spoke, he saw something fly towards his head, hand shooting out to catch it almost unconsciously. Blinking in surprise, he glanced down to see it was a bottle of green tea from one of the vending machines. I'll say, your reflexes are way sharper. Hachinos had a sharp and mischievous grin, and Izuku shot him a sour look. He unscrewed the cap and took a sip, making the other boy startle. Hey, I got that for me. Then you shouldn't have thrown it at me, Izuku retorted after he finished a big gulp. A few months ago he probably would have just given it back without drinking it, but a few months ago he hadn't been subjected to Gran Torino. Being around the cantankerous old man had toughened up Izuku's soft, sensitive heart, just a little bit. It had to, given the man kept pranking him every other time they met, throwing light, but not cruel, insults, and greeting him with flying kicks to the face. The thought gave him pause, a devious idea forming. Hey, Hachino-skuen, do you want to come to training with me today after school? The second year perked up at that, dropping his chopsticks as his mouth formed a small O. Really? You want me to come training with you? Sure, Izuku agreed with a smile. I've been training at this one gym since my quirk came in. It would probably be a really good place for you to train too. It wasn't even a lie. Izuku had idly noted some of the equipment and facilities would be a good fit for the other boys' quirks. Hachinos became quiet at that, looking more contemplative. There's not a fee or anything if I tag along, is there? He asked, and Izuku shook his head. There is if you become a full member, but you can come for free as a guest and try it first. And if you decide you like it, students get a discount. He knew Hachinos' family had slightly tighter finances than most, so he wouldn't spring any burdens on him he found absolutely unnecessary. Izuku's membership pass let him bring up to 2 guests at a time to the gym for free, and besides, he really did think the other boy could benefit from the mighty fitness gym. His response seemed to reassure the other boy, who nodded more eagerly as he picked up his chopsticks again. All right then, let's go. I can't wait. Hachinos hadn't exaggerated his impatience. After classes ended, Izuku didn't even make it to the door to the classroom when Hachinos burst in, eagerly dragging him to the train station. He chattered excitedly the whole train ride, and when they reached the gym his excitement reached even higher levels. This place is amazing. Look at all that equipment. I've never seen treadmills in so many different sizes. Or whatever those things are. Oh my gosh, that window, is that a parkour area? His eyes practically bulged from his skull as he stared slack-jawed at a glass wall revealing a room that reminded Izuku of a giant playground, with tall ramps, walls, and other obstacles. It even had a bunch of rock climbing walls in the back. Yeah, it is, though I don't use it, Izuku confirmed, grabbing Hachinos' wrist to gently lead him away. He opened the door to the training room he used and gestured for the other boy to go in first. Come on, I train in here. By the way, might want to make a hexagon shield right by your waist. Yeah, right there is perfect. This place is so cool, senpai. Hachinos babbled as he dutifully made a few hexagons form by his waist, head twisted to continue looking back at the rest of the gym over his shoulder. I can't believe you come here every day. Hold on. Why did you tell me to, Yuge? He cut off with a pained yelp as he stepped inside only to be hit by a white and yellow blur right where he'd made the hexagon shields. The tiles bounced against his side and shattered at the impact, and he was sent crashing to the floor. The living projectile huffed as he landed in the doorway, eyeing Izuku disdainfully while Hachinos quietly groaned on the thankfully padded floor. Brat, did you have him enter first on purpose? Gran asked flatly, grabbing his walking cane from where he'd left it by the door. I have no idea what you mean, Izuku replied, the perfect picture of innocence. Hachinos groaned again as he sat up, rubbing his shoulder. The hexagon shield had protected him from the worst of the impact, but he'd still been hit hard enough to get knocked down, and he didn't have anything to shield him from the floor. Dang, that kinda hurt. Good thing the floor's padded, hero? He jumped as he finally looked at Gran Torino, taking in the man's full costume. Pro hero? His jaw fell open once more, and Izuku couldn't help his smile as he stepped forward. Hachinos-kun, this is Gran Torino, he introduced. He's been helping me train since Crash came in because our quirks are kinda similar. At least the impact part, anyway. He turned to Gran while Hachinos openly gawked to add, Gran, this is Hachinos Rikuto, an underclassman from Aldra. He's a year younger than me, but he has 2 quirks that are both amazing. Does he now? Gran huffed, glancing at Hachinos who'd taken the opportunity to stand up. He sharply straightened at the attention and dipped into a stiff bow. It is an honor to be in the presence of a venerable and experienced pro-hero such as yourself, sir. I am only a child, and no, I cannot compare to your years of experience and training. Cut all that formal crap, I know you've never heard of me, Gran interrupted. I didn't know who he was either, Izuku added, sensing the underlying cause for the redhead's overwhelmingly stiff and formal greeting. Gran wasn't really a big hero, and he retired years ago. All at once the tension vanished from Hachinos, slumping with a relieved sigh. Oh, thank all might. I thought I was supposed to know who he was. And no offense, sir, he added quickly as he spun to look at Gran. I mean, I don't want to make it sound like you weren't an amazing hero or anything. Kid, stop with the blabbering, you're giving me a headache, Gran said irritably, and Hachinos quickly shut his mouth. I only got my license in the first place as a favor to a friend. Like this brat said, I'm mostly retired. I don't care about being recognized by a bunch of snot-nosed kids or anything like that. He turned to Izuku now. More importantly, I know you didn't bring him here just to use him as a human shield. Of course not. Well, okay, mostly it was to get back at Hachinos for throwing a bottle at him, and Gran for kicking him every time he entered, but still. You said I might be ready to move on to sparring. Hachinos is younger, but like I said, he has 2 amazing quirks. He's been training for the heroics program since the second one came in last year, so I thought he might be a good sparring partner. I'll be the judge of that, Gran huffed, turning to face Hachinos who stood incredibly tense with his arms at his side. Normally I'd count you getting hit in the side like that against you, but this kid obviously set you up, so I'll let it slide this time. Those tiles did a good job at absorbing the blow too. Thank you, sir. Hachinos perked up at the praise. Hexagon Shield was my first quirk, so I'd already been training it for years. But to hear a pro say it's good, Gran interrupted him with a sharp whack to the head with his cane. I said it did a good job absorbing the blow, I didn't outright praise it. I haven't seen enough to judge it yet. Oh, Hachinos said lamely, shoulders slumping with disappointment. Izuku suppressed a smile at the exchange. Gran was a harsh and strict instructor, but he knew he'd see the potential in Hachinos' quirks. His other quirk is called Carapace. It's a transformation type that gives him a hard, crab-like shell. I thought between that and Hexagon Shield, he might be able to stand up to Crash. Or, you know, at least give me some targets that I'm actually supposed to try to break. Please tell me you mean the shields and not me, Hachinos said with a cringe, and Izuku winced. Of course I mean the shields. I'm not going to try to break you. But I was thinking we could work on testing the limits of Crash, and also expand the strength of the shields. Same goes for Carapace. I've never seen it really in action in a battle, you know? Like, at most we just did some tests like throwing textbooks at you. And I've never done any training against a quirk, so maybe I can get some new ideas on how you can improve them if we spar. Wait, the training's for your quirk, but you're still trying to think of ways to improve mine. Izuku paused as Hachinos looked at him with large eyes. Yeah, I guess I am, he said after a beat. I mean, yeah, the training's mostly for me, but if you're going to help me, you should get something out of it too, right? He shrugged awkwardly, while Hachinos' eyes began sparkling. You're so selfless, senpai. So cool. That's it. He pumped a fist into the air with a ferocious shout and bright grin, startling Izuku. You're too pure, Midoriya-senpai. You're totally going to be #1 someday, I'm calling it now. With a spirit like that you can't be anything lower than the top 10. And when you do, I'll be your first fan. Got it? He grinned, sharp and full of confidence, and despite how overwhelmed Izuku felt by the other boy's energy, he found himself smiling and nodding. Why, yeah, got it. Even now it felt so odd to have someone openly support his dream with such fervor. As the two smiled at each other, Gran huffed. "That's sweet and all, but you still haven't shown me anything," he declared gruffly. "My job is to train Midoriya, not you, kid. I've already done my time as a teacher. I'm not looking to pick up any more classes of snot-nosed brats." But he's got a point about needing a partner. "So show me those shields again so I can see what we're working with." Hachinos perked up at the request, giving a sharp, "Yes, sir," as he immediately peeled off several tiles from his arm to create a shield. Izuku grinned, feeling the adrenaline begin to pump even more. Training today was going to be amazing. Sorahiko wouldn't lie. When he first heard the news that a child appeared with All for One, he'd been horrified. When All for One died, he, like all the others, had thought it was over. He thought Nana and all her other predecessors could finally rest in peace, that the chain had finally ended. He thought he could rest, could hang up his cape and never, ever have to wear it again. But instead that man's power remained, as if mocking them that not even death could stop him. That was why he'd agreed to train Midoriya. To see with his own eyes just who had inherited this power with potential for such great evil. A power so unique and dangerous that its name became synonymous with its user, to the point it was quite possibly the only quirk he'd ever deemed inherently evil. After all, he had never once imagined All for One the man without All for One the quirk. 2 months had now passed since Sorahiko first met Midoriya Izuku, and in that time he reached a crucial decision. The kid doesn't have a single malicious bone in his body, he told Toshinori over the phone. I've seen bees with a stronger vicious streak than him. Granted, hornets can be nasty on a good day, but the point stands. So you don't think he's likely to turn out like, you know? Toshinori's voice sounded anxious even over the phone, and Sorahiko snorted and rolled his eyes. It's admittedly too early to say for sure, since we've been focusing on his mother's quirk, but so far I'd say it's not too likely. Invited a classmate to help train this week, and spent half the time helping him improve his quirks instead. Wait, by training, do you mean? No, I mean Crash, you moron. We're not training that one with a random kid. Irritation bled into his voice, and to his credit Toshinori fell silent. Sorahiko sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose, counting to 3 before he continued. Look, I get why you're all worked up. Hell, being around that quirk still gives me the creeps. But this kid isn't All for One. Treating him like he is will just make it a self-fulfilling prophecy, and I'm sure Sasaki can tell you all about those. I know that, Toshinori sighed. Really I do. By all accounts, young Midoriya seems like a fine young man who truly wants to do good. But still, to see that quirk still exists. He trailed off, and Sorahiko could almost hear his grimace. I don't blame you. I'd prefer this quirk died with that man. But it didn't, and we got lucky it ended up in the hands of Midoriya instead of someone more crazy and malicious. Like I said, the kid's good. Can't sense a bad bone in his body. We got lucky, Toshinori, I'll say it again, and we need to make sure he doesn't end up swayed by the other side. And to that end, we need to start training him on that part of his quirk. The declaration was met with heavy silence, which Sorahiko had expected. The idea of training someone to use All for One training them to take quirks made his skin crawl and his blood curdle. He hated the idea just as much as Toshinori. It felt like a slippery slope. But they had to do this, if only to make sure Midoriya wouldn't trigger it accidentally in a high-stakes situation. And boneheaded as he could be, Toshinori probably knew that too, because he didn't try to argue. You want to use one of my quirks, don't you? He asked grimly. Besides one for all, you have a total of 3 now. And wasn't that ironic, that Toshinori had somehow acquired not 1, not 2, but 3 quirks in the fall of All for One? We can't have him tested on just anyone, and out of everyone in the know, you've got the best set. Sasaki and Tsukachi's are too passive to really test. Same goes for Nedzu, but that also carries the risk of messing with both their heads in ways we can't predict. Heel would be the best choice if it didn't need an injured guinea pig to test it. Jet's the next best, but it's also a mutant. The reports say that Sludge Guy woke up fine and dandy after he got it back, but I'd rather not see how ripping it out of my body at this age could go wrong. The remark was met with a quiet groan. No, I don't either. You're right, I really am the only choice we have for this. I suppose you want to do it soon since you're asking now? The sooner, the better, Sorahiko agreed. I'd like to do a test by the end of the month, but don't push yourself if you're not ready. This is a big thing to ask, so don't feel pressured to do it. Having you break down over it will just traumatize the kid. Alright, I understand. I'll call you when I'm ready, Gran. I should get going now. Yowei is waving at me through the window, and I'd rather not keep her waiting. Alright, try not to let her bite your head off. No promises, Toshinori chuckled, and after a quick farewell hung up. Sorahiko set down his phone with a sigh, closing his eyes as he leaned back in his recliner. What is the world coming to, Nana? He murmured softly to himself. I'm asking a holder of one for all to willingly give a quirk to the holder of all for one. There was an unspeakable irony there, even if it was just meant to be temporary. Not for the first time, he wondered how Nana would respond to them training someone to use her nemesis's her killer's quirk. And yet, at the same time, he wondered how she would respond to Midoriya. He hadn't been lying when he told Toshinori the kid was good. What he didn't say was how much that kid reminded him of Toshinori and Nana herself. The influence from All Might was strong and obvious enough in the way he smiled and clearly worshipped the idiot. Seriously, even his backpack was All Might themed, but traces of Nana existed too. The kid was empathetic and had a kind heart, truly valuing the happiness and safety of others above even his own happiness. The kid was the kind of person who'd sacrifice himself if it meant saving others, which was a problem in itself that they'd have to work on. The kid didn't just lack a single selfish bone, he might almost be too much of a pushover. However, in terms of people to end up with all for one, this was honestly one of the best outcomes they could have hoped for. He couldn't say it enough. They really did get lucky. Midoriya Izuku inherited all for one. Izuku was on edge the moment he walked through the door to the training room. For starters, Gran Torino didn't greet him with a flying kick this time. That alone was strange enough to set off alarm bells in his brain and leave him wary. Immediately he dropped to a half-crouch, eyes darting around the room suspiciously until it settled on two figures conversing near the back. One he recognized instantly as Gran Torino. The other, meanwhile, was basically Gran's opposite. Tall and lanky, easily 7 feet tall, with a thin, angular face that looked almost like a skeleton and shaggy-looking blonde hair. Izuku found himself staring as they continued talking, the stranger having to bend over while he spoke. Side by side, the two looked like something out of a cartoon given how radically different they were. His arrival hadn't gone unnoticed, of course. The two had briefly glanced his way and quickly wrapped up their conversation before approaching him. You're early, Gran huffed, looking only slightly irritated. Why yeah, the train was a little ahead of schedule today. I think it got thrown off by a villain attack this morning. Yes, I heard about that, the blonde man commented with a nod. The power was cut off for nearly an hour before abruptly starting up again. They decided to fix it tonight after the trains stopped for the night. I don't use the train much, so I only heard about it from Yowei. Izuku looked at him with surprise at that, recognizing the name of All Might's secretary. You know Yowei-san? He asked. Do you work with All Might too? His excitement began to rise as he spoke, his shyness around the stranger evaporating slightly at the prospect of meeting another of All Might's employees. The question had the man staring at him in shock though, while Gran Torino frowned up at him. Toshinori, are you telling me he doesn't recognize you? He groused, and the blonde Toshinori apparently laughed sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. That is. I never had a reason to show him this form, he replied. Didn't you go to his apartment? Gran deadpanned, and Izuku frowned as his confusion grew. He'd never met the man before, so he must have visited while Izuku was at school or something, right? Gran sighed and turned to face him. Kid, this walking skeleton is All Might. Record scratch. Brain freeze. All Might? All Might? Izuku yelped, spinning to stare at the man with his jaw hanging open. Taking a deep breath, the man's body then inflated, that lanky frame bulking up and filling with bulging muscles while Izuku's jaw felt ready to fall off. I am here, he announced in that booming voice of his with his trademark laugh. Briefly, Izuku was reminded of Oniguro-kun's eyeballs and how they popped out of his head. Mainly because he wondered if his eyes looked like that right now. You can transform? Izuku managed to wheeze out, and the man laughed. Yes, I can. It's one of my additional quirks, muscular morph. I use it to transform into a less conspicuous form without my muscles. Granted, I also don't usually make myself look quite as thin as today, he added with a more sheepish chuckle. I just wanted to be absolutely sure no one would recognize me. I'm still just as strong, but it's much easier to strain my muscles while using it, so I use it purely to hide my identity. I see, Izuku muttered, brain already churning with the new information. It must condense the muscle mass then, rather than erase it completely. Your body is so thin though, your face looked skeletal with it, so that raises the question of what happens to body fat. Hold on, did you say you had an extra quirk? No extra quirks? As in plural? Izuku jolted as the first part of All Might's explanation abruptly registered, and the man laughed. Indeed I did, young Midoriya, he confirmed with that bright, shining smile, and Izuku's brain felt ready to short-circuit. Wait, are you saying you got multiple quirks from the second boom? He asked slowly. I mean, I heard about the hearing, but you got two? The question made Gran snort. The enhanced hearing thing's a myth started by the public. We just didn't bother clearing that one up because it wasn't worth the effort. But yeah, this idiot somehow got 3 quirks, he announced flatly, and Izuku's brain definitely short-circuited. 3 quirks? All Might got 3 quirks? How are you even functional? He blurted, staring at the number 1 hero with a mixture of awe and horror. He hadn't heard of anyone getting more than 2 additional quirks without something going horribly wrong. One only needed to look at that live stream and all the other cases of kaijin from that day, as the victims of the horrific transformation had become known. The most common trend was that most of the victims had a total of 3 identifiable quirks, including their original, though a few people had only 2. It was speculated the sudden awakening of additional quirks was too much for their brains to handle, leaving them in a mindless state fueled purely by instinct. Instincts that tended to lean towards violent rampages like monsters in old kaiju movies like Godzilla or Ghidorah. Was it even possible to get that many quirks at once without it overloading your brain? But this was All Might, so why would he lie? Also how? Wait, would Izuku be able to hold multiple quirks? He hadn't even really given any thought to a limit like that. The man laughed again, though this time it was more quiet and almost awkward. Yes. Well, I can't blame you for being so surprised, he chuckled. Honestly, we do not fully understand why it didn't, overload me like all the others either. We have some theories, but we'll probably never know for sure. But wait, you had appendicitis at the time, didn't you? Izuku asked and then froze, color draining from his face. Wait, did muscular morph destroy your appendix somehow? No, wait, forget that, isn't the heart a muscle? Does it get affected by it too? Oh my gosh. He cut off with a sharp yelp as Gran whacked him over the head with his cane. For crying out loud, stop overthinking and scaring yourself. To answer your question, no, none of my quirks contributed to my health issues, All Might explained. In fact, one of them helped me recover faster. Izuku perked up at that, eyes sparkling with curiosity as All Might explained. I happened to get a quirk we call safe mode that day, which sped up my recovery. It put me in a comatose state for 26 hours, though. And that's why you didn't make any statements after the boom, Izuku realized slowly. You got an additional quirk, so you were put into quarantine like everyone else who went to the hospitals. His mom had chosen to delay going to a hospital when Burst Dash came in for that very reason. They didn't know how long the quarantine would last and they had no one to watch Izuku, so she decided to wait for the initial clamor to fade. That is indeed the case, All Might confirmed with a nod. Of course, we decided not to release any of my quirks to the public for my own safety. Letting someone know I have a healing quirk that renders me comatose would be dangerous after all. And I do like the privacy from being able to transform, he added with a quick wink. You never realize how nice it is to go on a quick jog in the mornings until you don't have to worry about being recognized by everyone. Izuku just continued to stare in amazement, still awestruck that All Might had more than 2 quirks. He could absolutely understand why All Might would hide both those quirks. But wait, you said you got 3, right? He pressed. Rather than answer, All Might laughed and briefly patted his shoulder. Yes, I did. He withdrew his hand and pointed at Izuku's shoulder, and the teen twisted his head and jumped when he saw a glowing white handprint left on his sleeve. Wah, glowing! Glow ink, Gran Torino supplied for him with a snort. Just leaves a glowing mark any color he wants. It's definitely the most useless of the bunch and the one we want you to try to grab. Cue Izuku's brain shutting down for probably the 5th time since walking through the door. What? We've been training you to use Crash, but that's not your core quirk, Gran told him gruffly. Crash is good, but your original quirk needs training too. Otherwise you might end up with a repeat of that sludge villain. The reminder had Izuku wincing and sking in a sharp breath. He'd like to say that wasn't possible, since taking quirks was such a conscious process, but if he ended up in the same position again, yeah, he'd probably reach for the attacker's quirk on instinct. You also need to practice returning them, All Might added. So far you've only used your quirk 2 times, once on the sludge villain and once on your mother, but you only returned the first quirk. Since I have 3 additional quirks, we decided I would be the best option, especially since glow ink is so passive. If you have trouble returning it right away, it won't impact me. Yeah, that's true, Izuku mumbled to himself. I haven't used my original quirk much, so I don't fully understand its mechanics, just that it gives me a sense for quirks. And glow ink's an emitter quirk, so it won't have as much of a negative impact on either of us if I make a mistake. I should also practice on people with multiple quirks so I can try to tell them apart. He mumbled quietly for a few more seconds before All Might gently cleared his throat, startling him out of his musings. Well, since you understand, let's get started, he said, holding out a hand. Midoriya, please use your quirk and pull out glow ink. Izuku gulped and nodded, taking a breath as he willed his original quirk to surface. Though he hadn't used it, he had practiced manifesting the holes while lying in bed at night, so the holes appeared in his palm almost instantly. Izuku placed his trembling hand against the palm of All Might's much larger one, and tugged the same way he had at the villain. The effect was as immediate and blatant as if someone had flipped on a floodlight right in front of his face, except that it didn't hurt. As his senses adjusted, he could slowly make out the quirk nestled deep inside All Might, something as unfathomably huge and bright and strong and hot and unreachable as the sun. His attention was drawn to it immediately like a moth to flame, a sense of awe and grandeur washing over him. The only thing it could have been was All Might's original power, the one that had let him rise to the top. It made him want to stand there forever, to bask in it and let its gravity draw him closer, but Izuku forced himself to tear his attention away. Even if this was just a test, even if he'd somehow been able to, he could never bring himself to mess with something that amazing. As he turned away, his thoughts brushed against a small handful of other quirks, pebbles in comparison to the first one, but glowing like small moons in its rays. The smallest quirk was covered in what felt like little bare branches that kept growing smaller and smaller, and Izuku was pretty sure he could feel it reaching down into every cell of All Might's body if he focused hard enough. The next quirk felt kind of dense and swollen, like a sponge filled to bursting, and clung to Izuku's hand in a weird way when he brushed it. He wasn't entirely sure, but he guessed that this might be the quirk All Might had used to disguise himself. He didn't spend too long on that one. It reminded him a little too much of the feeling of his body wobbling and shrinking while he held the sludge villain's quirk. Finally, there was something that wrapped around Izuku's hand and made him think of finger painting and sticking his hand in cool creaks, of the scratch of a pencil on his hero notebooks. This one was almost glowing in a literal sense, but it wasn't like the almost blinding light of All Might's great big quirk. This light was softer and smaller, quieter in a way, more like fireflies than anything. This was the one All Might had told him to look for, he was sure of it. With a deep breath, he closed his hand around it and dragged it towards himself. When he pulled his hand away from All Might's, there was a glowing green handprint left behind in the center of the hero's massive palm. Well, looks like it worked, Gran Torino declared a snort, but Izuku could barely pay the success any mind. What? What was that? He asked, feeling almost dazed. The big quirk. I mean, I know you've never really revealed anything about it, so I understand if you can't tell me, but… He trailed off, unsure what to even say. Even now, he felt like he could see the light on the back of his eyelids whenever he blinked. I'm afraid I'd prefer to keep that one to myself, All Might answered after a few moments, and Izuku felt a pang of disappointment, but he didn't dwell on it long. His eyes quickly returned to All Might's palm, eyes lighting up as he looked at the handprint. I took glow ink, he said, a wobbly smile starting to spread. I took glow ink. He quickly looked down at his palms, scrutinizing them intensely. He could feel its energy focused around his hands, flexing his fingers in wonder. My hands don't look any different, so it's not directly tied to my skin like paint. Earlier when you used it on me your handprint was white, but the one I left on you is neon green. Wait, did I stain your skin? He shot All Might's chest a horrified look, but was met with a cheery laugh. Relax, Midoriya. You can remove it. I can? How? Air. All Might's grin faltered and Gran gave a tired sigh. This idiot's not gonna be much help. All his quirks came weirdly naturally to him, it's an instinct thing for him. Though that one did have a bit of a learning curve at first. Instinct. Izuku frowned down at his palm. If All Might could use it on instinct alone, then maybe he could too? Okay, how do you usually erase finger paint? Well, that didn't help because you couldn't, really. But it did make him think of wiping marker from a whiteboard, and after a moment's thought he awkwardly reached out and swiped his palm across All Might's hand. To his delight it worked, the handprint vanishing. It works. I just need to picture myself erasing a whiteboard. But what about making the marks? He glanced at his palms with intense concentration once more, and soon marched over to the foam blocks. He slapped his palm against one, and frowned when it didn't leave any marks. Okay, so that didn't work. Maybe if I? Oh, I just need to think of leaving markers. He beamed as a handprint remained when he peeled away his palm, neon green just like the first time. Success. But All Might left a white handprint, not green. Maybe the color varied for the user? Or maybe he needed to experiment and practice more? Also, did it need to be a handprint? It felt like some of the power was concentrated in his fingers, and it was. His face lit up as he traced a long, glowing green line with his index finger. As he continued leaving handprints and marks, Gran Torino and All Might watched in silence for the most part. He looks like a toddler just discovering crayons, the older of the pair remarked with a quiet snort. He's certainly enthusiastic, All Might agreed with a soft chuckle. When I first got it, it was more annoying than anything. I could never control when it would activate in those first days. Even as he spoke, Izuku drew the outline of a large tree and let out a delighted noise when he managed to change it to a different shade of green. From the distance they could hear him mumbling about brown not working, making All Might smile softly. Watching him now, he couldn't help but feel his chest grow warmer at the obvious childlike wonder the boy sported. It almost made him regret what came next. Almost. That's enough experimenting, my boy, he called. It's time to try to return it. Izuku turned in surprise at the call, feeling his shoulders slump with slight disappointment. Oh, okay. He just figured out how to start changing colors, managing to add some red apples and a yellow flower, though he couldn't get brown to work for some reason. Still, he couldn't ask to hold on to it any longer. It was still All Might's quirk after all. All Might held out his hand as Izuku returned, the teenager clasping it and closing his eyes. Just like when he'd returned the sludge villain's quirk, finding glow ink inside himself took little time. Unlike then, the void in his mind had two lights this time though, and he barely needed a glance to recognize them as glow ink and crash. It made sense they'd exist in the same space in his mind, but it was still a surprise. Returning glow ink was a quick and painless process. A gentle push had it drifting back into All Might and rejoining the other lights there. When he opened his eyes again and pulled his hand away, All Might gave his hand a brief squeeze before letting go. His palm now had a bright yellow glow, making him perk up. Well, looks like it returned just fine, All Might said, and quickly slapped Izuku's palm to return it to normal. Good work, young man. Thanks, Izuku said with a smile, though he felt strangely hollow. Returning glow ink left him feeling just a little emptier, even if it didn't belong to him. He didn't get to dwell on it long though, because his senses suddenly blared with alarm as he felt something like a shift in the air and dropped into a roll. He moved just in time to avoid a flying kick from Gran Torino, which instead hit All Might dead center in the chest and sent him flying back into the wall. Izuku found himself wincing sympathetically. Even if the wall was padded and All Might had endured worse, he'd hit it enough to remember how it felt. Enough of that, Gran declared, turning to face Izuku with a stern look that had the teenager standing ramrod straight. We still need to work on Crash. And since All Might's here, it's a perfect opportunity for you to have an actual human crash test dummy instead of these phone blocks. I get to train with All Might? Izuku blurted, eyes sparkling with delight and not noticing the way All Might slumped in dismay at being volunteered without his consent. When Izuku turned to face him, the hero quickly pasted on a beaming smile, chest puffing as he placed his hands on his hips. Of course, young Midoriya. I'd like to see your progress as well. Now, come charge at me with Crash so I can see what you've got. At this point, Izuku had too many amazing days to label just one as the best day of his life, but this was definitely going to be in the top 10. Chapter 11. The Heights Alliance, Izuku thumbed through his notebook for the third time that night, though by the end of his second time through, his last-minute strategizing had turned into something more like listless skimming. He glanced at the clock, then sighed, flipped the notebook shut, and turned off his desk light. It was earlier than he'd normally turn in, but tomorrow was a big day, and there was no point staying up late getting ready if he wasn't actually doing anything with the time. Surprisingly enough, he reflected, he was probably more worried than if he'd been taking the exam a year earlier. Back then, he'd more or less taken it for granted that, well, not that he'd get in, but that if he really wanted it badly enough he'd get in somehow. 10 months of hard training with Gran Torino, All Might, and Hachinos had thoroughly shown him just how laughably naive that idea had been. Still, despite his worries, those same 10 months had replaced that optimism with a much quieter, firmer sense of confidence and pride. While he was still on the lean side, he'd packed on a lot of muscle, enough that he was able to give Hachinos a real fight without either of their quirks in play. He had Graft, an amazing quirk that he got to call all his own, even if it was the sort of thing he'd need to be super careful with. And he had Crash, the quirk his mom entrusted to him and that he'd spent so long working to turn into something he could use to help people. He finished getting ready for bed and hopped under the sheets. Even with all the nervousness and excitement, sleep came sooner than he expected. Izuku exhaled a sharp breath in through his smile as he spun around, taking in the entrance of the UA campus. This was it, today was the day. Oi Deku, out of the way. Watch where you're going. Izuku spun around one more time to see Kaken stalking past him, some fascinating hybrid of cocky grin and death glare on his face. Alright. So, you had the nerve to show up anyway, eh? He shot Izuku a glance over his shoulder, and Izuku swore that smile looked just a little more dangerous. Sure you don't want to back out now and save yourself some embarrassment? He barked out a laugh at his own comment and turned back towards the exam building, thankfully leaving before Izuku had to figure out how he was supposed to answer that. Ever since he'd manifested Crash, everyone at Aldera had started treating Izuku differently, and apparently Kaken was no exception. Oh sure, he was still a JRK, still shouted at Izuku a lot, but it felt like he was getting shouted at the same way Kaken shouted at everyone he could get away with mouthing off to, and a few people he couldn't. He'd even tried roping Izuku into a few of his competitions with Hachinos, though the fact that Izuku had mastered the art of making himself scarce years ago kept him from ever succeeding. He really wasn't sure what to make of that. Izuku shook his head and slapped his cheeks a couple times to clear his thoughts. Kaken wasn't what he needed to focus on right now. Today was about taking his first real step towards becoming a hero. With that in mind, he held his head high and began making his own way towards the building. 5 seconds later, he kind of wished he'd held his head a little less high. If he had, maybe he would have noticed the bump in the pavement. Halfway to his face hitting the ground, Izuku felt the tingling sensation that he'd learned to recognize as a quirk being activated nearby, mixed together with a floating sensation that almost made it feel like he was underwater. Are you alright? He flailed for a second to try to see who was talking to him, which was a bit harder than he expected since he was floating a few centimeters off the ground and couldn't get his feet under him. Sure, he could probably move himself around with Crash, but he had a sneaking suspicion that putting craters in UA's campus might not be the best way to make a good impression. He didn't flail for long before someone put a hand on his shoulder and helped pull him back to Earth. It's my quirk. Sorry for using it without asking, but it'd be bad luck if you fell, right? The girl who'd helped him gave a soft smile and pressed her hands together, and he felt her quirk end. It's no trouble, thanks for the save, is what he meant to say. What came out instead was more along the lines of, wait, do you have a telekinesis quirk? That's so cool. My mom has one too, but it only works on things below a certain volume and pulls them towards her, but you can hold a whole person. How do you activate it? What are? He trailed off as he realized he'd started rambling again. That was kind of rude of me, wasn't it? Maybe a little, she chuckled, not seeming upset, but it's fine. Anyways, we should get inside before we're late. Right. Izuku bobbed his head vigorously and hurried inside after her along with all the other examinees. The next 5 hours were full of tense silence and the furious scratch of pencils. When the proctors called for the end of the last written portion, the relief and anxiety felt palpable. After that, everyone was given an hour break to stretch their legs, shake off some of their nerves, and grab lunch from UA's cafeteria. When the hour ended, Izuku joined the crowd that headed to the auditorium for the hero course hopefuls who'd be taking the practical exam. While he waited for the presentation to start, he caught sight of the girl from earlier and offered a hesitant wave. He must have caught her attention, because she waved back and made her way over to where he was sitting. Izuku felt mildly frozen because he didn't expect her to actually come over and sit with him. Was he supposed to say something to her? How do you even talk to girls? A few seconds later, the lights in the auditorium dimmed, saving Izuku from the potential awkwardness, and a blond man in a leather jacket took the stage. Welcome to the show, listeners. Present Mike greeted them enthusiastically, voice filling the entire room. Everybody say, th. Silence greeted him for the most part, along with a few awkward murmurs, while Izuku felt a buzz of excitement at seeing the pro. He of course already knew all the teachers at UA were heroes, but seeing him in person was just so cool. Mike shrugged off the lackluster response as he continued. I'll quickly present to you all a rundown on the practical exam. As it says in the application requirements, you listeners will be conducting 20-minute mock urban battles after this. Bring whatever you want with you. After the presentation, you'll be heading to the battle center specified on your examinee card, okay? He paused after that, but was once again met mostly with silence, and he huffed. Seriously, nobody? Geez, you guys really are low energy. Anyway, he continued, you'll be facing down 5 different types of enemies during your battle. The first 3 are foe villains worth an increasing number of points based on their level of difficulty. As he spoke, silhouettes of the villain robots popped up on the screen, marked with 1, 2, and 3 points. Your goal, dear listeners, is to earn points by using your quirks to immobilize these foe villains. You can also earn 1 point by helping another examinee immobilize a villain of any level. However, keep in mind that unless you make the final blow, you only get that 1 point, even if it's a 3-pointer. So they want us to cooperate? Izuku mumbled to himself, and could hear nearby people murmuring similar sentiments to each other. The chatter didn't last long though, as Mike quickly barreled on. The 4th enemy type, another silhouette appeared on the screen, is worth 0 points, and is just there as an added obstacle. There's only one in every battle center, and if you're smart, you'll just avoid it as much as you can. And then, his voice took on a grander note, his grin somehow growing even wider as he raised his arms. Last, but certainly not least, the 5th type of enemy you'll be facing will be UA's very own teachers. Izuku managed to avoid going on a mumbling spree, but he was still one of several people in the audience who couldn't contain their gasps of surprise as the screen changed to show silhouettes of several pro heroes. This time the chatter was a lot more audible, the voices around him ranging from excited to worried and anxious. Stationed at each battle center will be several teachers playing the part of villain leaders. If you capture one of them or help another student do so, you'll score 10 points. And unlike the robots, that means everyone involved gets 10 points, he added, which only made the excited hum in the room grow louder. Watch out though, because these pros will be holding nothing back, and getting bogged down fighting them could cost you precious seconds and points. And of course, attacking other examinees or any other unheroic actions are prohibited. Well, that's just about all from me, he declared. I'll leave you listeners with one last present our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "A true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes." Go beyond. Plus ultra. This time, everyone did respond to him, their eager screams ringing through the entire room. Plus ultra. Everybody go break a leg. Or maybe not. I don't want the school nurse on my case. After that, everyone began filtering out of the auditorium to head to the buses. Hey, where are you going? The brown-haired girl asked, and Izuku glanced at the card he'd been given even though he'd probably committed its contents to memory by this point. Battle Center, eh? He said, and she grinned. Me too. Do you want to maybe work together? The question genuinely surprised him, making him startle and snap a wide-eyed look at her. Why? He didn't mind, but they barely knew each other. Well, it's just I'm kinda nervous, she admitted sheepishly, rubbing the back of her neck. I mean, I want to be a rescue hero, so while I know my quirk can probably do fine against robots, going up against them still makes me feel nervous. Especially since Present Mike mentioned we'd be going up against heroes. She briefly grimaced at that, and Izuku could certainly relate. Even after meeting Gran Torino and All Might on a regular basis, the idea of potentially fighting pro heroes made his stomach flip. I don't mind, he said. I'd feel better having someone on my side too. But why me? You don't even know my quirk, or my name. He trailed off as he realized they hadn't even introduced themselves. Right, I guess we forgot that part, she said. My name's Uraraka Ochako. And you're Deku-kun, right? She said it so cheerfully that Izuku almost didn't die a little inside. No, he squeaked and her smile faded. But that guy back there. She trailed off, and only then did Izuku remember that Kaken had called him that. Oh, that's not actually my name, he said awkwardly. My name's Midoriya Izuku. It's just a nickname from, reading the kanji in my name differently. I don't really like it that much. He shrugged, not really feeling up to explaining the full history behind it. Really? She looked interested. And here I thought it was kinda like a play on Dikairu, like, you can do it. It sounds kinda cool to me. Izuku perked up in surprise, nearly bowled over by the last part. She thought it was cool? Really? Uraraka didn't look like she was lying or setting up to insult him further by lowering his guard. She just genuinely liked it? In his minor state of shock, he found himself nodding. I mean, if you put it like that, I don't think I mind you using it then. So, nice to meet you, Uraraka-san. Nice to meet you too, Deku. She beamed at him before getting serious. And now that we've got introductions out of the way, back to the team-up. I don't know your quirk, but you seem pretty nice, which is a big plus. But also, all those questions you asked about my quirk make you sound really smart. You must know a lot about quirks, right? Izuku stiffened as she pressed him, but then nodded sheepishly. Yeah, I do. Quirk analysis is kind of my hobby. I'm really sorry again if those questions were creepy. No, don't apologize. Uraraka admonished him, much to his surprise. I don't know much about the teachers at UA. I didn't do any research on them before the exam because I didn't want to get too excited if I ended up failing. So I'll feel way better if I'm with someone who can help figure out their quirks. Izuku could relate to that. He hadn't bothered looking up who worked at UA since last year, and even then UA didn't publicize all of its teachers. Though he'd probably be able to recognize most of the pro heroes on the spot anyway. Still, having someone else on his side would be a huge relief. Alright, sounds good to me, he agreed. Thank you so much, Uraraka said with a bright smile. By that point they'd reached the buses, and they fell silent until they climbed aboard and claimed a bench. Only then did she turn to him and restart the conversation. So, what is your quirk, anyway? She asked sheepishly. Oh, it's called Crash. Basically, I can launch myself around like a cannonball. My body's also got a kind of force field that gets stronger the faster I'm going, so it protects me from getting hurt too badly. And also, break stuff, he added with a sheepish laugh. We named it Crash, for a reason. Her eyes widened at that. Does it protect you from fall damage? She asked excitedly, and he nodded. Why yeah, partly anyway. Past a certain point there's diminishing returns. I haven't tested it too much, but I probably wouldn't handle something like terminal velocity much better than everyone else. He could practically see the gears turning in her mind. So, what if I drop you from really high up? She asked, and then held up her hands to show off the pink pads on her fingertips. My quirk's called zero gravity. Basically, I can make stuff I touch weightless and float until I release it. Izuku perked up at that, eyes shining with curiosity. Oh, so it's not telekinesis? That's really neat. Do you have a range on how high you can lift stuff? What about weight? Can you use it on yourself and I'm doing it again? He realized with a groan. He slouched in his seat, and Uraraka looked like she was trying to hold back laughter. You really do like analyzing quirks, don't you? She snickered. It's okay really. And, to answer all that, I can float people and construction equipment for a bit, but bigger stuff takes more energy. And I can't use it on myself for long without getting nauseous. But, she perked up, a fire in her eyes. I could definitely float you up to 2 stories and drop you from there. Izuku thought over it for a second. From that height I'd probably be fine? I've never tested it with falling from on top of a building or anything, but I've managed to charge along the ground for a similar distance to 2 stories. But, he frowned then, something occurring to him. There's a cooldown to my propulsion, so I haven't really had the chance to try moving myself around in midair without something to brace off of yet. If you were just floating and dropping me, I'm not sure how good my aim would be. Oh. Uraraka frowned too. We could try it from a short height first? Excuse me? They both startled at a voice to their left, and they looked over to see a boy in the seat on the opposite side of the aisle twisted to look at them. He had spiky brown hair and wide-set eyes, and his grin seemed a lot friendlier than Kachin's. Sorry for cutting in like this, but I overheard you too, and I think I might be able to help? You overheard us? Izuku asked, and the other boy chuckled. Yeah. Not in a creepy way, he added quickly. His smile became a little more awkward now, probably because he realized he'd been eavesdropping. This part of the bus is just kinda quiet because everyone's concentrating, I think. Izuku glanced around at that, and sure enough most of the other examinees in the nearest rows had looks of intense concentration as they stared forward, probably trying to figure out their own strategies. Okay, but so you think you can help? Uraraka asked, and the boy nodded. Yeah. My quirk's called Solid Air. Izuku sat a little straighter at the name. Oh, does that mean you can solidify the air and make platforms and stuff like that? Yeah, exactly, the boy confirmed with a nod. Not gonna lie, I was kinda anxious about how well it could work against robots. But I heard that strategy about you crashing into stuff from way up high, so if we all team up, maybe, He trailed off. Sorry, but I just realized I don't know your names? Oh, I'm Uraraka Ochako. Uraraka beamed at him. And I'm Midoriya Izuku, Izuku added. Great. My name's Tsuburaba Kozii. Tsuburaba grinned before continuing. Anyways, so I heard that part about Midoriya dropping down onto robots, and so maybe Uraraka could float us both up high, and I can make a platform for him to jump off of? He shrugged. I was kinda planning to drop stuff on robots from really high, but I can't really make anything like stairs yet, so I was thinking of finding a building with rooftop access and go from there. Having you float me up would make it way faster. The suggestion definitely had merit. Izuku couldn't guarantee that Crash would work if he just fell, so this would negate some of his larger concerns. He also had another idea from Tsuburaba's initial plan. If you can use your quirk to make platforms, Uraraka can float herself higher than her usual limit, he mumbled. Then you two can both drop stuff on robots from high up, so you'll get more than one cooperation point for yourselves too. If it's just me using Crash the whole time, I'd be the one racking up the most points, So this would let you guys get more than just cooperation points. And this could totally let us get the drop on teachers too, Uraraka added, an almost vicious grin on her face. I can float us all super high, and then we can just scout teachers from the air. Yeah. Tsuburaba bobbed his head eagerly, his own grin growing even wider. We can totally ambush them and they'll never see it coming. As the pair flashed each other near-matching looks of determination, it occurred to Izuku he'd found two very competitive people to team up with. Maybe that should intimidate him, but instead his anxiety about the exam faded, just a little bit. With these two at his side, he had a feeling he'd do fine. It only took about 5 minutes for Izuku's thoughts to prove correct. Well, that trio in exam site A is doing well, Midnight commented with a coy smirk. On one of the many screens in the control room, the trio of Midoriya Izuku, Uraraka Ochako and Tsuburaba Kozai could be seen wreaking havoc on the robots. Even as she spoke, the green-haired boy dove off another invisible platform to crash into one of the three-pointer robots, eliciting a low whistle from her. 2234 is just demolishing them. 2234, 1217 and 0133 are all from different prefectures, so they almost certainly didn't know each other beforehand, Nedzu remarked as they observed the carnage. They must have come up with the strategy while heading over. Well, that's a definite point in their favor, Ectoplasm murmured, marking something on his clipboard. Midnight leaned over to him with a smirk. Think they'll go after one of your clones soon? At this rate? Probably. Ectoplasm had distributed his clones across each testing site as villains, since he could produce up to 36 clones at a time on good days. Controlling such a large numbers could be challenging, but given that they each commanded a decent number of robots, they didn't engage directly in combat too much. Today he'd produced a total of 30 clones to make management easier. The door opened and Present Mike strolled in, having just returned from the nearest exam sites. I'm back. Did I miss anything? Senpai, be quiet. 13 admonished with a harsh shush, gesturing to a yellow lump on the floor and adding, Eraser's sleeping. There was a brief pause as everyone turned to look at the yellow sleeping bag in the corner of the room. Then they burst out laughing. Midnight and Mike almost doubled over, and even Ectoplasm and Nedzu chuckled. Given the light snickering audible from beneath their helmet, clearly 13 found it funny too. Oh man, you guys still haven't woken him up yet? Mike asked as his laughter tapered off. We tried, but it's Aizawa, Midnight replied, her eye roll audible in her voice. You're the only one who can ever wake him up these days. At least he doesn't try to kick the poor man, Recovery Girl huffed, and Midnight raised her hands defensively. I said I was sorry, she protested while Hizashi strolled over to the sleeping bag. Everyone promptly covered their ears as Mike grabbed the slumbering hero's shoulders, taking a deep breath. Eraser, he screamed, voice only slightly enhanced with his quirk. Wake up. Rise and shine. It's time to judge. He cut off abruptly as Aizawa's eyes snapped open glowing bright red, erasing his quirk and silencing him. I'm awake, he growled sharply, and his hair fell down as his eyes lost their red sheen and he rubbed at them. Did the exam start yet? Yes, we just hit the 5-minute mark. Nedzu confirmed cheerfully. So far the exam has been rather average, all things considered. Ah, look at that. Another of Ectoplasm's clones was destroyed in Site C. Everyone glanced at the monitors to see a boy with silver hair and matching shiny skin and a girl with orange hair and one giant fist cheering as they exchanged a high five. That makes 2 down in that site, Ectoplasm commented. Someone else got another one there about a minute ago. A boy with some kind of tape quirk managed to completely ensnare it. It managed to escape, but a girl with a frog mutation tackled it to the ground from behind. Ground which was covered in purple orbs that stuck to its body. That got a low whistle from Mike. Guessing you couldn't remove them? No. I couldn't shake them off, and they stuck to my limbs so I couldn't do much. You can see it on that screen over there. He nodded to one of the screens where his clone had been pinned to a wall with the purple orbs lining its joints. The clone didn't even bother struggling, having already deemed escape a futile effort. That looks like a successful apprehension to me, 13 declared. And it's a non-lethal takedown, Aizawa added with a nod of approval. Most of these brats focus on force. That group's good. They already split up, though, so it must have been a lucky combo than actually planned. The others nodded in agreement, but then paused as the screens showing the trio suddenly flickered, along with several others from Site C. All at once the jovial mood vanished, everyone more alert and on edge. Boss man? Mike asked. What's going on? Nedzu was already typing away rapidly on his personal computer, filtering through the list of examinees for Site C. He opened one profile and gave a soft, "Just as I thought, examinee 1048 in Site C has an electromagnetic interference quirk," he declared. Most likely, he pushed its limits while using it on a robot, and it caused interference on the cameras as well. I had considered this a possibility when reviewing the application and made note of it. The teachers relaxed a bit at the explanation. Exam applicants' quirks had interfered with the cameras in the past, so this was nothing new. As long as it wasn't a villain, they saw no reason to worry. However, while most of the tension faded, Ectoplasm suddenly went stiff and sat straighter in his chair. The sudden shift had the tension returning tenfold, all eyes snapping towards him. "Nedzu," he said sharply. One of the remaining clones in Site C just tried to command a robot with the remote, and it didn't respond. There was a sharp intake of breath from a few of the others. "It messed with the remote?" Midnight asked, and Ectoplasm nodded. "Not just that remote. None of the remaining clones in Site C have their remotes responding either." "So what, the robots are just standing there doing nothing?" Present Mike asked, but beside him Aizawa tensed, eyes going wide. "No, they're not," he said, voice rising with mild alarm, and everyone immediately followed his gaze just in time to see a three-pointer fling a hair-covered boy through the corner of a building. Chapter 12. Attack of the 50-meter robot. All at once everyone was alert, eyes trained on the monitor as they watched the beast-like boy crash through a wall. Two walls, actually, thanks to being thrown at a building's corner at a diagonal angle by the robot. It managed to take out the whole corner, leaving him limp on the pavement as, "What the hell, they're still fighting the kids?" Midnight snapped. Even as she spoke, Nedzu turned to the console and typed away, ears twitching. "They're not responding to the console either," he called, voice slightly more urgent than usual, and everyone's stomach sank. The robot charged through the hole after the fallen boy, but fortunately didn't make it before getting intercepted by a street lamp. The light fixture came courtesy of another applicant whose body had bulked up with muscles, who swung at lamp with a furious shout and successfully crushed its head. Another person, a boy with a second set of scaled arms, ran over to help lift the fallen boy, who thankfully seemed to be dazed rather than unconscious. There was some relief at the rescue, but not much. Other applicants were still being attacked by other robots on other screens, fending off the vicious assaults with varying degrees of success. "I'm heading over to Site C," Recovery Girl barked, leaping off her chair and racing for the door. "Someone call the bus drivers and tell them to be ready." Mike didn't waste a second obliging, pulling out his phone to make the call while the others spoke rapidly. "The robots are all officially rogue, and their behavior is more hostile than usual," Aizawa said sharply. "I've never seen them attack kids with that much force. I suspect that the interference switched their protocols to the ones we normally reserve for third years and graduates," Nedzu surmised grimly. "That, or the locked protocols for intruders, which have seen much less testing in comparison. Either way, this is dangerous." "Who's at Site C?" Midnight demanded, leaning over to stare up at the screens. "Cementos and Hound Dog were assigned there," Nedzu replied, tapping away at the console. "However, I can't reach them. The interference must have also shut off the communications with their radios. I don't think they'd know the connections are down since we don't usually speak over the radios outside of emergencies." "Sheet," Aizawa breathed, pinching the bridge of his nose as he felt a headache start to form. "And since both of them can handle themselves individually, they won't be using their remotes except in clear emergencies, so they probably don't realize the robots are rogue either." "Ectoplasm, are either of them near one of your clones? Can you get a message to them?" "I only have 3 clones remaining too," he corrected with a wince. "A one-pointer just destroyed one. 2 clones left in Site C." I'm sorry, did you say a one-pointer destroyed your clone? Mike yelped, having just hung up with the bus driver. Yes, I did, Ectoplasm confirmed gravely. It barreled into the clone with its full body. I know your clones are less durable overall than the average human, but one-pointers are supposed to be the weakest, 13 murmured, the eyes on their helmet growing wide. If one managed to destroy your clone, then the students. They trailed off, not needing to finish that thought, and the tension in the room reached peak levels as the gravity of the situation fully set in. I'm sending my remaining clones to alert the others, Ectoplasm said briskly. Hound Dog is close to one of them, but Cementos. He glanced up at the screens, where Cementos could be seen still fending off some kid who was trying to deliver a flurry of blows at him. That's on the total opposite side of the site, Mike realized in horror. At this point you might be better off asking kids to just basically play telephone and scream, "The robots are rogue," until it reaches him. That's assuming none of the 2-point robots attack him, Nedzu said ominously. After observing their activity so far, I believe the 1- and 3-point robots have the 3rd year and graduate protocol active. The 2-point robots, however, most definitely have the intruder protocol. Specifically, the level 3 variant. And what does that entail exactly? Aizawa asked, already dreading the answer. They'll begin with non-lethal attacks towards identified threats, the same as the other high-level protocols. However, they will also escalate force as other drones on the network are destroyed, focusing their efforts on targets doing the most damage until they're incapacitated by any means necessary. They'll ignore or protect non-combatants, but right now, every one of those students attacking the drones are marking themselves as a combatant. Midnight suddenly made a choking sound, eyes going wide and face even paler than it already was. Nedzu, she said slowly, voice high-pitched and tinged with hysteria. Is the 0-pointer in Site C responding to you at all? The silence following that question was thick enough to cut with a knife. Shinso Hitoshi was having a rough day. He came to UA fully expecting the entrance exam to SCK. The written part was fine, he had absolutely zero concerns about that part. He'd studied his butt off for the entire year leading up to this moment. No, what made him absolutely dread today was the practical portion. See, Hitoshi had absolutely nothing to help him against robots. He completely lacked any sort of physical quirk, and while he'd done some exercise to prepare for the exam, it still didn't do anything against robots. He hadn't even known he would be fighting robots today, but he'd learned long ago not to expect things to go his way. Most of the graduates from UA had much flashier and combat-oriented quirks than him, after all. Present Mike revealing the cooperation points and the fact that teachers would be there had been his only hope spot. Teachers were human. Humans were susceptible to brainwashing, unlike the robots, which he did try to use his quirk on, just to be sure, and no dice. And 10 points was nothing to scoff at. Hitoshi couldn't face a teacher alone though. He knew his limits, and if they didn't respond to his taunts, questions, or anything else and just attacked him, he'd be screwed. The thing is, he didn't know if he'd be able to find someone to work with him. He wasn't exactly the most social guy, and he didn't want to brainwash someone and force them to work with him. So far he'd netted 5 points through the cooperation point system, but that had been by using himself as a distraction for the robots when stumbling on fights. The other kids hadn't stuck around long after a quick, thanks, so it's not like he had a chance to ask them about teaming up. And now the robots apparently switched into high gear. He cursed as he ducked into a building to evade a rampaging robot duking it out with another applicant, his heart pounding furiously. What the F dash, he hissed under his breath. The robots had become way more vicious suddenly. If he didn't know any better, he'd swear one had tried to lop off someone's head just now. The kid did have a body that transformed into smoke, so maybe they were programmed to know the applicant's quirks? The thought made him snort derisively and roll his eyes. Wouldn't even need anything on me, he grumbled as he walked through the building, glancing out the windows. He could see at least 2 ongoing battles from just this one wall, one on the street directly outside, and another on a neighboring street visible through a gap between 2 buildings facing this one. The battles were vicious and frenzied, the applicants' faces screwed with determination. A boy with blades on his arms sliced through one while another threw purple orbs at its feet to hold the robot in place. Hitoshi's stomach churned with envy as he looked away and turned down a hallway leading to the opposite end of the building, lips pulling into a scowl. He wouldn't be any help there or against any of these robots. He didn't even feel comfortable acting as bait anymore, not with how hostile they had become. Present Mike hadn't mentioned a Phase 2 or anything like that to suggest a difficulty increase, but it must have been a hidden portion of the exam to help weed out weaker applicants. Applicants like him. Quirk discrimination strikes again, he scoffed, peering out a window near a doorway leading outside. Another fight was happening not too far away, so he turned away and went to seek another exit. The next doorway he found had no windows nearby to check but led to an alleyway, and when he glanced out he saw no fights nearby. He darted to the neighboring building and stuck close to the wall, cautiously peering around the corner. Empty street, though he could hear shouting in the distance. He took a chance and bolted, racing as fast as his legs could carry him while looking for suitable shelter. A mechanical whir and sharp yell sounded too close for his liking, so he diverted into one of the buildings. Most of them lacked doors, thankfully, just empty shells meant to simulate a city. As far as he could tell, the last one didn't even have stairs leading to the second floor. They at least had hallways and rooms though, which is what really mattered. One of those inner rooms in this one had a light in it, making him freeze and tense warily. None of the buildings seemed to have electricity because again, empty shell and all that. None of the robots had lights either though, and more importantly, he could hear voices, so he proceeded carefully and peered inside. To his surprise, Hitoshi found a small group of 4 teens huddled in the room, their quiet chatter cutting off as he appeared. One, a girl with hair that looked like a jellyfish, gave off a warm glow that illuminated the room. It made everyone else's eyes glint in an almost eerie way when they turned to look at him. For a moment no one spoke, just staring at him awkwardly. Finally a boy with spiky ridges along the sides of his neck and his arms sighed and waved at him. "Don't just stand there, get in here," he said, and Hitoshi quickly scrambled inside. "You guys hiding out too?" he drawled and got a series of nods. "Yeah," said a girl with tiger-like stripes in her hair and twitching ears to match. "The robots just got way too tough, you know? I've got claws, but they're not tough enough to cut through metal." "We were working together," added another boy who looked considerably plainer than the rest, gesturing to the jellyfish girl, "but I saw one send someone through a wall and couldn't take it anymore. Most of us don't really have super physical quirks, so the robots are too strong." "I hear that," Hitoshi sighed, sitting down against one of the walls and running a hand through his hair. "This is too much." He was done. Tapping out. Call him a quitter, but he wasn't suicidal. He knew his limits, and these robots were just too savage for him to fight against. One hit from those things and he'd snap like a twig. He'd applied to Gen Ed as a backup for a reason. He'd rather take his chances with the sports festival. Outside they could hear fighting, the noise only slightly muffled by the distance. It still felt too close for his liking, and apparently the others agreed because Jellyfish spoke up. How many points did you get before, you know?" she asked, giving an awkward shrug. "We were just talking about that when you came in." 5, Hitoshi said dryly, and got some sympathetic hisses. "And I thought my 7 was bad," the boy who'd waved him in muttered. That really didn't help Hitoshi's nerves. "I'm definitely not making it in," Tiger groaned, letting her head thump against the wall behind her. "I only got 12, and I think I did pretty bad on the written part too. I mean, I'm not dumb, but it was just nerves, you know?" That got some commiserating groans. "Written exams put an unfair amount of pressure on us kids sometimes," Plain Guy declared with a scowl. "Adults seem to totally forget how friggin' stressful it can be. My one teacher always says, 'Don't let it consume your life,' one sentence, and then tells us, 'This test will be 50% of your grade, the next.'" 50%? Hitoshi repeated, and the boy scoffed. "You know what I mean." "I do," Jellyfish sighed. "I didn't even want to take this stupid exam. I want to be a marine biologist. But my mom thinks my stingers could be so good for hero work. She signed me up for exams at a bunch of hero schools." That had a bunch of sympathetic winces from the rest. And yet you helped someone anyway, Tiger remarked, gesturing to the plain guy, and the girl's face literally glowed pink, as did her jellyfish hair. Hiro and I go to the same school. Of course I'd help him. I was planning to ask the teachers after the exam to just mark me as a fail if I did get enough points to pass. Tiger had a definite smirk on her face, mischief visible in her golden eyes. Oh, so you two are on a first-name basis? She purred, and the pink glow grew more intense. That's not. We're not. Whatever she was about to say was cut off by a loud chorus of screams, making everyone freeze and a chill run down Hitoshi's spine. Those weren't the same shouts they'd been hearing as examinees clashed with the robots with all their might. No, this was something more frantic, more desperate. Those were screams of absolute terror, and the thought made his blood curdle. A heavy hush blanketed the room, everyone tense and on edge. The pink glow had given way to blue again, the jellyfish girl scooting closer to the plain guy. Even with the tint to the light, Hitoshi could tell everyone's faces had drained of color. What was that? The guy with the ridges on his body whispered. I don't know, plain guy whispered, and for a moment everyone was still. Hitoshi's eyes narrowed as he slowly got to his feet, drawing everyone's attention. What are you doing? I'm going to check it out, he murmured back, and saw some of them recoil. Seriously? Tiger hissed. You heard those screams? That's not just fighting. Yeah, and that's why I'm going to take a look, Hitoshi retorted sharply. If something's really wrong, we need to get the hell out of Dodge. And we won't know if no one looks. The others had no counter for that, and Hitoshi turned and slunk out of the room alone. He circled the halls and peered through the windows, finding all the nearest streets to be empty. So it wasn't nearby at least. After a moment's hesitation, he slipped outside and started down the street towards the direction he thought the screams came from. The ground in that direction was uneven and broken, and he was pretty sure it hadn't been damaged before. When he turned a corner, the destruction became more apparent, the ground chunky and uneven with the devastation stretching down almost an entire block. One of the buildings even had part of the wall was missing. More importantly though, he could hear loud whimpering and some sobs that way, making him pick up his pace slightly. He stuck close to the building since the ground was more even there, and when he reached the last one he peered around the corner cautiously. The area looked like how he imagined the epicenter of an earthquake, the ground broken up in a ripple-like pattern. Several teenagers were curled up on the ground, hands on their heads or hugging their torsos as they quietly cried and sobbed. Only one kid wasn't actively curled in the fetal position, a pink-skinned guy with a rock-shaped head. He leaned over another person in the epicenter of the ripples, tears streaming down his face, and when Hitoshi looked at the other person he felt his eyes widen in recognition at the blocky gray figure. He wasn't overly attentive to pro-heroes like some people, but Cementos was pretty recognizable. The man hunched on the ground shaking like a leaf, murmuring something Hitoshi couldn't hear. Worse yet, there was a robot about to attack one of the kids. Hitoshi's eyes blew wide open as a two-pointer raced towards a fallen girl, the scorpion's stinger-like tail rearing up ready to strike. Move, blue hair, he shouted, and the girl jolted and raised her head with wide eyes as she finally noticed the robot. She rolled away just as the stinger came swinging down and crumpled the ground where she'd just been, making her shriek with terror. The robot's stinger got stuck in the pavement, and Hitoshi took advantage of it to charge forward and grab the girl's arm, yanking her to her feet and dragging her towards Cementos. She stumbled after him while sobbing, babbling almost nonsensically. Make it stop, wanna go home, don't wanna do this anymore. Hitoshi ignored her rambling, attention focused purely on the pro-hero. The rock-headed teen looked up as they approached, tear tracks visible on his face. Cementos, however, remained on the ground and didn't even look at them, murmuring under his breath. Too much, not again, I can't do this anymore. What's going on? Hitoshi demanded. The other boy inhaled sharply, the frill-like appendages on the back of his head twitching briefly. I'm sorry, he whimpered. I'm so sorry. I didn't. He trailed off into indecipherable whines and whimpers, and Hitoshi felt his stomach sink. He still didn't know what was going on, but clearly something happened to Cementos that was making him like, And he didn't seem like he'd be recovering anytime soon. Hitoshi heard a crash and glanced back at the two-pointer, heart sinking as he saw it had freed its stinger from the ground. Worse yet, it now turned to face them, the red glass glinting ominously as it caught the sunlight. Sheet. Hitoshi whirled around to see the other boy's face had become 5 shades paler. Please tell me you have a quirk that can take out that thing, Hitoshi pleaded, but the boy rapidly shook his head and Hitoshi mentally cursed again. Shit, this was bad. Clearly the girl was no help, and none of the other teens in the area seemed likely to recover from this whatever in the next 5 seconds either, and brainwashing wouldn't work on robots either. It didn't work on robots, but it did work on people. Hitoshi whirled around to stare at Cementos, the man still mumbling to himself and shaking like a leaf. Cementos, he barked. Sir, you need to get up. We can't fight that thing. I can't, the man choked out, squeezing his eyes shut. All at once his face went slack, eyes opening to reveal a familiar glazed look. Hitoshi felt the familiar tug of his quirk at work, letting him know he'd taken control of the hero. Use your quirk to destroy that robot, he ordered. Cementos lumbered to his feet in silence, turning to face the robot. The rock-headed boy jumped back with a look of alarm as the hero slammed his palms on the ground, the already fractured pavement erupting into a jagged cement wall that shot out towards the robot. It ripped straight through the center of the charging robot, sparks flying everywhere as it was torn in half. Relief flooded Hitoshi as the two halves fell to the ground, shoulders slumping as he heaved a giant sigh. Then he heard a high-pitched breath from the girl that bordered on a sob, making his blood run cold. She was staring nearby with an even paler face, and when he looked over he saw 2 more robots circling around the corner of a nearby building, heading straight for one of the fallen teens. Oh crap! Hitoshi's stomach sank as he spun to face Cementos. Destroy those robots too, he shouted, pointing to them. And be careful not to hit the guy on the ground. The hero did as told in absolute silence, another wall shooting towards the approaching robots. As he watched the cement wall impale one of the robots, it occurred to Hitoshi that using a pro-hero to destroy the robots might be an unheroic act. Cementos had been weirdly unresponsive, sure, but that might have changed now that Hitoshi brainwashed him. It could have jarred his mind from the effects of whatever quirk made him act like that, because it had to be a quirk. Okay, he decided. I'll release him after this and see if he's in his right mind. If not, I'll just have the rock-headed guy help me move people to safety. He seemed to be more in control of himself than anyone else here, even if he was crying and whimpering, so Hitoshi felt it a safe bet that he'd be able to help. Before he could do that though, there was a sudden, distant boom, the earth shaking hard enough to make them all fall. Cementos managed to keep his balance while Hitoshi landed on his rear hard. What was that? He grumbled, feeling sore, but when he glanced at the other applicants he saw them both staring in the distance looking the palest they'd been yet. A cold dread washed over him, and when he slowly turned his head he physically recoiled at what he saw. A giant monolith of a robot towered over the artificial skyline, the beady red eyes glowing ominously on its blocky face as it faced their direction. Holy shit, he choked out, feeling himself start to shake. That thing. That was the 0-pointer? That wasn't a villain, that was a freaking walking disaster. It took a single step, head bobbing briefly as it moved forward, and the ground shook again. That was all it took to jar Hitoshi out of his stunned stupor. He scrambled to his feet without ever taking his eyes off it, feeling nothing but horror. Run, he whispered shakily and took a deep breath. Everyone run. They didn't need to be told twice. The rock-headed boy grabbed the girl's hand and dragged her away. Hitoshi tore his gaze away from the monstrous robot long enough to see that a few other examinees had appeared, helping to drag some of the fallen teens to their feet and away from the devastation. Hitoshi didn't follow, quickly turning to Cementos, who still had the glazed look in his eye of being under Hitoshi's control. He had turned to follow the crowd, and panic welled in the teen. Stay, he barked, voice choked with fear, and the hero immediately halted and turned back. Screams echoed loudly all around them as people fled, coming from all over the arena. Hitoshi inhaled sharply as he turned back to the robot. It wasn't heading directly towards them, but it was still coming in this general direction. Screw it. Cement us, he called, hands clenching at his sides. Use your quirk to protect everyone and trap that thing. The sight of giant cement walls suddenly erupting around the zero-pointer could be seen even beyond the walls surrounding Site C. The sight flooded everyone with relief, some of the examinees actually collapsing and crying that they wouldn't have to deal with it on top of the other robots. For his part, Hitoshi just felt numb. He sat on the ground breathing heavily, head held in his hands and his body shaking. Beside him Cementos stood gazing upon his work, almost eerily calm compared to his earlier countenance. I won't lie, I didn't expect someone to use me to stop the zero-pointer, he remarked almost idly. The effects of whatever quirk had hit him had worn off when Hitoshi released his control thankfully, but that left the teen feeling anxious instead. I'm sorry, he whispered, squeezing his eyes shut. Now that the adrenaline had worn off, he realized just how stupid he'd been to use his quirk on a teacher to take out that thing. The zero-pointer was just that 0 points. It was an obstacle to avoid, not something to be defeated. His adrenaline had just been so high after seeing that girl nearly get crushed by a two-pointer's tail, all he could think was how that thing could kill someone by just stepping on them. But obstacles didn't attack people. Attacking it had been pointless. You certainly won't score any combat points from that. It's not even an assist really, Cementos mused, echoing Hitoshi's thoughts and making him cringe. You should probably get some from the other ones you had me destroy though. That had Hitoshi looking up, mildly surprised. But why? He asked in disbelief. I wasn't. He trailed off uselessly, searching for words. That was your quirk, not mine. I didn't do anything. It felt like he had acid on his tongue as he admitted it. While he'd planned to brainwash a teacher if he got the chance, he wanted to use it to subdue them, not destroy robots. Using someone else to destroy robots without their direct consent didn't feel right, made him feel like he didn't earn those points. Cementos, however, seemed to disagree. Before you arrived, a robot attacked another kid, he said, catching Hitoshi's attention. He must have had an empathy quirk of some sort, because suddenly we were all on the ground and it felt like I was paralyzed with fear. I could tell something was wrong, and could hear you shouting when that one robot attacked that girl. If I had been in control of myself I would have intervened, but I couldn't do anything. He glanced over at Hitoshi, expression serene and steady. You used your quirk to protect yourself and others when I couldn't. You earned any points you'd get from those robots if you destroyed them with your own hands. Hitoshi could only stare at him wide-eyed, stunned by the praise. For so long others had been wary of his brainwashing quirk, and even after he got a second one from the Quirk Boom that caution remained. To have a stranger and a pro-hero, no less outright praise him for using it, was he didn't even know. As he struggled to come up with response, the sound of footsteps rushed towards them, and they turned to see one of the clones of that guy in a trench coat. Ectoplasm, if Hitoshi remembered right. Cementos, is everything all right? He asked. I'm fine. I'm sorry if trapping the zero-pointer disrupted the exam at all, though. Hitoshi winced guiltily, and Ectoplasm seemed to freeze at that. You don't know, he asked after a moment, and Cementos frowned, immediately looking alert and on edge. Did something happen? One of the examinees had some sort of electronic interference quirk. They used it around the halfway mark and it completely severed the control over the robots and reset their active protocol. The 1 and 3 pointers had third year and graduate protocols active, while the 2 pointers had the level 3 intruder protocol. A chill ran down Hitoshi's spine. He didn't know what the last one meant, but he could at least tell that third years and graduates would probably call for a more serious level of difficulty than middle school students. Judging from the way Cementos froze at that, he was probably right. What? Why didn't anyone tell me? The quirk took out the communications, too, and my remaining clones were on the opposite ends of the site. It seems that a quarter of the robots were unaffected because they were outside the range of the initial pulse, but the rest went rogue. 2 of my clones were destroyed by them. And the zero-pointer? Cementos asked grimly, and Hitoshi felt his breath catch. He didn't even think of that. We don't know yet, Ectoplasm replied. It didn't respond to the remote commands, but we don't know if the protocol got reset to something else. He glanced at the cement walls encasing the robot, adding, since it hasn't tried to break free, hopefully it was set to one of the passive settings to just walk around. Power loader's heading over to check it out now to be sure. But if it hadn't been stopped, and it was set to something more hostile. He trailed off, not needing to finish the sentence. Hitoshi just felt like the world had frozen, unable to help the growing horror as the gravity of the situation sank in. If he hadn't ordered Cementos to stop it, if that thing had been left loose to stomp around. If someone had been in its path, injured or unable to move. A sickly taste filled his mouth, and he doubled over and spewed his lunch on the ground. Izuku was mildly terrified of his new friends. Were they friends? He didn't know for sure, but they seemed to think so, and he was scared to try to contradict them. While he'd dive-bombed several robots and racked up an impressive score for himself, Uraraka and Tsuburaba had quickly found their own vicious groove. The ground was littered with craters from Uraraka dropping robots into each other, and Tsuburaba had dumped his own fair share of debris on them too. Have you ever seen a piece of rebar drop from 3 stories to stab through a robot? Izuku had, and it was terrifying. Their collaboration had climaxed with them successfully managing to apprehend Snipe. The man had been attracted by all the crashes from their general direction, and Izuku had played distraction while Uraraka and Tsuburaba went higher and higher. When they spiked a piece of cement hard enough to create a small crater right behind him, Izuku had taken advantage of his stumble to tackle him to the ground. After that, Uraraka had gleefully floated the man up until they plopped him onto an air platform 5 stories up in the air, and he called Uncle. Again. His new friends were terrifying. The exam had finally ended and the trio headed back, the others happily chattering about their point totals. I think I got 54. Uraraka declared cheerfully. I got 51, Tsuburaba boasted with a proud grin. Midoriya, what did you get? I lost count around 40. That had been when he'd crashed into 2 robots at once, and the debris from them had skewered a 3rd robot not too far away. He wasn't sure how that one would be counted, since it hadn't been intentional and someone else was fighting it at the time. That one was before we took down Snipe though, so I guess I at least have 50? Think we all got enough? Tsuburaba asked, and Izuku shrugged. Probably? They don't really release the results to the public, so I don't know what the usual minimum score would be. But I feel like 50 is pretty high since the robot with the highest value was 3 points, and teachers are worth 10, so I think we have a really good chance. Uraraka declared with a grin. We took down so many robots, guys. We're an awesome team. Heck yeah, we are. She and Tsuburaba high-fived and Izuku smiled, feeling some of his post-exam tension drain. He'd come into the exam feeling so anxious and worried about getting enough points, but now he felt more confident than he ever would have predicted. He'd found some new, terrifying friends, had racked up an impressive number of points, and had even helped take down a pro hero. At this point he thought he might be surprised if he didn't make it into UA. Unless his ego was just getting too big. That depressing thought haunted him as they went to the first aid tents to get checked out. To his disappointment, recovery girl wasn't there, but he didn't dwell on it long as the medical staff checked them over and gave them all a clean bill of health. Once they left and passed through the gates, the exhilaration and adrenaline from the exam wore off, and Izuku realized just how tired he was. Running around for 20 minutes straight and attacking robots had taken a lot out of him. Clearly he wasn't the only one who felt that way. I'm beat, Uraraka declared. I'm probably gonna just crash on the train home. I would too, but I'd probably miss my stop, Izuku commented. Yeah, well, I'm gonna pass out in my hotel room, Tsuburaba said, surprising them both into stopping. Wait, hotel? Izuku asked, and he nodded. Yeah. I came here from Kagawa Prefecture, so it was either spend like 6 hours going home after the exam or get a hotel room. The information had Izuku jolting and his eyes going wide. Kagawa Prefecture was on Shikoku, a completely different island from Honshu. He knew students came from all over Japan for the entrance exam, but he didn't really realize just how literal that was until now. Lucky, Uraraka said. I live over in Okayama Prefecture, so we decided to just get a train ticket home. Okayama Prefecture was certainly closer than Kagawa and still on Honshu, but it was still in another region entirely than Shizuoka, which housed Mizutofu and Yue. Wow, Izuku breathed. I got really lucky being born here, huh? Oh, you're local? Uraraka perked up at that. Then if we all get in, you have to show us all the sights around here, Deku. Yeah, you're the official tour guide. Suburaba grinned, and Izuku felt flustered. Sure, but there's not that much to see, he rambled anxiously, scratching the back of his neck. Mizutofu doesn't really have many super unique sites or anything, I mean besides UA and the local hero agencies of course. Oh, but there's a couple museums I guess, so. We're not talking about that. Suburaba cut in. I'm talking places to eat, places to train, the works. Yeah. I want to know all the places only locals know about since I'd have to move here anyway. Uraraka bobbed her head eagerly, grinning at him. I'm counting you to show us all the best thrift shops if we get in. Yeah, of course, Izuku agreed with a small smile, and felt the butterflies in his stomach settle a bit. He really hoped they all got in. It'd be nice to have some friends. Chapter 13. A reason to be proud. While waiting for the results of the exam to come in, it was only natural Izuku didn't let up on his training since it would take a couple weeks. He partially regretted this decision, mainly because every time he went to the gym it ended with him covered in fresh bruises. Izuku collided with the padded wall back first and stuck there for a second before sliding down with an almost cartoonish squeaking sound. Gran shook his head as he watched Izuku, arms folded over his chest. Like I thought, your cooldown's still giving you too much trouble to meaningfully chain things together. Yeah, I guess picking up something like flight right away would have been a little too much to expect, Izuku mumbled as he got up. His voice became more eager as he added, but my cooldown, move, and duration have all improved since we started training, so if I keep training Crash, I should be able to do it eventually. Gran half agreed. Why the sudden interest in midair combat, anyway? Isn't that the sort of thing that makes more sense to wait until you're in school to start thinking about? Maybe, but I'm already a decade behind everyone else in developing my skills. Even with a strong quirk, that's something I'm going to have to work to overcome. Plus, someone I met at the exams had an anti-gravity quirk that could let people float around, so that got me thinking. Anti-gravity quirk, Gran repeated and nodded. Oh, right, you were telling me about that. The cute one, right? Yeah, that's H-weight cute? Izuku felt his ears heat up. I don't think I said anything like that. I mean it's not that she's not cute, I just don't think I really thought about why. He dropped to the ground just in time for Gran's kick to brush the top of his hair, then used Crash to push himself along the ground to the other side of the room and roll into a crouched position. That was dirty. Course it was. You still get sidetracked way too easily, but at least your reflexes are getting better. Now, if you're serious about maneuvering midair, we're gonna have to work out the basics of it down on the ground first. Focus on your coordination and pacing, and see if you can keep your guard up against me. Ready? Izuku lifted himself up into a ready position and nodded, and Gran charged. He went home that evening sore, tired to the bone, and a little frustrated with not having much to show for today's efforts, even if Gran Torino's response had been uncharacteristically encouraging. All that melted away, however, when he walked through the door to a familiar aroma. Katsudon. Yep. Almost ready. Could you set the table, sweetie? Sure. As Izuku got out the tableware, he found a thick envelope sitting face down at his place at the table. What's this? It came in the mail for you today while you were out. I didn't open it yet. Izuku finished setting the table, then glanced at the address and yes, it's from UA. He tore the top off the envelope and slid out the contents. There was paper, like he expected, but also a thick metal disc. Actually, he was pretty sure he'd seen these before, as part of some promotional merch thing. Didn't they usually? Hello, announced a giant, shrew-like face that suddenly appeared in midair. Izuku stumbled backward with a startled squawk, accidentally dropping the hologram projector in the process. Thankfully, the little thing was pretty sturdy and kept on playing. I hope this recording finds you well, Midoriya-kun. Izuku's eyes lit up. I can't believe it. That Principal Nedzu of UA, hero name Mr. Principal. Correct. I'm flattered you recognize me, the recording replied. And no, this is not an active conversation, but I would genuinely be surprised if you did not recognize me. Unfortunately, due to some unexpected technical difficulties forcing us to re-evaluate our scoring across the board, we're a bit pressed for time, so I'll cut right to the point. Re-evaluating the scoring? Izuku didn't like the sound of that. Wait, did that mean he might not have passed? He thought he did pretty well, but there's no cause for alarm, the recording assured him. As a matter of fact, you scored 5th place out of the entire practical. What? A scoring chart popped up behind the principal, displaying a series of names and numbers. Kaken's was right at the top, with 117 villain points but 0 rescue points. Next were 3 people he didn't know named Kendo, Shinso, and Tetsu, and wow, the guy in 3rd had a lot of rescue points, and then his own name. 57 villain points and 25 rescue points. 3 spots below him was Uraraka in 8th, and then another 2 spaces down in 10th place was Tsuburaba. He really hoped the projector had a replay feature, because his brain short-circuited for most of the principal's remaining speech as he stared at his score. He knew he'd had at least 50 points, but he got 57 villain points and 25 rescue points for a grand total of out of hundreds of people, he had the 5th highest score. Dorms. Netsu was saying when Izuku finally remembered he should probably pay attention. And welcome, Midoriya Izuku, to your hero academia. I look forward to seeing you once school begins. Goodbye for now. I got in. Izuku whispered in disbelief. His initial shock gave way to excitement, practically vibrating as his face broke into a brilliant smile. I got in. I'm going to you. I knew you could do it. Inko beamed as she set dinner on the table. Why don't you sit down so we can eat? Oh right. Izuku promptly sat down, and paused as something else occurred to him. Wait, did he mention dorms near the end? You short-circuited and stopped paying attention, didn't you? Inko asked with a smile, and Izuku ducked his head with embarrassment. Well, UA has dorms. From what I heard, they started them to help people with difficult quirks or ones that needed special accommodations, but this year they're opening them more to the public. Really? Izuku asked in surprise. I knew they added private dorms after the Quirk Boom, but I haven't heard about them opening to public this year. I feel like that would be all over the news. It hasn't been officially announced yet, Inko explained, and Izuku paused. Wait, then how do you know? His mom smiled coyly at that, while also looking a bit flustered. Well, actually, I got a job offer to work at the dorms. It took a few seconds for her words to process, and when they did, Izuku dropped his chopsticks, jaw dropping in tandem with them. Wait, what? He blurted, and his mom nodded. Well, a few weeks ago I visited Yagi, and he told me they were looking for someone to work at the dorms. Since they're opening it up to a wider range of students, they thought it would be good to have someone live on site as a dorm parent of sorts. If I take the job, we can still keep the apartment and come back on weekends and holidays so we don't have to stay on campus all the time, but if you decide to move into the dorms. She let the sentence hang there, and Izuku stared dumbly as he continued to process it. Slowly he picked up his chopsticks again to resume eating, because he would not waste good katsudan. So the school offered you a job if I want to stay at the dorms? He asked before taking another bite. His mom nodded. Pretty much. It's up to you though. The things they said about the opportunities there sounded really good, but this is your big thing, Izuku. I don't want you to feel pressured into anything. If you don't want to stay there, or even if you want to go without me, I'll support you. Are you kidding? He asked, eyes sparkling. It's the chance to live at UA. And of course it's fine if you come. If that's something you want, he added, feeling suddenly sheepish. He didn't want to pressure her to uproot her life for him. He'd already put her through so much between his early diagnosis as quirkless and everything else that came after getting graphed. He had nothing to worry about though, because her eyes filled up with pride and tears. Oh, Izuku, you always do watch out for everyone else, don't you? She murmured, and then nodded, mind apparently settled. All right, I'll call the school in the morning and begin getting things set up. The two of them excitedly bounced plans and ideas off each other for the rest of the evening. After they both turned in for the night, Izuku pulled out a box and started packing up some of the basics he'd need once they moved to the dorms. The move might not be right away, but he just felt too excited. Packing just one box right now wouldn't hurt. When he'd filled it up, he pulled out his phone to charge for the night and saw that there was an unread message notification. He must have forgotten to unmute it after finishing with Gran Torino. As soon as he opened it up to check the message, his eyes bugged out. Text from All Might. I heard the news. Congratulations on being accepted. Do you think you'd be able to swing by Might Tower sometime this weekend? I have something I'd like to discuss with you. 5 minutes later, he sheepishly apologized to the neighbors who had pounded on their door worried about the dying animal cry they thought they'd heard. Toshinori sank into his office chair and leaned back with a sigh. This might be a mistake. It might be better to skip over his plan entirely, just give the boy a more formal congratulations, ask some vague questions about his plans for the future, nod sagely, and send him on his way. But no, he couldn't do that. He'd already asked the boy to make the trip all the way out here, and he'd been keeping a close eye on his development over the past several months. Mostly indirectly through Gran, but the point remained. And at the end of it all, he felt compelled to admit what Gran had told him so long ago. The boy simply wasn't all for one. And since he wasn't, he deserved to be judged on his own merits. Boss. Yoei's voice crackled over his intercom. Midoriya's here. Nana, help him. He reached over and pressed the response button. Thank you, Yoei. You can go ahead and send him in. A few seconds later, the door opened to reveal Midoriya, practically vibrating with excitement. All Might, it's good to see you again. You too, young man, Toshinori replied with a smile, and gestured to the empty chair facing him. Why don't you come in and have a seat? Midoriya did so, somewhat dwarfed by the size of the chair. It wasn't uncommon, most of Toshinori's office furniture was quite large, but Midoriya was still a bit short for his age. You said you wanted to talk to me about something? I did. First, I wish to congratulate you on your acceptance into UA. 5th place is quite impressive. It certainly sounds like you applied yourself well. The boy was practically glowing at the praise. Really? But wait, how did you hear about that? No one told him yet? Super hearing. But seriously, I don't want to risk spoiling any surprises if you don't already know. I doubt I'd hear the end of it. For now, I'll just say a friend of mine teaches at UA and I heard it through the grapevine. Anyway, he said before Midoriya could ask about it. On to the other thing I wanted to talk to you about. I have a graduation present for you. A graduation present from All Might, the boy squeaked. Amazing, I'd never even imagined something like this. I wonder what it. He fell into a spiral of muttering, and Toshinori picked up references to some of his rejected merchandise. He resisted a cringe and cleared his throat to get his attention, making the boy stop. Oops, sorry. It's quite all right, Midoriya Shounen. He stood up and walked over, Midoriya rising as well on reflex before Toshinori held out his hand. To commemorate this occasion, I'd like to offer you glow ink. Midoriya stared at his hand in disbelief, slowly turning to meet Toshinori's eyes. You want me to take one of your quirks? He whispered. I do, Toshinori confirmed with a nod. Particularly that one. I'm afraid my others are a bit too crucial to my work, but I think you'll enjoy glow ink anyway. That was an understatement. The boy had been so excited the few times that he'd gotten to use it as part of practice that whenever Toshinori needed to ask for it back, he felt like he'd just kicked a puppy. Take it, Midoriya Shounen, in recognition of the great hero you're going to become. It had been a long decision, but somehow it just felt right. Though he'd never voiced his fears of the quirk's original owner, he felt he owed the boy something for this unspoken wariness. It was a peace offering of sorts, a silent offer of support and a wish for Midoriya to become a hero. Midoriya hesitated for less time than Toshinori would have expected before taking his outstretched hand and squeezing his eyes shut. Toshinori forced himself not to tense as reddish-black sparks of energy briefly flickered out from the point of contact, and a moment later Midoriya released his grip and smiled. I got it. Excellent. Now, I would recommend not making this one public. You wouldn't be the only person to have received multiple quirks, but it still might invite some difficult questions and attention that you'd be better off not dealing with, given what usually well. He supposed he didn't need to spell it out for the boy, given his reaction to his own revelation of having multiple quirks. Got it, Midoriya said with a nod. Maybe I should ask for some support gear that leaves glowing marks for my hero costume, so I have an excuse if I ever have to use it for some reason? Now there's an idea. Anyway, I apologize for having to cut our meeting short, but I do want to get in a little bit more patrolling before the day's over. Do you mind if I escort you to the elevator? Oh, of course not. Thank you so much. It wasn't until Midoriya waved goodbye and the elevator doors shut that Toshinori released the tension he hadn't realized he'd been holding in. Yoei walked up beside him. Good kid, she asked, and Toshinori had to pause. That he's still getting his feet under him, but yes, I believe he is. And he meant it. The boy did seem good, wanting to do nothing but help others, and he hoped that spark of goodwill would never fade from his eyes. You and his mother must be so proud. Yoei spun around and headed back to her desk. Toshinori startled and turned to follow her. Hey, now hold on just a second, what do you mean by that? To say Aizawa Shoyuta felt tired would be like saying the sky was blue or water was wet. Shoyuta always felt tired to some degree, a fact which got some teasing. At least this year his colleagues found it justified. Class 2A, while not his direct responsibility thank goodness, tended to drain everyone who came into contact with it. He felt an overwhelming need for an 8-hour nap, his equivalent of a multi-day hibernation by anyone else's standards, by the time his hero ethics course ended. Thank goodness he had a free PRD afterwards, and lunch after that. They had arranged his schedule very carefully. He had just wrapped up his lecture when the door opened to reveal Hizashi there for his English class, smiling brightly as usual. Hello, listeners, he announced grandly in English. Are you all ready for another day of English? He got a chorus of half-hearted yes, and one very enthusiastic yes Mike SEI, that had even Hizashi flinching slightly, while Shoyuta felt his eye twitch. How the hell did anyone have that much energy? He stuffed his papers and files under his arm and trudged to the door in silence, though he slowed when Hizashi nudged his arm in passing. Yo Eraser, before you head out, Bossman wants to see you, he commented, and Shoyuta felt his face sour further. Right, thanks, he grunted and headed out for Nedzu's office. So much for that nap. Maybe it was for the best though, he'd probably end up sleeping through lunch. Why did he bother teaching instead of just sleeping all day again? It didn't take long for him to reach the office, and he didn't even bother trying to knock, just skipped straight to reaching for the handle. Nedzu called, "Enter," before he even touched it, just like every other time, and Shoyuta dutifully slipped inside and closed the door. As usual, Nedzu sat at his desk with paws folded peacefully and a smile on his face, a steaming pot of tea and 2 cups already waiting. Shoyuta eyed the tea warily. That was not a good sign, that meant he expected the meeting to last more than 5 minutes. You called me, sir? He asked as he hovered by the door. Take a seat, Aizawa-kun. Nedzu chirped, and damn it, that meant the meeting would probably cover his entire free PRD. He resisted a sigh as he prodded over to the chair facing the desk and sank into it, noting Nedzu had gone out of his way to switch out the super plush one for one with a stiffer back and seat. Given Shoyuta fell asleep in that chair last time, he didn't blame the rodent or whatever he was. Kayama's latest theory, quokka. Given that many quirked animals came from Australia, she might actually be onto something this time. Is something wrong? He asked, skipping straight to business. He hadn't slept through any classes since early last semester, and even that time he had the excuse of recovering from a fight gone sideways. He also hadn't expelled anyone since January. That brat had deserved it. Kid kept pulling pranks despite repeated admonishments, and everyone knew not to mess with his coffee. Last he checked, the current batch of students in the first and second years had shaped up, too, so not that. No, nothing of the sort, Nedzu replied cheerfully. I wanted to talk to you about next year's class. I am not moving into the student dorms, Shoyuta deadpanned instantly. He didn't care what Hizashi and Kayama liked to say when teasing him about his parental instinct towards the kids. He was not moving to the dorms and living with these hellions 24/7, especially with them opening it up to more kids next year. Don't worry, That was not my intention at all. Nedzu chirped, undeterred by Shuta's harsh glare. We already have a few new employees lined up to help handle supervision and logistics. In fact, the mother of one of the incoming students has graciously agreed to move onto campus part-time as the main supervisor for the first-year hero course dorm. She won't be present at their building every night, but we should have everything covered. Shoyuta relented in his harsh glare and slouched in his seat again. All right, fine. So what do you need to talk about? It's about one of the students in your upcoming class. You've already arranged the classes? Shoyuta wasn't surprised. Nedzu had probably plotted the rosters the day of the exam. He hadn't given him or Vlad their copies yet though. Usually he had it sorted before the exam results were sent out so he could include students' class assignments in the acceptance letters, but the disaster in Site C had led to some more intense debates about scoring and placement than usual. Indeed I have. Nedzu confirmed, and pulled out a file from beneath the desk to slide over to Shoyuta. I will distribute the official class roster at today's meeting of course, and have already sent follow-up letters to the students. However, I want to speak to you about one in particular. Shoyuta grunted as he took the file and opened it, greeted by a photo of a kid with green hair. Midoriya Izuku, huh? He muttered as he flipped through the pages. He recognized the boy from his team with two other students during the exam. It stood out as one of the most impressive examples of teamwork from this year. Of course, he'd only reached that conclusion when reviewing footage later after sorting out the Site C mayhem. Kid's got some kind of kinetic propulsion quirk, right? Technically, yes. Nedzu confirmed, and Shoyuta paused. He glanced down at the file, eyes narrowing as he read over the quirk registry information. It manifested less than a year ago? That's impressive given his score, but still not anything particularly concerning. Are there details he didn't register? Oh, most definitely, Nedzu said, ever sunny and cheerful, and Shoyuta felt that instinctive sense of dread grow. If he had learned anything in his 10+ years as an underground hero, it was to trust his gut. That smile on Nedzu's face and bright, cheery tone? That was dangerous. He has a second one he didn't officially register, doesn't he? He sighed, and Nedzu hummed, producing another file. One much thicker than the first, thick enough that when he dropped it on the desk it produced a loud thump. For the record, Ishiyama has graciously agreed to cover your class after lunch, he commented, and it would have made Shuta's stomach sink if he wasn't still stunned by the file's size. How the hell do you have that much information on one quirk? He asked incredulously. One unregistered quirk? I've seen villains with files less thick than that. Speaking of which, this is only file 1 by the way, Nedzu commented nonchalantly, and Shoyuta just stared. There's altogether too much information to have in a single file, so I compiled all the key details into this file as a starting point. Shoyuta slowly raised his head to look away from the file, staring at his boss with wide, bloodshot eyes. Nedzu, he ground out slowly, already dreading the answer. What the actual F is going on? Somehow, Nedzu's smile seemed to grow wider. Today, we are going to speak about Midoriya's true quirk, graft, or as its original owner called it, all for one. Chapter 14. Dorm sweet dorm, Thank you for coming out here to meet us, Midoriya-san, Sir Night Eye said. Of course. She cupped the tea that he'd provided and took a sip, looking around the office. That was a lot of All Might merchandise. And she said that as someone who shared a home with Izuku, he might rival Izuku's collection. Is this something Izuku should be here for, or? No. As his guardian, we thought you deserved to be kept in the loop, but we didn't want to worry him unnecessarily. Well, that certainly wasn't doing Inko's blood pressure any favors. He's not in any danger, is he? She asked frantically. I know you'd said he might be at risk of being a target if his secret got out, but we've been so careful. No, he's not, All Might assured her, and waited until she calmed down a bit to continue, but the appearance of your son's quirk did cause us to do some additional digging. Before I begin, please understand that all this is technically classified information, so we'll ask that you not share it, including with your son. I understand, Inko promised, and he nodded. All Might took a deep breath before continuing. The man we told you about, who Izuku's quirk reminded me of. We've found evidence that his organization was engaged in illegal genetics research revolving around the manipulation, reproduction, and induced appearance of quirks. On top of that, the sudden appearance of secondary quirks happened very shortly after I defeated their leader. Inko took a moment to digest that information. I remember right after everything, there was a lot of speculation that some villain group was behind everything that was going on, she recalled. Do you think they're connected, then? We do, Sir Night-Eye confirmed. And with those pieces of information in mind, it's possible that the similarities between Izuku's quirk and the leaders aren't entirely coincidental. Inko's eyes widened as understanding struck. You think they implanted Izuku with that villain's quirk? We suspect that it is indeed the same quirk, or at least derived from it, though. I doubt they specifically targeted him. They likely would have acted by now if they had, for one thing. For another, whatever the mechanism behind the spread of quirks, it appears to have been out of their control once it got going. The sidekick shook his head. In any case, the possibility does paint everything in a somewhat different light. We're going to have to be even more cautious going forward. To that end, he nodded to All Might, who shifted awkwardly in his chair. The principal of UA is an old friend of mine, and he's been helping us with our investigation. He'd like to do whatever he can to assist and protect your family, especially in the event that Izuku is accepted into UA. As part of that, he'd like you to consider the possibility of the two of you staying at the on-campus dorms. Up until now, they've mostly been used for students with difficult quirks who need additional training or accommodations, Night-Eye added. They're planning to advertise it as part of the normal resources they offer this year to all students, though. It would be more secure than staying at your apartment. Inko frowned, thinking it over for a few moments. This was a lot of information to take in on such short notice. That makes sense for Izuku, but wouldn't my being there draw the wrong kind of attention? Sir Night-Eye shook his head. We've already considered that. As it so happens, the expansion of the dorm program means the school is in the market for someone to help handle the logistics of it all. I understand that you went to school for business management. She nodded. I did, though my degree hasn't seen much use for a while. Well, in any case, the principal asked me to pass this along to you. He fished out a business card and handed it to her. She glanced at it to see UA's logo and the name, Nedzu, Mr. Principal, along with a cartoonish drawing of beady eyes, a black dot for a nose, 2 rectangular ears and a triangular smile. If you're interested in the position, he said he'd be happy to have you on board. Walking through UA's gates for the second time to move in still left Izuku with the same sense of awe he'd felt at the entrance exam. He kept twisting his head every direction as he followed a robot to the dorms, drinking in the entirety of the campus. The dorms were a bit further from the main building, taking about 10 minutes to reach while following a beautifully designed stone path. Dorms, the robot announced, turning to face him and setting down his boxes. Task complete. Goodbye. Izuku didn't even respond as it hurried off, head tilting back to stare at the dorms in pure awe. They were even more magnificent than he could have imagined. The 5-story building had been built with 2 towers connected by a 2-story tall central corridor, Hero 1, emblazoned on the connecting corridor in white lettering nearly as tall as the wall itself. He took a deep breath as he grabbed his boxes and walked through the doors, which had been left propped open for students moving in. Since his mom worked here as a dorm supervisor, he knew he'd be one of the first ones here so she could help the other kids move in. Right now she was at the faculty dorm where she'd be staying with other on-site faculty members, making last-minute arrangements with them before heading over. When he entered the building, he found the lobby mostly empty. The first floor seemed to be a common space, with several chairs and couches spread around one side of the room. A standing corkboard had been set up facing the door, with a large sign featuring a map of the building and several hooks holding keys on each side of it. When Izuku got closer, he saw the map had been labeled to show boys on the left half of the building and girls on the other, with a sign below it. Students may select their rooms. Room assignments are subject to change as the year proceeds depending on student needs. Mark your room on the board below after taking the key. Beneath that was a smaller whiteboard with a list of names Izuku mostly didn't recognize. The dorm had 8 boys and 6 girls, So given they had 4 floors to choose from, that meant there would probably be at least 2 kids to each floor. 3 of them had already checked in. 2 guys named Yurashi Inasa and Rin Hiryu, who both chose rooms on the 2nd floor, and a girl named Tsunatori Pony on the 3rd. Interestingly, it seemed a room on the 5th floor had already been reserved for someone named Mineta Minoru, since the key was taped by his name and the room number had been filled in with the same handwriting as the names. One name, however, caught his eye and made him perk up. "Uraraka's here too?" he asked excitedly. They'd forgotten to exchange phone numbers after the exam, they were really tired, and had to rush for Uraraka to catch her train, so they hadn't been able to talk. He at least knew they both got in since he remembered seeing their scores in the chart of the top 10 scores. Unfortunately, Tsuburaba wasn't on the list of students staying in the dorms, so Izuku would have to wait until Monday to see what class he got in. Even if he wasn't in 1A, from what his mom said, the dorm had kids from both the hero classes here, so he could always ask some of the 1B kids to get his number. He shook off the thought and turned away, glancing at the stairs. Since he got here early, he had his pick of the lot, so he might as well check out what the rooms looked like. With that in mind, he headed upstairs for the 3rd floor, leaving his boxes out of the way downstairs and trusting no one would steal them. Everyone in this dorm wanted to be heroes, so stealing stuff would go against their core values. When he reached the 3rd floor, he found all the doors were open, presumably so students could see them before choosing. They were all pretty spacious and plain with white walls, each containing one single bed, a desk, a dresser, and a rolling chair. They also had balconies with curtains pulled aside to reveal the views. Izuku paused as he stared through the glass sliding doors from the entrance of the room. From here, all he could see were the trees surrounding the building. They were pretty, but not exactly something he'd find that interesting. Since he was the first one here, he could afford to be picky. With that in mind, he quickly jogged up to the other floors to check out the views from there. After about 10 minutes of deliberation, he decided on the 4th floor. He could see over the tops of the trees there, but still see them, so it didn't feel like he was staring over them. The treeline made the view from the balcony feel more natural. With that in mind, he headed downstairs to grab his boxes, just in time to find someone else there. Mainly because a box almost hit him in the head. He yelped as he dodged out of the way, eyes bulging at the box that bobbed through the air. "Oh, my apologies," a female voice intoned dully nearby. A silver-haired girl stood near the stairs to the girls' area, her long bangs covering half her face and her exposed eye looking rather dull. She had 1 box in her arms, and 2 more floating towards her. "I did not realize someone else was here yet." It's okay?" Izuku replied, coming out more like a question than he intended. "I mean, I should have paid more attention too, so." He trailed off awkwardly. The girl didn't respond, turning to the stairs to head up with the 2 boxes bobbing after her. Okay, so that had to be a telekinetic quirk. So cool. He quickly darted to the sign, noting she'd already taken one of the girl's keys for the 4th floor. While he grabbed a key for the 4th floor, he heard a grunt from the entrance and turned to see someone stagger inside with several boxes piled high enough he couldn't see the person's face. He startled and ran over. "Hey, do you need any help?" "No, I got it," the person grunted, setting the boxes on the ground. It was a bulky-looking guy with spiky dark brown hair and noticeably thick lips. He turned to Izuku with a smile and nod. "Thanks for the offer though. So are the dorms already pre-assigned?" "Oh no, we can choose them," Izuku replied, shaking his head. "I was just about to take my stuff up to the 4th floor. There's a map over there with all the unclaimed rooms. I think you're the 4th guy to arrive. I'm Midoriya Izuku, by the way." "Satoru Kido, and thanks." Satu nodded and headed over to look at the board, while Izuku went to collect his boxes and head upstairs. He started unpacking right away, getting out his sheets and bedspread first so the mattress wouldn't be bare. He worked his way up from there, unpacking all his All Might and hero figurines and putting his clothes away. Of course, the mighty appendix got a spot of honor on his bed. He didn't know how long he worked, but eventually Izuku decided he'd reached a good stopping point for the moment. Mainly because he didn't really feel like climbing onto the chair to hang up his curtains just then or hang up all the posters right now. He decided to go downstairs instead, see if anyone else had arrived. Sure enough, plenty had. His mom had arrived while he'd been unpacking, taking control of the situation and helping direct people to rooms. She flashed him a smile and a brief wave when he came downstairs, which he returned, before turning back to a girl with a poofy brown bob and, "Was that a gothic Lolita dress?" Izuku tried not to stare too hard, a bit startled to see that in a dorm. It was even harder when the silver-haired girl from before came down, paused to stare at her, and then promptly marched over to drag her away. Did I just witness a kidnapping? Izuku wondered as they disappeared up the stairs. He could hear a soft chuckle from his mother, and he walked over to her. "I see you picked the 4th floor," she commented, and Izuku nodded. "Yeah. I figured I'd choose a room with a kinda nice view." He glanced at the board, seeing some more keys were gone. He also noticed some more boxes sat around the floor, probably from someone else checking out the other floors. "How many people are here now?" "I'm not sure off the top of my head, but there's been at least 3 since I arrived. I'm a bit embarrassed I took so long to get here," she added sheepishly. "I knew the exchange students would have settled in early, but I was hoping to beat everyone else." "Exchange students?" Izuku perked up. "There's a boy from China and a girl from America. I think she's half Japanese, though she can't speak much Japanese from what I was told. She primarily speaks English. They're both in 1B. Izuku nodded in understanding and then paused. "Wait, do you know the class assignments?" he asked excitedly, and his mother smiled. "I know what classes the kids staying in the dorm are in, but I'm not telling you," she said, making him sag dejectedly. "If you want to know, you'll have to ask them yourself. This is your way of making me make friends, isn't it?" His mother's quiet laugh was answer enough. "Wait, Deku-kun?" He perked up at another familiar voice, spinning with a wide smile to see Uraraka standing in the entrance with only 2 boxes. "Uraraka-san. You're here. And you are too," she exclaimed, running inside with a beaming smile. She skidded to a halt, confusion flashing across her face. "But wait, aren't you local?" "I am, but Mom got a job offer working as a dorm supervisor," Izuku explained, gesturing to his mom who smiled. "So you're Uraraka?" she asked. "Izuku's told me so much about you." "Oh sweet merciful Almighty." Izuku froze and stared with dawning horror as he realized this was that embarrassing mom scenario he always saw on sitcoms. He hadn't had any friends to risk that with before besides Kaken, who already knew her, and Hachinos, who never met her, so he hadn't realized this would be a threat. Worse, Uraraka was a girl. He'd already been teased about it by Gran. If his mom joined in, he'd die of embarrassment. How did he not factor this possibility in when he agreed to his mom working here? "Anyways," he said loudly, desperate to delay the potential embarrassment and sitcom shenanigans. "I grabbed a room on the 4th floor. We're all allowed to choose our rooms, so you can take your pick." He all but dragged her over to the signboard, barely missing how his mom stifled a snicker as she clocked onto his thoughts. Now that he looked at the list of students, he saw only 2 girls hadn't checked in besides Uraraka, Kodai Yui and Komori Kinoko. He assumed one of those was the girl from earlier. "Oh, so I can choose from any floor?" Uraraka asked. "What are the dorms like?" "They're the same on every floor, right?" "Yeah. They're pretty average-sized, I think, and have some furniture like a bed, desk and dresser. They also have balconies and the view's different from each floor, which is why I chose the 4th floor so it wouldn't be blocked by trees, though come to think of it the girls' side of the dorm faces some other dorm buildings so a top-floor view might feel kinda awkward. So maybe the 2nd or 3rd floor?" "Oh, the girl already on the 3rd floor is from America by the way and only speaks English, or that's what Mom said, so maybe if you speak English or want to practice it." He trailed off as he realized what he was doing and hung his head with a groan. "Sorry, I was rambling again." "Don't be, it's kinda cute." Uraraka giggled, and Izuku felt his face heat up. Thankfully, he didn't have a chance to respond before the Lolita girl from earlier popped out of the stairwell and skipped over to the sign. She briefly stuck out her tongue at them with a coy-looking grin as she swiped a key for the 4th floor. "Mind if I cut in?" she asked, and they both stepped back so she could mark the space by the name Komori Kinoko. When she finished, she bounced over to some of the boxes and picked them up to carry upstairs. "Oh, let me help real quick." Uraraka offered, jogging over. My quirk lets me make stuff have zero gravity. Ooh, thanks. Komori accepted the help easily, and the two agreed that Uraraka would release the effects of her quirk within 3 minutes. In that time another person arrived, a notably diminutive boy with purple hair that looked like grapes. He dropped his boxes and looked at the board, groaning in dismay. "Ah man, I'm all the way on the 5th floor?" he whined, and Izuku remembered that one of the rooms on that floor had been marked as claimed by Mineta Minoru. "You didn't request that room in advance?" he asked. "I did, but not on the 5th floor." Mineta sagged with a groan. "I guess it makes sense because of the special accommodations junk, but I don't want to carry this stuff all the way upstairs." Uraraka had returned by this point, just in time to catch his last remark. "Oh, let me help make it lighter," she offered. Mineta shrieked in response, jumping behind Izuku and covering his eyes. "Okay, that was a weird reaction. How many layers is she wearing?" he cried to Izuku, "and what the heck?" "What?" Uraraka asked, looking dumbfounded by the question. "Please just tell me you're wearing at least 2. Mineta whined. She blinked and looked down at her t-shirt. Weiss," she said awkwardly, face starting to tint red as she realized just how weird the question was. Mineta lowered his hands with a relieved sigh. "Thank goodness," he hummed, and then screamed and covered his eyes again when he saw her t-shirt. "I thought you said you were wearing 2. "I'm wearing a camisole," she responded, and her face grew even more red as she slapped her hands over her mouth. That seemed to satisfy Mineta though, because he all but collapsed with relief. "Oh, thank goodness," he almost sobbed. "Thank goodness." Izuku and Uraraka exchanged quizzical looks while his mom came over. "You must be Mineta Minoru, right?" she asked. "I'm guessing it's a bad quirk day?" Mineta stared very deliberately at the ground under her feet, eyes haunted. He whispered something about muscles, voice strained and shaky, before turning his full attention to her. His voice became a bit more frantic as he whined, "I'm trying the anatomy poster trick, but it's not working today because everything keeps flickering in and out. I saw someone's breakfast on the way here." "Well, your room's already got the paint and curtains set up on the 5th floor, she said, handing him a key. "I'll have someone bring your stuff up later if you want to go now." She barely finished the sentence before Mineta bolted for the stairs, leaving a dumbfounded Izuku and Uraraka staring after him. "What just happened?" Izuku asked, feeling oddly dazed. His mom turned to them with a smile. "That's Mineta Minoru. His second quirk is see-through vision, and the focus on it is apparently rather finicky sometimes." That had them both wincing as they realized the implications. 5 minutes ago Izuku would have thought that was cool and had many questions to ask, but given that anatomy posters and breakfast comment, "I'm guessing it's hard to control," Izuku said. "It's bad enough that they had to prepare his room specially. He would have been here even if the dorms weren't open to all students this year. It's on the 5th floor since we figured not many people would choose a room up there." Yep, that made sense. Maybe Izuku could set aside a few pages in his notebook for potential ways to work around his quirk. He'd already planned to make notes on everyone's quirks anyway. Helping Mineta was the least he could do, regardless of what class he might be in. In the end, he ultimately volunteered to take up Mineta's stuff while Uraraka went to scope the remaining rooms. Delivering the boxes was interesting, since Mineta had only opened his door long enough to snatch them inside before slamming it shut. When Izuku returned to the lobby, he found Uraraka picked a room on the 2nd floor. An orange-haired girl had come downstairs to help her take stuff up. "We're floor mates, so might as well get to know each other now," she said as she hefted one of the boxes with a grin. Izuku smiled at that and waited in the stairwell until they went back upstairs, not wanting to cut in. When they left he went to check the sign, and startled as he saw her name was Kendo Itsuka, the same one who scored second on the exam. Her comment about being floor mates made him wonder about who would be on his own floor. When he checked the list, all that remained were Todoroki Shuto, Awaze Yosetsu and Shinso Hitoshi. Well, no point hanging around to see who'd show up. Izuku would rather not creep out his prospective neighbors by skulking around the lobby. To that end he went upstairs to finish unpacking, hanging up the posters first since he could actually reach the wall to hang most of them up. Getting them just right took a bit of time, probably spending about half an hour before finally moving onto the curtains. He was just about to step on the chair to unhook the blue ones that came with the dorm when he heard a thump and quiet curse from the hallway, making him perk up. A neighbor! He grinned as he all but bolted for the door, poking his head into the hall. A tall boy with purple hair had stopped in the middle of the hallway, leaning his boxes against the wall so he could balance them with one arm while rubbing his thigh. He must have bumped into the wall. While he did that, he happened to glance over and their eyes met, and Izuku took the opportunity to smile. "Hi, do you need any help?" he asked. "Yeah, sure." The other boy looked faintly surprised by the offer, but shifted his hold so he could bend down a bit for Izuku to grab the top box more easily. He held